Section 1 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Grains of Truth by Bill Nye. A young friend has written to me as follows. Could you tell me something of the location of the porcelain works in Sèvres, France, and what the process is of making those beautiful things which come from there? How is the name of the town pronounced? Can you tell me anything of the history of Madame Pompadour? Who was the Dauphin? Did you learn anything of Louis XV whilst in France? What are your literary habits? It is with a great bounding joy that I impart the desired information. Sèvres is a small village just outside of Saint-Cloud, pronounced Saint-Cloud. It is given up to the manufacture of porcelain. You go to Saint-Cloud by rail or river, and then drive over to Sèvres by diligence or voiture. Some go one way, and some go the other. I rode up in the Seine, aboard of a little, noiseless, low-pressure steamer about the size of a sewing machine. It was called the S'il vous plaît, I think. The fare was 30 centimes, or say 3 cents. After paying my fare, and finding that I still had money left, I lunched at Saint-Cloud in the open air at a trifling expense. I then took a bottle of milk from my pocket, and quenched my thirst. Travelling through France one finds that the water is especially bad, tasting of the Dauphin at times, and dangerous in the extreme. I advise those, therefore, who wish to be well whilst doing the Continent, to carry, especially in France, as I did, a large thick-set bottle of milk, or kumiss, with which to take the wire edge off one's whistle whilst being yanked through the Louvre. Saint-Cloud is 7 miles west of the centre of Paris, and almost 10 miles by rail on the road to Versailles, pronounced Vaillorcy. Saint-Cloud belongs to the canton of Sèvres and the arrondissement of Versailles. An arrondissement is not anything reprehensible. It is all right. You, yourself, could belong to an arrondissement if you lived in France. Saint-Cloud is on the beautiful hill slope, looking down the valley of the Seine, with Paris in the distance. It is peaceful and quiet and beautiful. Everything is peaceful in Paris when there is no revolution on the carpet. The steam cars run safely and do not make so much noise as ours do. The steam whistle does not have such a hold on people as it does here. The adjutant-general at the depot blows a little tin bugle. The admiral of the train returns the salute. The adjutant-general says, "Allons!" and the train starts off like a somewhat leisurely young man who is going to the depot to meet his wife's mother. One does not realize what a 4th of July racket we live in and employ in our business till he has been the guest of a monarchy of Europe, between whose toes the timothy and the clover had sprung up to a great height. And yet it is a pleasing change, and I shall be glad when we as a republic have passed the blowhard period, laid aside the ear-splitting steam-whistle, settled down to good permanent institutions, and taken on the restful, soothful Boston air which comes with time and the quiet self-congratulation that one is born in a Bible land and with gospel privilege, and where the right to worship in a strictly high church manner is open to all. The palace of St. Cloud was once the residence of Napoleon I in summer time. He used to go out there for the heated term, and folding his arms across his stomach, have thought after thought regarding the future of France. Yet he very likely never had an idea that some day it would be a thrifty republic, engaged in growing green peas, or pulling a soiled dove out of the Seine now and then to add attractions of her justly celebrated morgue. Louis XVIII also put up at the palace in St. Cloud several summers. He spelled it Palais, which shows that he had very poor early English advantages, or that he was, as I have always suspected, a native of Quebec. Charles X also changed the bedding somewhat, and moved in during his reign. He also added a new iron sink and a place in the barn for washing buggies. Louis Philippe spent his summers here for a number of years, and wrote weekly letters to the Paris papers, signed Uno, in which he urged the taxpayers to show more veneration for their royal nibs. Napoleon III occupied the Palais in summer during his lifetime, availing himself finally of the use of Mr. Bright's justly celebrated decease, and dying at the dawn of better institutions for beautiful but unhappy France. I visited the Palais, pronounced Palais, which was burned by the Prussians in 1870. The grounds occupy 960 acres, which I offered to buy and fit up, but probably I did not deal with responsible parties. This part of France reminds me very much of North Carolina. I mean, of course, the natural features. Man has done more for France, it seems to me, than for the Tar Heel State, and the cities of Asheville and Paris are widely different. The police of Paris rarely get together in front of the courthouse to pitch horseshoes or dwell on the outlook for the Gooper crop. And yet the same blue ozonic sky, if I may be allowed to coin a word, the same soft, restful, dolce frumenti air of gentle, genial health, and a calm-destroying, magnetic balm to the congested soul, the inflamed nerve, and the festering brain, are present in Asheville that one finds in the quiet drives of St. Cloud, with the successful squirt of the mighty fountains of Versailles, and the dark and whispering forests of Fontainebleau. The Palais at St. Cloud presents a rather dejected appearance, since it was burned, and the scorched walls are bare, save where here and there a warped and wilted water-pipe, the blackened and blistered wreck of what was once so grand and so gay. St. Cloud has a normal school for the training of male teachers only. I visited it, but for some cause I did not make a hit in my address to the pupils, until I began to speak in their own national tongue. Then the closest attention was paid to what I said, and the keenest delight was manifest on every radiant face. The president, who spoke some English, shook hands with me as we parted, and I asked him how the students took my remarks. He said, "They shall all the time keep the thinkness, what you shall call the recollect, of monsieur's speech impreserves, so that they shall forget it not continually. We shall all the time say we have not witnessed something like it since the time we come here, and have not so much enjoy ourselves since the grand assassination by the guillotine. Come next winter, and be with us for 1 week. Some of us will remain in the hall each time." At St. Cloud I hired off a quiet young fellow about 35 years of age, who kept a very neat livery stable there, a sort of Victoria and big Percheron horse, with fetlock whiskers that reminded me of the Sutherland sisters. As I was in no hurry, I sat on the iron settee in the cool court of the livery stable, and with my arm resting on the shoulder of the proprietor I spoke of the crops, and asked if general people about there regarded the farmer movement as in any way threatening to the other two great parties. He did not seem to know, and so I watched the coachman who was to drive me, as he changed his clothes in order to give me my money's worth in grandeur. One thing I liked about France was that the people were willing, at a slight advance on the regular price, to treat a very ordinary man with unusual respect and esteem. This surprised and delighted me beyond measure, and I often told people there that I did not begrudge the additional expense. The coachman was also a holster, and when the carriage was ready he altered his attire by removing a coarse grey shirt or tunic, and putting on a long olive-green coachman's coat, with erect linen collar and cuffs sewed into the collar and sleeves. He wore a high hat that was much better than mine, as is frequently the case with coachmen and their employers. My coachman now gives me his silk hat when he gets through with it in the spring and fall, so I am better dressed than I used to be. But we were going to say a word regarding the porcelain works at Sèvres. It is a modern building, and is under government control. The museum is filled with the most beautiful china dishes and funny business that one could well imagine. Besides, the pottery ever since its construction has retained its models, and they, of course, are worthy of a day's study. The Sèvres blue is said to be a little bit bluer than anything else in the known world, except a man who starts a nonpareil paper in a pica town. I was careful not to break any of these vases and things, and thus endeared myself to the foreman of the place. All employers are uniformed, and extremely deferential to recognized ability. Practically, for half a day, I owned the place. A cattle friend of mine, who was looking for a dynasty whose tail he could twist while in Europe, and who used often to stay over a glass of wine ordinaire, which I have since learned is not the best brand at all, that nothing would tickle him more than to have a little deal with a crowned head and get him in the door, accidentally broke a blue crock out there at Sèvres which wouldn't hold over a gallon, and it took the best part of a carload of cows to pay for it, he told me. The process of making the Sèvres ware is not yet published in book form, especially the method of coloring and enameling. It is a secret possessed by duly authorized artists. The name of the town is pronounced Save. Madame Pompadour is said to have been the natural daughter of a butcher, which I regard as being more to her own credit than though she had been an artificial one. Her name was Jeannie Antoinette Poisson Lenormand d'Etioles, Marchioness de Pompadour, and her name is yet used by the authorities of Versailles as a fire escape, so I am told. She was the mistress of Louis XV, who never allowed her to put her hands in dishwater during the entire time she visited at his house. D'Etioles was her first husband, but she left him for a gay but rather reprehensible life at court, where she was terribly talked about, though she is said not to have cared a cent. She developed into a marvellous politician, and early seeing that the French people were largely governed by the literary lights of that time, she began to cultivate the acquaintance of the magazine writers, and tried to join the Authors' Club. She then became prominent by originating a method of doing up the hair, which has since grown popular among people whose hair has not, like my own, been already "done up." This style of Madame Pompadour's was at once popular with the young men who ran the throttles of the soda fountains of that time, and is still well spoken of. A young friend of mine trained his hair up from his forehead in that way once, and could not get it down again. During his funeral his hair, which had been glued down by the undertaker, became surprised at something said by the clergyman, and pushed out the end of his casket. The king tired in a few years of Madame Pompadour, and wished that he had not encouraged her to run away from her husband. She, however, retained her hold upon the blasé and alcoholic monarch by her wonderful versatility and genius. When all her talents as an artist and politician palled upon his old rum-soaked and emaciated brain, and ennui like a mighty canker ate away large corners of his mouth-eaten soul, she would sit in the gloaming and sing to him, hard times, come again no more," meantime accompanying herself on the harpsichord or the sackbut, or whatever they played in those days. Then she instituted theatricals, giving, through the aid of the nobility, a very good version of "Peck's Bad Boy" and "Lend me 5 centimes." She finally lost her influence over Louis XV, and as he got to be an old man, the thought suddenly occurred to him to reform, and so he had Madame Pompadour beheaded at age of 42 years. This little story should teach us that no matter how gifted we are, or how high we may wear our hair, our ambitions must be tempered by honor and integrity; also that pride goeth before the destruction and a haughty spirit before a plunk. End of The Grains of Truth, by Bill Nye. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. the 16th of October, 2011.
Section 2 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Chad's Story of the Goose by F. Hopkinson Smith. I nodded my head, and Chad closed the door softly, taking with him a small cup and saucer, and returning in a few minutes, followed by that most delicious of all aromas, the savory steam of boiling coffee. "My Massa John," he continued, filling the cup with the smoking beverage, "never drank nothing but tea. Even at the big dinners, when all the gentlemen had coffee in the little cups, that's one of 'em you's drinking out of now. They ain't mo' than 4 of 'em left. Old Massa would have his pot of tea. Henny used to make it for him. Makes it now for Miss Nancy. Henny was a young gal then, long 'fore we was married. Henny belonged to Colonel Lloyd Barbour on the next plantation to ourn. More coffee, Major?" I handed Chad the empty cup. He refilled it and went straight on without drawing a breath. "Wust scrape I ever got into with old Massa John was over Henny. I tell you, she was a hurricane in them days. She come into the kitchen one time, where I was helping get the dinner ready, and the cook had gone to the spring house, and she says, 'Chad, what you cooking that smells so nice?' 'That's a goose,' I says, 'cooking for Massa John's dinner. We got quality,' says I, pointing to the dining room door. 'Quality,' she says. 'Spec I know what the quality is. That's for you and the cook.' With that she grabs a carving knife from the table, opens the door of the big oven, cuts off a leg of the goose, and disappears round the kitchen corner with the leg in her mouth. 'Fore I knowed where I was, Marsa John come to the kitchen door and says, 'Getting late, Chad, bring in the dinner.' You see, Major, they ain't no up and down stairs in the big house, like it is yah. Kitchen and dining room all on the same floor. Well, sah, I was scared to death. But I took that goose and laid him with the side cut down on the bottom of the pan 'fore the cook got back, put some dressing and stuffing over him, and shut the stove door. Then I took the sweet potatoes and the hominy and put 'em on the table, and then I went back to the kitchen to get the baked ham. I put on the ham and some more dishes, and Marsa says, looking up, 'I thought there was the roast goose, Chad.' 'I ain't yeard nothing about no goose,' I says. 'I'll ask the cook.' Next minute I yeard old Marsa hollering, 'Mammy Jane, ain't we got a goose?' 'Lord a massy, yes, Marsa. Chad, you wuffless nigger, ain't you took that goose out yet?' 'Is we got a goose?' said I. 'Is we got a goose? Didn't you help pick it?' I see where my hair was short, and I snatched up a hot dish from the hearth, opened the oven door, and slide the goose in just as he was, and lay him down before Marsa John. 'Now see what the ladies'll have for dinner,' says old Marsa, picking up his carving knife. 'What'll you take for dinner, miss?' says I. 'Baked ham?' 'No,' she says, looking up to whar Marsa John set. 'I think I'll take a leg of that goose, just so.' Well, Marsa cut off the leg and put a little stuffing and gravy on with a spoon, and says to me, 'Chad, see what that gentleman'll have.' 'What'll you take for dinner, sah?' says I. 'Nice breast of goose or slice of ham?' 'No, I think I'll take a leg of that goose,' he says. I didn't say nothing, but I knowed very well he wasn't going to get it. But, Major, you ought to see old Marsa looking for the other leg of that goose. He rolled him over on the dish, this way and that way, and then he jabbed that old bone handle of carving fork in him, and held him up over the dish, and looked under him, and on top of him, and then he says, kind of sad like, 'Chad, where is the other leg of that goose?' 'It didn't have none,' says I. 'You mean to say, Chad, that the gooses on my plantation only got one leg?' 'Some of 'em has, and some of 'em ain't. You see, Marsa, we got two kinds in the pond, and we was a little bothered today, so Mammy Jane cooked this one 'cause I cotched it first.' 'Well,' said he, looking like he looked when he sent for you in the little room, I'll settle with ye after dinner. Well, there I was, shivering and shaking in my shoes, and dropping gravy and spilling the wine on the tablecloth. I was that shook up. And when the dinner was over, he calls all the ladies and gentlemen and says, "Now come down to the duck pond. I'm gwine to show dis nigger that all the gooses on my plantation got mold in one leg." I followed along, traipsing after the whole kit and biddling, and when we got to the pond, here Chad nearly went into a convulsion with suppressed laughter. There was the gooses sitting on a log in the middle of that old green goose pond, with one leg stuck up and the other tucked under the wing. Chad was now on one leg, balancing himself by my chair, the tears running down his cheek. "Dar, Marster," says I, "don't you see? Look at dat old gray goose. Dat's the berry match of the one we had today." Den the ladies all hollered, and the gentlemen laughed so loud they heard 'em at the big house. "Stop, you black scoundrel," Marse John says, his face getting white, and he a jerking his handkerchief from his pocket. "Shoo! Major, I hope to have my brains kicked out by a lame grasshopper if every one of them gooses didn't put down the other leg. Now, you lying nigger," he says, raising his cane over my head, "I'll show you." "Stop, Marse John," I hollered. "'Tain't fair, 'tain't fair." "Why ain't it fair?" says he. "'Cause," says I, "you didn't say shoo to the goose what was on the table." Chad laughed until he choked. "And did he thrash you?" "Marse John? No, sah. He laughed loud as anybody, and then that night he says to me as I was putting some wood on the fire, 'Chad, where did that leg go?' And so I ups and tells him all about Henny, and how I was lying 'cause I was feared the gal would get hurt, and how she was only a foolin', thinking it was my goose. And then the old marsa looked in the fire for a long time, and then he says, 'That's Colonel Bourbon's Henny, ain't it, Chad?' 'Yes, marsa,' says I. Well, the next morning he had his black horse saddled, and I held a stirrup for him to get on, and he rode over to the Bourbon plantation and didn't come back till plumb black night. When he come up I held the lantern so I could see his face, for I warn't easy in my mind all day, but it was all bright and shining like an angel's. 'Chad,' he says, handing me the reins, 'I bought yo' Henny this arternoon from Colonel Bourbon, and she's coming over tomorrow, and you can both get married next Sunday.'" End of Chad's Story of the Goose. Recording by Phil Chenevert, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Section 3 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Criss. Unconscious Humor by J.K. Wetherill. Perhaps unconscious humor does not appeal to the more amiable side of our sense of mirth, for it excites in us a conceited feeling of superiority over those who are making us laugh. But its unexpectedness and infinite variety render it irresistible to a certain class of minds. The duly labeled joke follows a certain law and rule, whereas no jester could invent the grotesqueries of the unconscious humorist. As a humble gleaner after the editorial scythe, or to be truly modern, I should say mowing machine, I have gathered some strange sheaves of this sort of humor. Like many provincial newspapers, that to which I am attached makes a feature of printing the social happenings in villages of the surrounding country, and these out-of-town correspondents don't do a thing to the English language. One of them invariably refers to the social lights of his vicinity as "our prominent socialists," and describes some individual as "happening to an accident." To another, every festal occasion is a bower of beauty and a scene of fairyland. Blue penciling they resent, and one of them wrote to complain that a descriptive effort of his had been much altered and deranged. The paper also publishes portraits of children and young women, And it is in the descriptions accompanying these pictures that the rural correspondent excels himself. One wound up his eulogy in an apparently irresistible burst of enthusiasm. "She is indeed a tout ensemble." A child of 6 months was described as studious, and another correspondent went into details thus: "Little Willie has only one large blue eye, the other having been punched out by his brother with a stick by accident." A small child was accredited with a pleasing disposition and a keen juvenile conception. The following are some of the descriptive phrases applied to the village belles. "She is perfectly at home on the piano, where her executions have attained international celebrity." "She possesses a mine of repartee, and the qualities which have long rendered illustive her noble family. Her carriage and disposition are swan-like. Her eyes can express pathetic pathos, but flash forth fiery independence when her country's name is traduced. She has a molded arm, and her Juno-like form glides with a rhythmic move in the soft swell of a Strauss. Her chestnut hair gives a rich recess to her lovely fawn-like eyes, which shine like a star set in the crown of an angel." One writer becomes absolutely incoherent in his admiration, and lavishes a mixture of metaphors upon his subject. "She portrays a picture worthy of a Raphael. She dances like the fairies before the heavenly spirits. She looks like a celestial goddess from an outburst of morning glories. Her lovely form would assume a phantom-like flash as she glides the floor, as though she were a mystic dream." Scarcely less rich in unconscious humor are some of the effusions of those who have literary aspirations. A descriptive article contains a reference to "a lonely house that stood in silent mutiny." Indians, who border on civilization, an interesting people in their superstitious way, infested the vicinity, and one of the points of interest was the Wild Man's Leap, so called from an Indian who is said to have leaped across to get away from some men who were trying to expatriate him. An aspirant made this generous offer: "I will write you an article every week, if you so wish it, as I have nothing to do after supper." Modest was the request of another concerning remuneration. "I do not ask for money, but would like you to send me a small monkey. I already have a parrot." But no finer specimen of unconscious humor has ever fallen under the sub-editorial eye than "The Beautiful Circus Girl." In these enterprising days, rising young authors sometimes boast in print of their ignorance of grammar and spelling, but the author of the aforementioned bit of fiction surpasses them all in that respect. It seems only just that such a unique gem should be rescued from the dull obscurity of the wastebasket. End of Unconscious Humor. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 4 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Up and Down Old Brandywine by James Whitcomb Riley. Up and down old Brandywine, in the days it's past and gone, with a dad-burn hook and line, and a saplin' pole, I swan, I've had more fun to the square inch than ever anywhere. Heaven to come can't discount mine. Up and down old Brandywine. Hain't no sense in wishin', yet wish to goodness I could jes' gee the blame world round and get back to that old happiness. Kindo drive back in the shade, the old covered bridge there laid 'cross the crick, and sorto' soak my soul over, hub and spoke. Honest now, it hain't no dream 'at I'm wantin', but the facts, as they was the same old stream and the same old time I jacks. Gimme back my bare feet, and stone bruised too, and scratched and tanned, and let the hottest dog days shine up and down old Brandywine. In and on betwixt the trees, 'long the banks pour down your noon, kindo curdled with the breeze and the yellowhammer's tune, and the smokin', chokin' dust o' the turnpike at its wust. Saturdays, say, when it seems roads jest jammed with country teams. Whiles the old town, fur away, 'cross the hazy pasture land, dozed like in the heat o' day, peaceful as a hired hand. Jolt the gravel th'ough the floor o' the old bridge, grind and roar with your blame procession line up and down old Brandywine. Souse me and my new straw hat off the foot log, what I care? Fist shoved in the crown o' that, like the old clown used to wear. Wouldn't swap it fer a old, genooine, real crown o' gold. Keep your king ef you'll gi' me jes' the boy I used to be. Spill my fishin' worms, er steal my best goggle eye, but you can't lay hands on joys I feel, nibblin' like they used to do. So in memory to-day, same old ripple lips away at my cork and saggin' line up and down old Brandywine. There the logs is, round the hill, where old Irvin used to lift out sunfish from daylight till dewfall, 'fore he'd leave the drift and give us a chance, and then kindo fish back home again, catchin' 'em just left and right where we hadn't got a bite. There, way windin' out and in, old path th'ough the ironweeds, and dog fennel to your chin, then come suddent th'ough the reeds, and cattails smack into where them 'ere woods hogs used to scare us clean 'crost the county line, up and down old Brandywine. But the dim roar o' the dam, it'd coax us furder still, towards the old race slow and calm, slidin' on to Houston's mill, where I spect the Freeport crowd never warmed to us or 'lowed we was quite so overly welcome as we aimed to be. Still it 'peared like ever'thing fur away from home is there, had more relish like, I jing, fish in stream er bird in air. Oh, them rich old bottom lands, past where Cowden's schoolhouse stands, watermelons, master mine, up and down old Brandywine. And sich pawpaws, lumps o' raw golden green, jes' oozy th'ough with ripe yaller, like you've saw custard pie with no crust to, and jes' gorgeous o' wild plums, till a feller'd suck his thumbs clean up to his elbows. My! Me some more, or lemme die. Up and down old Brandywine, stripe me with pokeberry juice, flick me with a poison vine, and yell yip, and lemme loose. Old now as I then was young, 'f I could sing as I have sung, song'd surely ring dee-vine, up and down old Brandywine. End of Up and Down Old Brandywine by James Whitcomb Riley. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Section 5 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jones by Lloyd Osborne. 1. I could have taken No like a man, and would have gone away decently and never bothered her again. I told her so straight out in the first angry flush of my rejection. But this string business, with everything left hanging in the air, so to speak, made a fellow feel like 30 cents. "It simply means that I'm engaged and you are not," I said. "It's nothing of the kind," she returned tearfully. "You're as free, Ezra. You can go away this moment and never write or anything." Her lips trembled as she said this, and I confess it gave me a kind of savage pleasure to feel that it was still in my power to hurt her. It may sound unkind, but still you must admit that the whole situation was exasperating. Here was 5'5" of exquisite, blooming, 20-year-old American girlhood sending away the man she confessed to care for, because, forsooth, she would not marry before her elder sister. I always thought it was beautiful of Freddy (she was named Frederica, you know) to be always so sweet and tender and grateful about Eleanor. But sometimes gratitude can be carried altogether too far, even if you are an orphan, and were brought up by hand. Eleanor was 34 if a day, a nice enough woman, of course, and college bred, and cultivated, and clever, but her long suit wasn't good looks. She was tall and bony, worshipped genius and all that, and played the violin. "No," repeated Freddy, "I shall never, never marry before Eleanor. It would mortify her, I know it would, and make her feel that she herself had failed. She's awfully frank about those things, Ezra, surprisingly frank. I don't see why being an old maid is always supposed to be so funny, do you? It's touching and tragic in a woman who'd like to marry, and who isn't asked." "But Eleanor must have had heaps of offers," I said. "Surely—" "Just one." "Well, there's something," I remarked cheerfully. "Why didn't she take him then?" "She told me only last night that she was sorry she hadn't." Here, at any rate, was something to chew on. I saw a gleam of hope. Why shouldn't Eleanor marry the only one, and make us all happy? "That was 3 years ago," said Freddy. "I have loved you for 4," I retorted. I was cross with disappointment. To be dashed to the ground, you know, just as I was beginning. "Tell me more about him," I went on. I'm a plain business man and hang on to an idea like a bulldog. Once I get my teeth in, they stay in, for all you may drag at me and wallop me with an umbrella, metaphorically speaking, of course. "Tell me his name, where he lives, and all." "We were coming back from Colorado, and there was some mistake about our tickets. They sold our Pullman drawing room twice over, to Dr. Jones and his mother, and also to ourselves. You never saw such a fight, and that led to our making friends, and his proposing to Eleanor." "Then why in heaven's name didn't she—" it was on the tip of my tongue to say jump at him, "take him?" "She said she couldn't marry a man who was her intellectual inferior." "And was he?" "Oh, he was a perfect idiot, but nice and all that, and tremendously in love with her. Pity, isn't it?" "The obvious thing to do is to chase him up instantly. Where did you say he lived?" "His mother told me he was going to New York to practice medicine." "But didn't you ever hear from him again? I mean, was that the end of it all?" "Yes." "Then you don't even know if he has married since?" "No." "Nor died?" "No." "Nor anything at all?" "No." "What was his first name?" "Wait a moment, let me think. Yes, it was Harry." "Just Harry Jones, then, in New York City?" Freddy laughed forlornly. "But he must have had antecedents," I cried out. "There are 2 ways of doing this Sherlock Holmes business, backward and forward, you know. Let's take Dr. Jones backward. As they say in post office forms, what was his place of origin?" "New York City." "He begins there and ends there, does he then?" "Yes." "But how sure are you that Eleanor would marry him if I did manage to find him and bring him back?" "I'm not sure at all." "No, but Freddy, listen, it's important. You told me yourself that I want the very identical words she used." Freddy reflected. "She said she was almost sorry she hadn't accepted that silly doctor." "That doesn't seem much, does it?" I remarked gloomily. "Oh, from Eleanor it does, Ezra. She said it quite seriously. She always hides her feelings under a veil of sarcastic humour, you know." "You're certainly a very difficult family to marry," I said. "Being an orphan—" she began. "Well, I'm going to find that Jones if I—" "Ezra, dear boy, you're crazy. How could you think for a moment that—" "I'm off, little girl. Good bye." Wait a second, Ezra." She rose and went into the next room, reappearing with something in her hand. She was crying and smiling both at once. I took the little case she gave me — it was like one of those things that penknives were put in — and looked at her for an explanation. "It's the hind leg of a jackrabbit," she said, "shot by a grave at the full of the moon. It's supposed to be lucky. It was given to me by a naval officer who got drowned. It's the only way I can help you." And thus equipped, I started bravely for New York. 2. In the directory I found 11 pages of Joneses, 384 Henry Joneses, and, excluding 17 dentists, 87 Dr. Henry Joneses. I asked one of the typists in the office to copy out the list, and prepared to wade in. We were on the eve of a labor war, and it was exceedingly difficult for me to get away. As the managing partner of Hodge & Westoby, boxers, not punching boxers nor China boxers, but just plain American box-making boxers, I had to bear the brunt of the whole affair, and had about as much spare time as you could heap on a 10-cent piece. I had to be firm, conciliatory, defiant, and tactful all at once, and every hour I took off for jonesing threatened to blow the business sky high. It was a tight place and no mistake, and it was simply jackrabbit hind leg luck that pulled me through. My first Jones was a hoary old rascal above a drug store. He was a hard man to get away from, and made such a fuss about my wasting his time with idle questions that I flung him $1 and departed. He followed me down to my cab, and insisted on sticking in a giant bottle of his dog-root tonic. I dropped it overboard a few blocks farther on, and thought that was the end of it, till the whole street began to yell at me, and a policeman grabbed my horse, while a street Arab darted up breathless with the dog-root tonic. I presented it to him together with a quarter, the policeman darkly regarding me as an incipient madman. The second Jones was a man of about 30, a nice gentlemanly fellow in a fine office. I have usually been an off-hand man in business, accustomed to quick decisions and very little beating about the bush. But I confess I was rather nonplussed with the second Jones. How the devil was I to begin? His waiting room was full of people, and I hardly felt entitled to sit down and gas about one thing and the other till the chance offered of leading up to the Van Coorts. So I said I had some queer shooting sensations in the chest. In 5 minutes he had me half stripped and was pounding my midriff in. And the questions that man asked! He began with my grandparents, roamed through my childhood and youth, dissected my early manhood, and finally came down to coffee and what I ate for breakfast. Then it was my turn. I asked him, for a starter, whether he had ever been in Colorado. No, he hadn't. After 45 minutes of being hammered and stethoscoped and punched, and holding my breath until I was purple, and hopping on one leg, he said I was a very obscure case of something with 9 syllables. "At least, I won't be positive with one examination," he said, "but kindly come tomorrow at 9, when I shall be more at leisure to go into the matter thoroughly." I paid him $10 and went away sorrowfully. The third Jones was too old to be my man. So was the fourth. The fifth had gone away the month before, leaving no address. The sixth, however, was younger and more promising. I thought this time I'd choose something easier than pains in the chest. I changed them to my left hand. I was going to keep my clothes on anyhow. But it wasn't any use. Off they came. After a decent interval of thumping and grandfathers and what I had for breakfast, I managed to get in my question. "Ever in Colorado, doctor?" "Oh, dear me, no." Another $10 and nothing accomplished. The seventh Jones was again too old. The eighth was a pale hobbledehoy. The ninth was a loathsome quack. The 10th had died that morning. The 11th was busy. The 12th was a veterinary surgeon. The 13th was an intern living at home with his widowed sister. Colorado? No, the widowed sister was positive he had never been there. The 14th was a handsome fellow of about 35. He looked poor and threadbare, and I had a glimpse of a shabby bed behind a screen. Patients obviously had not often come his way, and his joy at seeing me was pitiful. I had meant to try a bluff and get in my Colorado question this time free of charge, but I hadn't the heart to do it. Slight pains in the head seemed a safe complaint. After a few questions he said he would have to make a thorough physical examination. "No clothes off!" I protested. "It's essential," he said, and went on with something about the radioactivity of the brain and the vasomotor centers. The word motor made me feel like a sick automobile. I begged to keep my clothes on. I insisted. I promised to come tomorrow. But it wasn't any good, and in a few minutes he was hitting me harder than either of the two before. Maybe I was more tender. He electrocuted me extra from a switchboard, ran red-hot needles into my legs, and finally, after banging me around the room, said I was the strongest and wellest man who had ever entered his office. "There's a lot of make-believe in medicine," he said, "but I'm one of those poor devils who can't help telling a patient the truth. There's nothing whatever the matter with you, Mr. Westoby, except that your skin has a slightly abrased look, and I seem to notice an abnormal sensitiveness to touch." "Were you ever in Colorado, doctor?" I asked, while he was good enough to help me into my shirt. "Oh, yes, I know Colorado well." My heart beat high. "Some friends of mine were out there 3 years ago," I said. "Wouldn't it be strange if by any chance the Van Coorts—" "Oh, I left Denver when I was 15." $5. The 15th Jones was a doctor of divinity, the 16th was a tapeworm specialist, the 17th was too old, the 18th was too old, the 19th was too old, a trio of disappointing patriarchs. The 20th painted out black eyes. The 21st was a Russian who could scarcely speak any English. He said he had changed his name from Karaforvor Kostrofervitch to something more suited to American pronunciation. He seemed to think that Jones gave him a better chance. I sincerely hope it did. He told me that all the rest of the Jones family was in Siberia, but that he was going to bomb them out. The 22nd was a Negro, the 23rd— he was a tall, youngish man, narrow-shouldered, rather commonplace looking, with beautiful blue eyes and a timid, winning, deprecatory manner. I told him I was suffering from insomnia. After raking over my grandfathers again and bringing the family history down by stages to the very moment I was shown into his office, he said he should have to ask me to undergo a thorough physical. But I was tired of being slapped and punched and breathed on and prodded, and was bold enough to refuse point blank. I'd rather have the insomnia. We worked up quite a fuss about it, for there was something tenacious in the fellow, for all his mild, kind, gentle ways. And I had all I could do to get off by pleading press of business. But I wasn't to escape scot-free. Medical science had to get even somehow. He compromised by stinging my eye out with belladonna. Have you ever had belladonna squirted in your eye? Well, don't. He was sitting at the table writing out some cabalistic wiggles that stood for bromide of potassium, when I remarked casually that it was strange how well I could always sleep in Colorado. He laid down his pen with a sigh. "A wonderful state, Colorado," I observed. "To me it's the land of memories," he said. "Sad, beautiful, irrevocable memories. Try tea for breakfast. Do you read Browning? Then you will remember that line, 'Oh, if I—' and I insist on your giving up that cocktail before dinner." "Some very dear friends of mine were once in Colorado," I said. "Morristown people, the Van Coorts." "The Van Coorts!" Dr. Jones sprang from his chair, his thin, handsome face flushing with excitement. "Do you mean to say that you know Eleanor Van Coort?" he gasped. "All my life." He dropped back into the chair again and mumbled something about cigars. I was only to have blank a day. In his perturbation I believed he limited me to a daily box. He was trying, and trying very badly, to conceal the emotions I had conjured up. "They were talking about you only yesterday," I went on. "That is, if it was you. A Pullman drawing room—" "And a mistake about the tickets," he broke out. "Yes, yes, it's they all right. Talking about me, did you say? Did did Miss Van Coort express—" "She was wondering how she could find you," I said. "You see, they're busy getting up a house party, and she was running over her men. 'If I only knew where that dear Dr. Jones was,' she said, and then asked me, if by any possible chance—" His fine blue eyes were glistening with all sorts of tender thoughts. It was really touching. And I was in love myself, you know. "So she has remained unmarried," he exclaimed softly. "Unmarried, after all these years." "She's a very popular girl," I said. "She's had dozens of men at her feet, but an unfortunate attachment, something that seems to go back to about 3 years ago, has apparently determined her to stay out of the game." Dr. Jones dropped his head on his hands and murmured something that sounded like "Eleanor, Eleanor." Then he looked up with one of the most radiant smiles I ever saw on a man's face. "I hope I am not presuming on a very short acquaintance," he said, "but the fact is—why should I not tell you? Miss Van Coort was the woman in my life." I explained to him that Freddy was the woman in mine. Then you ought to have seen us fraternize. In 20 minutes I had him almost convinced that Eleanor had loved him all these years, but he worried a lot about a Mr. Wise who had been on the same train, and a certain Colonel Hadow who had also paid Eleanor attention. Jones was a great fellow for wanting to be sure. I pooh-poohed them out of the way and gave him the open track. Then indeed the clouds rolled away. He beamed with joy. In his rich gush of friendship he recurred to the subject of my insomnia with a new born enthusiasm. He subdivided all my symptoms. He dived again into my physical being. He consulted German authorities. I squirmed and lied and resisted all I could, but he said he owed me an eternal debt that could only be liquidated by an absolute cure. He wanted to tie me up and shoot me with an X-ray. He ordered me to wear white socks. He had a long, terrifying look at a drop of my blood. He jerked hairs out of my head to sample my nerve force. He said I was a baffling subject, but that he meant to make me well if it took the last shot in the scientific locker. And he wound up at last by refusing point blank to be paid a cent. I waltzed away on air to write an account of the whole affair to Freddy and dictate a plan of operations. I was justified in feeling proud of myself. Most men would have tamely submitted to their fate instead of chasing up all the Joneses of Jonesville. Freddy sent me an early answer, a gay, happy, overflowing little note, telling me to try and engage Dr. Jones for a 3-day house party at Morristown. I was to telegraph when he could come, and was promised an official invitation from Mrs. Matthewman. She was the aunt, you know, that they lived with, one of those old porcelain ladies with a lace cap and a rent roll. However, I could not do anything for 2 days, for we had reached a crisis in the labor troubles, and matters were approaching the breaking point. We were threatened with one of those sympathetic strikes that drive business men crazy. There was no question at issue between ourselves and our employees, but the thing ramified off somewhere to the Sugar Vacuum Boiler Riveters Union. Finally the S.V.B.R.U. came to a settlement with their bosses, and peace was permitted to descend on Hodge and Westaby's. I took immediate advantage of it to descend myself on Dr. Jones. He received me with open arms and an insomniacal outburst. He had been reading up, he had been seeing distinguished confreres, he had been mastering the subject to the last dot, and was panting to begin. I hated to dampen such friendship and ardor by telling him that I had completely recovered. Under the circumstances it seemed brutal, but I did it. The poor fellow tried to argue with me, but I insisted that I now slept like a top. It sounded horribly ungrateful. Here I was spurning the treasures of his mind, and almost insulting him with my disgusting good health. I swerved off to the house party, Eleanor's delight, and so on, Mrs. Matthewman's pending invitation, the hope that he might have an early date free. He listened to it all in silence, walking restlessly about the office, his blue eyes shining with a strange light. He took up a bronze paperweight and gazed at it with an intensity of self-absorption. "I can't go," he said. "Oh, but you have to!" I exclaimed. "Mr. Westoby," he resumed, "I was foolish enough to back a friend's credit at a store here. He has skipped to Minnesota, and I am left with $304.75 to pay. To take a 3 days' holiday would be a serious matter to me at any time, but at this moment it's impossible." I gave him a good long look. He didn't strike me as a borrowing kind of man. I should probably insult him by volunteering. Was there ever anything so unfortunate? "I can't go," he repeated with a little choke. "You may never have another opportunity," I said. "Eleanor is doing a thing I should never have expected from one of her proud and reserved nature. The advances of such a woman—" He interrupted me with a groan. "If it wasn't for my mother I'd throw everything to the winds and fly to her," he burst out. "But I have a mother, a sainted mother, Mr. Westoby. Her welfare must always be my first consideration." "Is there no chance of anything turning up?" I said. "An appendicitis case, an outbreak of measles? I thought there was a lot of scarlatina just now." He shook his head dejectedly. "Doctor," I began, "I am pretty well fixed myself. I'm blessed with an income that runs to 5 figures. If all goes the way it should, we shall be brothers-in-law in 6 months. We are almost relations. Give me the privilege of taking over this small obligation—" I never saw a man so overcome. My proposal seemed to tear the poor devil to pieces. When he spoke his voice was trembling. "You don't know what it means to me to refuse," he said. "My self-respect, my—" and then he positively began to weep. "You said $304.75, I believe?" He waved it from him with a long, lean hand. "I cannot do it," he said, "and for God's sake don't ask me to." I argued with him for 20 minutes. I laid the question before him in a million lights. I racked him with a picture of Eleanor, so deeply hurt, so mortified, that in her recklessness and despair she would probably throw herself away on the first man that offered. This was his chance, I told him, the one chance of his life. He was letting a piece of idiotic pride wreck the probable happiness of years. He agreed with me with moans and weeps. He had the candour of a child and the torrential sentiment of a German musician. $304.75 stood between him and eternal bliss, and yet he waved my pocket-book from him. And all the while I saw myself losing Freddy. I went away with his "No, no, no" still ringing in my ears. At the club I found a note from Freddy. She pressed me to lose no time. Mrs. Matthewman was talking of going to Europe, and of course she and Eleanor would have to accompany her. Eleanor, she said, had ordered 2 new gowns and had brightened up wonderfully. "Only yesterday she told me she wished that silly doctor would hurry up and come, and that, you know, from Eleanor is almost a declaration." Some of my best friends happened to be in the club. It occurred to me that poor Neville was diabetic, and that Charlie Crossman had been boring everybody about his gout. I buttonholed them both, and laid my unfortunate predicament before them. I said I'd pay all the expenses. In fact, the more they could make it cost, the better I'd be pleased. "What!" roared Neville. "Put myself in the hands of a young fool, so that he may fill his empty pockets with your money! Where do I come in? Good heavens, Westoby, you're crazy! Think what would happen to me if it came to Dr. Saltworthy's ears! He'd never have anything more to do with me." Charlie Crossman was equally rebellious and unreasonable. "I guess you've never had the gout," he said grimly. "But Charlie, old man," I pleaded, "all that you'd have to do would be to let him talk to you. I don't ask you to suffer for it. Just pay, that's all, pay the money." "I'm awfully easily talked into things," said Charlie. There was never such a mule on the produce exchange. "He'd be saying, 'Take this,' and I'm the kind of blankety blank fool that would take it." Then I did a mean thing. I reminded Crossman of having backed some bills of his, big bills too, at a time when it was touch and go whether he'd manage to keep his head above water. "Westoby," he replied, "don't think that time has lessened my sense of that obligation. I'd cut off my right hand to do you a good turn. But for heaven's sake don't ask me to monkey with my gout." The best I could get out of him was the promise of an anemic servant girl. Neville generously threw in a groom with varicose veins. Small contributions, but thankfully received. "Now, what you do," said Neville, "is to go round right off and interview Bishop Jordan. He has sick people to burn." But I said Jones would get on to it if I deluged him with the misery of the slums. "That's just where the Bishop comes in," said Neville. "There isn't a man more in touch with the saddest kind of poverty in New York, the decent, clean, shrinking poverty that hides away from all the deadhead coffee and doughnuts. If I was in your fix I'd fall over myself to reach Jordan." "Yes, you try Jordan," said Charlie, who, I'm sure, had never heard of him before. "Then it's me for Jordan," said I. I went downstairs and told one of the bell boys to look up the address in the phone book. It seemed to me he looked pale, that boy. "Aren't you well, Dan?" I said. "I don't know what is the matter with me, sir. I guess it must be the night work." I gave him a $5 bill and made him write down 1892 8th Avenue on a piece of paper. "You go and see Dr. Jones first thing," I said, "and don't mention my name, nor spend the money on her mad marriage." I jumped into a hansom with a pleasant sense that I was beginning to make the fur fly. "That's a horrible cold of yours, cabby," I said as we stopped at the Bishop's door and I handed him up a dollar bill. "That's just the kind of a cold that makes graveyards hum." "I can't shake it off, sir," he said despondently. "Try what I can, and it's never no use." "There's one doctor in the world who can cure anything," I said. "Dr. Henry Jones, 1892 8th Avenue. I was worse than you 2 weeks ago, and now look at me. Take this $5 and for heaven's sake, man, put yourself in his hands, quick." Bishop Jordan was a fine type of modern clergyman. He was broad-shouldered mentally as well as physically, and he brought to philanthropic work the thoroughness, care, enthusiasm and capacity that would have earned him a fortune in business. "Bishop," I said, "I've come to see if I can't make a trade with you." He raised his grizzled eyebrows and gave me a very searching look. "A trade," he repeated, in a holding back kind of tone, as though wondering what the trap was. "Here's a check for $1,000 drawn to your order," I went on, "and here's the address of Dr. Henry Jones, 1892 8th Avenue. I want this money to reach him via your sick people, and that without my name being known or at all suspected." "May I not ask the meaning of so peculiar a request?" "He's hard up," I said, "and I want to help him. It occurred to me that I might make you a confederate in my little game, you know." His eyes twinkled as he slowly folded up my check and put it in his pocket. "I don't want any economy about it, Bishop," I went on. "I don't want to make the best use of it or anything of that kind. I want to slap it into Dr. Jones's till and slap it in quick." "Would you consider 2 weeks—" "Oh, 1, please." "It is understood, of course, that this young man is a duly qualified and capable physician, and that in the event of my finding it otherwise I shall be at liberty to direct your check to other uses?" "Oh, I can answer for his being all right, Bishop. He's thoroughly up to date, you know, does the X-ray act, and keeps the pace of modern science." "You say you can answer for him," said the Bishop genially. "Might I inquire who you are?" "I'm named Westoby, Ezra Westoby, managing partner of Hodge & Westoby, Boxers." "I like Boxers," said the Bishop in a tone of benediction, rising to dismiss me. "I like $1,000 checks, too. When you have any more to spare just give them a fair wind in this direction." I went out feeling that the Episcopal Church had risen 50% in my esteem. Bishops like that would make a success of any denomination. I like to see a fellow who's on to his job. I gave Jones a week to grapple with the new developments, and then happened along. The anteroom was full, and there was a queue down the street like a line of music-loving citizens waiting to hear Patti. Nice, decent-looking people with money in their hands. I always like to see a cash business, don't you? I guess it took me an hour to crowd my way upstairs, and even then I had to buy a man out of the line. Of course I commented on the rush. "The Lord only knows what's happened to my practice," he said. "The blamed thing has gone up like a rocket. It seems to me there must be a great wave of sickness passing over New York just now." "Everybody's complaining," I said. This reminded him of my insomnia, till I cut him short. "What's the matter with our going down to the Van Coorts from Saturday to Tuesday?" I said. "They haven't given up the hope of seeing you there, doctor, and the thing's still open." Then I waited for him to jump with joy. He didn't jump a bit. He shook his head. He distinctly said "No." "I told you it was the money side of it that bothered me," he explained. "So it was at the time, for of course I couldn't foresee that my practice was going to fill the street and call for policemen to keep order. But, my dear Westoby, after giving the subject a great deal of consideration, I have come to the conclusion that it would be too painful for me to revive those unhappy emotions I was just beginning to recover from." "I thought you loved her!" I exclaimed. "That's why I've determined not to go," he said. "I have outlived one refusal. How do I know I have the strength, the determination, the hardihood to undergo the agonies of another?" It seemed a feeble remark to say that faint heart never won fair lady. I growled it out more like a swear than anything else. I was disgusted with the chump. "She's the star above me," he said, "and I am crushed by my own presumption. Is there any such fool as the man that breaks his heart twice for the impossible?" "But it isn't impossible," I cried. "Hasn't she, as far as a woman can, hasn't she called you back to her? What more do you expect her to do? A woman's delicacy forbids her screaming for a man. I think Eleanor has already gone a tremendous way in just hinting—" "You may be right," he said pathetically, "but then you may also be wrong. The risk is too terrible for me to run. It will comfort me all my life to think that perhaps she does love me in secret." "Do you mean to say you're going to give it all up?" I roared. "You needn't get so warm about it," he returned. "After all, I have some justification in thinking she doesn't care." "What on earth do you suppose she invited you for, then?" "Well, it would be different," he said, "if I had a note from her, a flower, some little tender reminder of those dear old dead days in the Pullman." "She's saving up all that for Morristown," I said. For the first time in our acquaintance Doctor Jones looked at me with suspicion. His blue eyes clouded. He was growing a little restive under my handling. "You seem to make the matter a very personal one," he observed. "Well, I love Freddy," I explained. "It naturally brings your own case very close to mine. And then I am so positive that you love Eleanor and that Eleanor loves you. Put yourself in my place, doctor. Do you mean that you'd do nothing to bring two such noble hearts together?" He seized my hand and wrung it effusively. He really did love Eleanor, you know. The only fault with him was his being so darned humble about it. He was eaten up with a sense of his own inferiority, and yet I could see he was just tingling to go to Morristown. Of course, I crowded him all I could, but the best I could accomplish was his promise to "think it over." I hated to leave him wobbling, but patients were scuffling at the door and fighting on the stairs. The next thing I did was to get Freddy on the long distance phone. "Freddy," I said after explaining the situation, "you must get Eleanor to telegraph to him direct." "What's the good of asking what she won't do?" bubbled the sweet little voice. "Can't you persuade her?" "I know she won't do it." "Then you must forge it," I said desperately. "It needn't be anything red hot, you know, but something tender and sincere. Shall be awfully disappointed if you don't come, or there was a time when you would not have failed me." "It's impossible." "Then he won't budge a single inch," I replied. "Ezra?" "Darling." "Suppose I just signed the telegram 'Van Coort'?" "The very thing." "If he misunderstood it, I mean if he thought it really came from Eleanor, there couldn't be any fuss about it afterward, could there?" "And of course you'll send the official invitation from Mrs. Matthewman besides?" "For Saturday?" "Yes, Saturday." "And you'll come?" "Just watch me." "Ezra, are you happy?" "That depends on Jones." "Oh, isn't it exciting?" "I have the ring in my pocket." "But touch wood, won't you?" "Freddy?" "Yes?" "What's the matter with getting some forget-me-nots and mailing them to Jones in an envelope?" "All right, I'll attend to it. 1892 8th Avenue, isn't it?" "Be sure it is forget-me-nots, you know. Don't mix up the language of flowers and send him one that says, 'I'm off with a handsomer man,' or 'You needn't come around any more.'" "Oh, Ezra, Eleanor is getting quite worked up." "So am I." "Wouldn't it be perfectly splendid if Switch off quick, here's aunt coming." "Mayn't I even say I love you?" "I daren't say it back, Ezra. She's calling." "But do you?" "Yes, unfortunately—" "Why Buzz buzz swizzleum bux bux," aunt had cut us off. However, short as my talk with Freddy had been, it brightened my whole day. Late that same afternoon I went back to Dr. Jones. I was prepared to find him uplifted, but I hadn't counted on his being maudlin. The fellow was drunk, positively drunk, with happiness. His tongue ran on like a mill stream. I had to sit down and have the whole Pullman car episode inflicted on me a second time. I was shown the receipt slip. I was shown the telegram from Eleanor. I was shown with a whoop the forget-me-nots. "Then he was going on Saturday?" I asked. "He said he guessed it would take an earthquake to keep him away, and a pretty big earthquake, too." Oh, it was a great moment, and all the greater because I was tremendously worked up, too. I saw Freddy floating before me, my sweet, girlish, darling Freddy, holding out her arms, while Jones gassed and gassed and gassed. I left him taking phenacetin for his headache. 3. The house party had grown a little larger than was originally intended. On Saturday night we sat down 12 to dinner. Dr. Jones and I shared a room together, and I must say whatever misgivings I might have had about him wore away very quickly on closer acquaintance. In the first place he looked well in evening dress, carrying himself with a sort of shy, kind air that became him immensely. At table he developed the greatest of conversational gifts, that of the appreciative and intelligent listener. I heard one of the guests asking Eleanor who was that charming young man. Freddy and I hugged each other, I mean metaphorically, of course, and gloried in his success. In the presence of an admirer, such is the mystery of women, Eleanor instantly got 15 points better looking, and you wouldn't have known her for the same girl. Freddy thought it was the $250 gown she wore, but I could see it was deeper than that. She was thawing in the sunshine of love, and I'll do Dr. Jones the justice to say that he didn't hide his affection under a bushel. It was generous enough for everybody to bask in, and in his pell-mell ardor he took us all to his bosom. The women loved him for it, and entered into a tacit conspiracy to gain him the right of way to wherever Eleanor was to be found. In fact, he followed her about like a dog, and she could scarcely move without stepping on him. Sunday was even better. One of the housemaids drank some wood alcohol by mistake for Vichy water, and the resulting uproar redounded to Jones's coolness, skill, and dispatch. He dominated the situation, and well, I won't describe it, this not being a medical work, and the reader probably being a good guesser. Mrs. Matthewman remarked significantly that it must be nice to be the wife of a medical man. One would always have the safe feeling of a doctor at hand in case anything happened at night. Eleanor said it was a beautiful profession that had for its object the alleviation of human pain. Freddy jealously tried to get in a good word for boxers, but nobody would listen to her except me. It was all Jones, 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 and the triumphs of modern medicine. Altogether he sailed through that whole day with flying colours, first with the housemaid, and then afterward at church, where he was the only one that knew what Sunday after Epiphany it was. He made it plainer than ever that he was a model young man, and a pattern. Mrs. Matthewman compared him to her departed husband, and talked about old-fashioned courtesy and the splendid men of her youth. Everybody fell over everybody else to praise him. It was a regular Jones boom. People began to write down his address and ask him if he'd be free Thursday, or what about Friday, and started to book seats in advance. That evening, as I was washing my hands before dinner and cheerfully whistling Hiawatha, I became conscious that Jones was lolling back on a sofa at the dark end of the room. What particularly arrested my attention was a groan, preceded by a pack of heartrending sighs. It worried me, when everything seemed to be going so well. He had every right to be whistling Hiawatha too. "What's the matter, Jones?" said I. He keeled over on the sofa and groaned louder than ever. "It isn't possible that she's refused you?" I exclaimed. He muttered something about his mother. "Well, what about your mother?" I said. "Westoby," he returned, "I guess I was the worst kind of fool ever to put my foot into this house." That was nice news, wasn't it? Just as I was settling in my head to buy that 72nd Street place, and alter the basement into a garage. "You see, old man, my mother would never consent to my marrying Eleanor. I'm in the position of having to choose between her and the woman I love. And I owe so much to my mother, Westoby. She stinted herself for years to get me through college. She hardly had enough to eat. Then he groaned a lot more. "I can't think that your mother, a mother like yours, Jones, would consent to stand between you and your lifelong happiness. It's morbid, that's what I call it. Morbid just to dream of such a thing." "There's Bertha," he quavered. "Great Scott, and who's Bertha?" "The girl my mother chose for me 2 years ago, Bertha McNutt, you know. She'd really prefer me not to marry at all, but if I must, it's Bertha, Westoby, Bertha or nothing." "It's too late to say that now, old fellow." "It's not too late for me to go home this very night." "Well, Jones," I broke out, "I can't think you'd do such a caddish thing as that. Think it over for a minute. You came down here, you sweep that unfortunate girl off her feet, you make love to her with the fury of a stage villain, you force her to betray her very evident partiality for you, and then you have the effrontery to say, 'Good bye, I'm off.'" "My mother," he began. "You simply cannot act so dishonourably, Jones." He sat silent for a little while. "My mother," he started in again finally. "Surely your mother loves you?" I demanded. "That's the terrible part of it, Westoby. Pooh!" "She stinted herself to get me through Then why did you ever come here?" "That's just the question I'm asking myself now." "I don't see that you have any right to assume all that about your mother, anyway. Eleanor Van Coort is a woman of 1,000, unimpeachable social position, a little fortune of her own, accomplished, handsome, charming, sought after. Why, if you managed to win such a girl as that, your mother would walk on air." "No, she wouldn't. Bertha—" "You're a pretty cheap lover," I said. "I don't set up to be a little tin hero, but I'd go through fire and water for my girl. Good heavens, love is love, and all the mothers—" He let out a few more groans. "Then see here, Jones," I went on, "you owe some courtesy to your hostess. If you went away to night it would be an insult. Whatever you decide to do later, you've simply got to stay here until Tuesday morning." "Must I?" he said, in the tone of a person who is ordered not to leave the sinking ship. "A gentleman has to," I said. He quavered out a sort of acquiescence, and then asked me for the loan of a white tie. I should have loved to give him a bowstring instead, with somebody who knew how to operate it. He was a fluff, that fellow, a tarnation fluff. 4. It was a pretty glum evening all round. Most of them thought that Jones had got the chilly mitt. Eleanor looked pale and undecided, not knowing what to make of Jones's death's head face. She was resentful and pitying in turns, and I saw all the material lying around for a first-class conflagration. Freddy was a bit down on me, too, saying that a smoother method would have ironed out Jones, and that I had been headlong and silly. She cried over it, and wouldn't kiss me in the dark, and I was goaded into saying, well, the course of true love ran in bumps that night. There was only one redeeming circumstance, and that was my managing to keep Jones and Eleanor apart. I mean that I insisted on being number 3 till at last poor Eleanor said she had a headache, and forlornly went up to bed. Jones was still asleep when I got up the next morning at 6 and dressed myself quickly so as not to awake him. It was now Monday, and you can see for yourself there was no time to spare. I gave the butler $1 and ordered him to say that unexpected business had called me away without warning, but that I should be back by luncheon. I rather overdid the earliness of it all. At least, I hove off 1892 8th Avenue at 8:15 a.m. I loitered about, looked at pawnshop windows, gave a careful examination to a $48.98 complete outfit for a 4-room flat, had a chat with a policeman, assisted at a runaway, advanced a nickel to a colored gentleman in distress, had my shoes shined by another, helped a child catch an escaped parrot, and still it wasn't 9. Idleness is a grinding occupation, especially on 8th Avenue in the morning. Mrs. Jones was a thin, straight-backed, brisk old lady with a keen tongue and a Yankee faculty for coming to the point. I besought her indulgence and laid the whole Eleanor matter before her, at least as much of it as seemed wise. I appeared in the role of her son's warmest admirer and best friend. "Surely you won't let Harry ruin his life from a mistaken sense of his duty to you?" "Duty fiddlesticks!" said she. "He is going to marry Bertha McNutt." "But he doesn't want to marry Bertha McNutt." "Then he needn't marry anybody." She seemed to think this a triumphant answer. Indeed, in some ways I must confess that it was. But still I persevered. "It puts me out to have him shilly-shallying around like this," she said. "I'll give him a good talking to when he gets back. This other arrangement has been understood between Mrs. McNutt and myself for years." She was an irritating person. I found it not a little difficult to keep my temper with her. It's easier to fight dragons than to temporize with them and appeal to their better nature. I appealed and appealed. She watched me with the same air of interested detachment that one gives to a squirrel revolving in a cage. I could feel that she was flattered. Her sense of power was agreeably tickled. My earnestness and despair enhanced the zest of her reiterated refusals. I was a very nice young man, but her son was going to marry Bertha McNutt or marry nobody. Then I tried to draw a lurid picture of his revolt from her apron strings. "Oh, Harry's a good boy," she said. "You can't make me believe that 2 days has altered his whole character. I'll answer for his doing what I want." I felt a precisely similar conviction, and my heart sank into my shoes. At this moment there was a tap at the door, and another old lady bounced in. She was stout, jolly looking, and effusive. The greetings between the pair were warm, and they were evidently old friends. But underneath this newcomer's gush and noise I was dimly conscious of a sort of gay hostility. She was exultant and frightened both at once, and her eyes were sparkling. "Well, what do you think?" she cried out explosively. Mrs. Jones's lips tightened. There was a mean streak in that old woman. I could see she was feeling for her little hatchet and was getting out her little gun. "Bertha!" exploded the old lady. "Bertha!" Mysterious mental processes at once informed me that this was none other than Bertha's mother. Mrs. Jones was coolly taking aim. I was reminded of that old military dictum, "Don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes." "Bertha!" vociferated the old lady fiercely. "Bertha has been secretly married to Mr. Stuffenhammer for the last 3 months." Another series of kinematographic mental processes informed me that Mr. Stuffenhammer was an immense catch. $20,000 a year and her own carriage!" announced Mrs. McNutt gloatingly. "You could have knocked me down with a feather. Bertha is such a considerate child. She insisted on marrying secretly so that she could tone it down by degrees to poor Harry. Though there was no engagement or anything like that, she could not help feeling, of course, that she owed it to the dear boy to gradually—" Mrs. Jones never turned a hair or moved a muscle. "You needn't pity Harry," she said. "I've just got the good news that he's engaged to one of the sweetest and richest girls in Morristown." I jumped for my hat and ran. 5. You never saw anybody so electrified as Jones. For a good minute he couldn't even speak. It was like bringing a horseback reprieve to the hero on the stage. He repeated, "Stuffenhammer, Stuffenhammer," in tones that Henry Irving might have envied, while I gently undid the noose around his neck. I led him under a tree and told him to buck up. He did so, slowly and surely, and then began to ask me agitated questions about proposing. He deferred to me as though I had spent my whole life bluebearding through the social system. He wanted to be coached how to do it, you know. I told him to rip out the words, any old words, and then kiss her. "Don't let there be any embarrassing pause," I said. "A girl hates pauses." "It seems a great liberty," he returned. "It doesn't strike me as respectful." "You try it," I said. "It's the only way." "I'll be glad when it's over," he remarked dreamily. "Whatever you do, keep clear of set speeches," I went on. "Blurt it out, no matter how badly, but with all the fire and ginger in you." He gazed at me like a dead calf. "Here goes," he said, and started on a trembling walk toward the house. I don't know whether he was afraid, or didn't get the chance, or what it was, but at any rate the afternoon wore on without the least sign of his coming to time. I kept tab on him as well as I could, checkers with Miss Drayton, half an hour writing letters, a long talk with the Major, and finally his getting lost altogether in the shrubbery with an old lady. Freddy said the suspense was killing her, and was terribly despondent and miserable. I couldn't interest her in the 72nd Street house at all. She asked what was the good of working and worrying, and figuring and making lists, when in all probability it would be another girl that would live there. She had an awfully mean opinion of my constancy, and was intolerably philosophical, and, oh, I wouldn't blame you in the least little bit if you did go off and marry somebody else. She took a pathetic pleasure in loving me, losing me, and then weeping over the dear dead memory. She said nobody ever got what they wanted anyway, and might she come, when she was old and ugly and faded and weary, to take care of my children and be a sort of dear old auntie in the 72nd Street house. I said certainly not, and we had a fight right away. As we were dressing for dinner that night I took Jones to task and tried to stiffen him up. I guess I must have mismanaged it somehow, for he said he'd thank me to keep my paws out of his affairs, and then went into the bathroom, where he shaved and growled for 10 whole minutes. I itched to throw a bootjack at him, but compromised on doing a little growling myself. Afterward we got into our clothes in silence, and as he went out first he slammed the door. It was a disheartening evening. We played progressive euchre for a silly prize, and we all got shuffled up wrong and had to stay so. Then the Major did amateur conjuring until we nearly died. I was thankful to sneak out of doors and smoke a cigar under the starlight. I walked up and down, consigning Jones to, well, where I thought he belonged. I thought of the time I had wasted over the fellow, the good money, the hopes. I was savage with disappointment, and when I heard Freddy softly calling me from the veranda I zigzagged away through the trees toward the lodge gate. There are moments when a man is better left alone. Besides, I was in one of those self-tormenting humours when it is a positive pleasure to pile on the agony. When you're 88% miserable it's hell not to reach par. I was sore all over, and I wanted the balm, the consolation, to be found in the company of those cold old stars, who had looked down in their time on such countless generations of human asses. It gave me a wonderful sense of fellowship with the past and future. I was reflecting on what an infinitesimal speck I was in the general scheme of things, when I heard the footfall of another human speck stumbling through the dark and carrying a dress suit case. It was Jones himself, outward bound, and doing 5 knots an hour. I was after him in a second, doing 6. "Jones!" I cried. He never even turned around. I grabbed him by the arm. He wasn't going to walk away from me like that. "Where are you going?" I demanded. "Home." "But say, stop, you can't do that. It's too darned rude. We don't break up till tomorrow." "I'm breaking up now," he said. "But—" "Let go my arm." "Oh, but my dear chap—" I began. "Don't you dear chap me." We strode on in silence. Even his back looked sullen, and his face under the gaslights. "Westoby," he broke out suddenly, "if there's one thing I'm sensitive about it is my name. Slap me in the face, turn the hose on me, rip the coat off my back, and you'd be astounded by my mildness. But when it comes to my name I'm a tiger." "A tiger," I repeated encouragingly. "It all went swimmingly," he continued in a tone of angry confidence. "For 5 seconds I was the happiest man in the United States. I did everything you said, you know, and I was dumbfounded at my own success. She loves me, Westoby." I gazed inquiringly at the dress suit case. "We don't belong to any common Joneses. We're Connecticut Joneses. In fact, we're the only Joneses, and the name is as dear to me, as sacred, as I suppose that of Westoby is, perhaps, to you. And yet, do you know what she actually said to me? Said to me, holding my hand, and that the only thing she didn't like about me was my name." I contrived to get out, "Good heavens!" with the proper astonishment. "I told her that Van Coort didn't strike me as being anything very extra." "Wouldn't it have been wiser to—" "Oh, for myself, I'd do anything in the world for her, but a fellow has to show a little decent pride. A fellow owes something to his family, doesn't he? As a man I love the ground she walks on. As a Jones, well, if she feels like that about it, I told her she had better wait for a De Montmorency." "But she didn't say she wouldn't marry you, did she?" "No." "She didn't ask you to change your name, did she?" "No." "And do you mean to say that just for one unfortunate remark, a remark that any one might have made in the agitation of the moment, you're deliberately turning your back on her and her broken heart?" "Oh, she's red hot too, you know, over what I said about the Van Coorts." "She couldn't have realized that you belonged to the Connecticut Joneses. I didn't know it. Well, it's all off now," he said. It was a mile to the depot. For Jones it was a mile of reproaches, scoldings, lectures and insults. For myself, I shall ever remember it as the mile of my life. I pleaded, argued, extenuated and explained. My lifelong happiness, Freddy, the 72nd Street house, were walking away from me in the dark while I jerked unavailingly at Jones's coat tails. The whole outfit disappeared into a car, leaving me on the platform with the ashes of my hopes. Of all the obstinate, mulish, pig-headed, copper-riveted— I was lucky enough to find Eleanor crying softly to herself in a corner of the veranda. The sight of her tears revived my fainting courage. I thought of Bruce and the spider, and waded in. "Eleanor," I said, "I've just been seeing poor Jones off." She sobbed out something to the effect that she didn't care. "No, you can't care very much," I said, "or you wouldn't send a man like that, a splendid fellow, a member of one of the oldest and proudest families of Connecticut, to his death." "Death?" "Well, he's off for Japan tomorrow. They're getting through 50 doctors a week out there at the front. They're shot down faster than they can set them up." I was unprepared for the effect of this on Eleanor. For 2 cents she would have fainted then and there. It's awful to hear a woman moan and clench her teeth and pant for breath. "Oh, Eleanor, can't you do anything?" "I am helpless, Ezra. My pride, my woman's pride." "Oh, how can you let such trifles stand between you? Think of him out there in his tattered Japanese uniform, so far from home, so lonely, so heartbroken, standing undaunted in that rain of steel, while— "Oh, Ezra, stop! I can't bear it! I can't bear it!" Is the love of 3 years to be thrown aside like an old glove, just because— Her face was so wild and strained that the lies froze upon my tongue. "Oh, Ezra, I could follow him barefooted through the snow if only he—" "He's leaving Grand Central tomorrow at 10:45," I said. She fumbled at her neck and almost tore away the diamond locket that reposed there. "Take him this," she whispered hoarsely. "Take it to him at once and say I sent it. Say that I beg him to return, that my pride crumbles at the thought of his going away so far into danger." I put the locket carefully into my pocket. "And Eleanor, try and don't rub him the wrong way about his name. Is it worth while? There have to be Joneses, you know." "Tell him," she burst out, "tell him— Oh, I never meant to wound him. Truly I didn't. A name that's good enough for him is good enough for me." The next morning at 9 I pulled up my Porcher Mufflin car before Jones's door. He was sitting at his table reading a book, and he made no motion to rise as I came in. He gave me a pale, expressionless stare instead, such as an ancient Christian might have worn when the call-boy told him the lions were ready in the Colosseum. Resignation, obstinacy, and defiance, all nicely blended under the turn-the-other-cheek exterior. He looked woebegone, and his thin, handsome face betrayed a sleepless night and a breakfastless morning. I could feel that my presence was the last straw to this unfortunate medical camel. I threw in a genial remark about the weather, and took a seat. Jones hunched himself together and squirmed a sad little squirm. "Mr. Westoby," he said, "I once made use of a very strong expression in regard to you. I said, if you remember, that I'd be obliged if you'd keep your paws—" "Don't apologize," I interrupted. "I forgot it long ago." "You've taken me up wrong," he continued drearily. "I should like you to consider the remark repeated now. Yes, sir, repeated." "Oh, bosh!" I exclaimed. "You have a very tough epidermis," he went on, "quite the toughest epidermis I have met with in my whole professional career. A paper adequately treating your epidermis would make a sensation before any medical society." Somehow I couldn't feel properly insulted. The whole business struck me as irresistibly comical. I lay back in my chair, my uninvited chair, and roared with laughter. I couldn't forbear asking him what treatment he'd recommend. He pointed to the door and said laconically, "Fresh air." I retorted by laying the diamond locket before him. "My dear fellow," I said, as he gazed at it transfixed, "don't let us go on like a pair of fools. Eleanor charged me to give you this and beg you to return." I don't believe he heard me at all. That flashing trinket was far more eloquent than any words of mine. He laid his head in his hands beside it, and his whole body trembled with emotion. He trembled and trembled, till finally I got tired of waiting. I poked him in the back and reminded him that my car was waiting downstairs. He rose with a strange, bewildered air, and submitted like a child to be led into the street. He had the locket clenched in his hand, and every now and then he would glance at it as though unable to believe his eyes. I shut him into the tonneau, and took a seat beside my chauffeur. "Let her out, James," I said. James let her out with a vengeance. There was a sunny-haired housemaid at the Van Coorts', and it was a crack, new, 4-cylinder car with a direct drive on the top speed. Off we went like the wind, jouncing poor Jones around the tonneau like a pea in a pill box. But he didn't care. Was he not seraphically whizzing through space, obeying the diamond telegram of love? In the gentle whizzle and bang of the whole performance he even ventured to raise his voice in song, and I could overhear him behind me adding a lyrical finish to the hum of the machinery. It was a walloping run, and we only throttled down on the outskirts of Morristown. You see, I had to coach him about that Japanese war business, or else there might be trouble. So I leaned over the back seat and gently broke it to him. I thought I had managed it rather well. I felt sure he could understand, I said, the absolute need of a little embellishing, and "Let me out," he said. I feverishly went on explaining. "If you don't let me out, I'll climb out," he said, and began to make as good as his word over the tonneau. Of course, there was nothing for it but to stop the car. Jones deliberately descended and headed for New York. I ran after him, while the chauffeur turned the car round and slowly followed us both. It was a queer procession. First Jones, then I, then the car. Finally I overtook him. "Jones!" I panted. "Jones!" He muttered something about Ananias and speeded up. "But it was an awfully tight place," I pleaded. "Something had to be done. You must make allowances. It was the first thing that came to my head, and you must admit that it worked, Jones. Didn't she send you the locket? Didn't she—" "What a prancing, show-off, matinee fool you've made me look!" he burst out. "I have an old mother to support. I have an increasing practice. I have already attracted some little attention in my chosen field, eye, ear, and throat. A nice figure I'd cut, traipsing around the battlefields in a kimono, and looking for a kindly bullet to lay me low. If I were ever tempted by such a thing, which God forbid, wouldn't I prefer to spread bacilli on buttered toast?" "I never thought of that," I said humbly. "I have known retail liars," he went on, "but I guess you are the only wholesaler in the business. When other people are content with ones and twos, you get them out in grosses packed for export." He went on slamming me like this for miles. Anybody else would have given him up as hopeless. I don't want to praise myself, but if I have one good quality it's staying power. I pleaded and argued, and expostulated and explained, with the determination of a man whose back is to the wall. I wasn't going to lose Freddy so long as there was breath in my body. However, it wasn't the least good in the world. Jones was as impervious as sole leather, and as unshaken as a marble pillar. Then I played my last card. I told him the truth. Not the whole truth, of course, but within 10% of it. About Freddy, you know, and how she was determined not to marry before her elder sister, and how Eleanor's only preference seemed to be for him, and how with such a slender clue to work on I had engineered everything up to this point. "If I have seemed to you intolerably prying and officious," I said, "well, at any rate, Jones, there's my excuse. It rests with you to give me Freddy or take her from me. Turn back and you'll make me the happiest man alive. Go forward and—" I watched him out of the corner of my eye. His tread lost some of its elasticity. He was short-circuiting inside. Positively he began to look sort of sympathetic and human. "Westoby," he said at last, in a voice almost of awe, "when they get up another World's Fair you must have a building to yourself. You're colossal, that's what you are." "I'm only in love," I said. "Well, that's the love that moves mountains," he said. "If anybody had told me that I should—" He stopped irresolutely on the word. "Oh, to think I have to stand for all that rot!" he bleated. I was too wise to say a word. I simply motioned Jones to switch the car around and back up. I shooed Jones into the tonneau and turned the knob on him. He snuggled back in the cushions and smiled, yes, smiled, with a beautiful, blue-eyed, far-away, indulgent expression that warmed me like spring sunshine. Not that I felt absolutely safe even yet. Of course I couldn't, but still— We ran into Freddy and Eleanor at the lodge gates. I had already telephoned the former to expect us, so as to have everything fall out naturally when the time came. We stopped the car and descended, Jones and I, and he walked straight off with Eleanor, while I sidestepped with Freddy. She and I were almost too excited to talk. It was now or never, you know, and there was an awfully solemn look about both their backs that was either reassuring or alarming, we couldn't quite decide which. Freddy and I simply held our breath and waited. Finally, after an age, Jones and Eleanor turned, still close in talk, still solemn and enigmatical, and drew toward us very slowly and deliberately. When they had got quite close and the tension was at the breaking point, Eleanor suddenly made a little rush, and, with a loud sob, threw her arms round Freddy's neck. Jones fidgeted nervously about, and seemed to quail under my questioning eyes. It was impossible to tell whether things had gone right or not. I waited for him to speak. I saw words forming themselves hesitatingly on his lips. He bent forward toward me quite confidentially. "Say, old man," he whispered, "is there any place around here where a fellow can buy an engagement ring?" End of Jones, read by Trisha G.
Section 6 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Bear Story That Alex I'st Make Up on My Own Self by James Whitcomb Riley. Why, once there was a little boy went out in the woods to shoot a bear. So he went out way into the great big woods, he did, and he was going along and going along, you know, and pretty soon he heard something go, "Rah!" Is that way, "Rah!" And he was scared, he was. And so he run and climbed a tree, a great big tree he did, a sycamore tree. And then he heard it again, and he looked around, and it was a bear, a great big sure enough bear. No, 'twas two bears, it was, two great big bears. One of 'em is one's a great big bear. But they's both went "Wah!" and here they come, to climb the tree and get the little boy and eat him up. And then the little boy, he was scared worse than ever. And here come the great big bear climbing the tree to get the little boy and eat him up. Oh no! It isn't the big bear that done the tree. It is the little bear. So here he come, climbing the tree and climbing the tree. And then, when he get right close to the little boy, why then the little boy is pulled up his gun and shot the bear, he did, and killed him dead. And then the bear he fall clean on down out the tree, away clean to the ground, he did. Spling splung! He fall plumb down and killed him too, and lit a white side of where the big bear sat. And then the big bear's awfully mad, you bet, 'cause the little boy he shot his gun and killed the little bear, 'cause the big bear he's the little bear's papa. And so here he come to climb the big old tree and get the little boy and eat him up. And when the little boy he saw the great big bear comin', he was bad as scared, he was, than any time. And so he'll think he'll climb up higher, way up higher in the tree, than the old bear can climb, you know. But he can't climb higher 'n old bears can climb, 'cause bears can climb up higher in the trees than any little boys in all the world. And so here come the great big bear, he did, a climbin' up and up the tree to get the little boy and eat him up. And so the little boy he climbed on higher and higher and higher up the tree, and higher and higher and higher these here houses. And here come the old bear, closer to him all the time. And then, first thing you know, when the old big bear was right close to him, then the little boy jabbed his gun right in the old bear's mouth and shot and killed him dead. No, I forgot. He didn't shoot the great big bear at all, 'cause there's no load in the gun, 'cause when he shot the little bear, why, then no load is any more than in the gun. But the little boy climbed up higher, he did. He climbed lots higher, and on up higher, and higher, and higher, till he can't climb no higher, 'cause then the limbs is all so little, way up in the teeny weeny tip top of the tree, they break down with him if he don't be careful. So he stopped and think, and then he look around, and here come the old bear. And so the little boy make up his mind. He got to get out of there some way, 'cause here come the old bear. So close, his breath's pert'ning so you can feel how hot it is against his bare feet. It's like old Rink's breath when he's been out a hunting and is all tired. So when the old bear's so close, the little boy is giving a great big jump for another tree. No, no, he don't do that. I tell you what the little boy does. He Oh yes, the little boy, he founds a hole up there, and it's in the tree, and climb in there and hides, and then the old bear can't find the little boy at all. But pretty soon the old bear finds the little boy's gun that's up there, 'cause the gun is too tall to took with him in the hole. So when the old bear find the gun, he knows the little boy is hid around somewheres there. And the old bear begins to snuff and sniff around, and sniff and snuff around, so he can find out where the little boy's hid at. And then, oh yes, pretty soon the old bear climbs way out on a big limb, a great long limb, and then the little boy climbs out the hole and takes his axe and chops the limb off. Then the old bear falls splunge clean to the ground and busts and kills himself plumb dead, he did. And then the little boy he get his gun, and mentioned the climbing down the tree again. No, he didn't get his gun, 'cause when the bear falled, then the gun falled too, and broke it all to pieces too. A nicest gun! His pa is bought it. And the little boy is cried, he did, and went on climbing down the tree, and climbing down, and sir, when he was put right down, then the old bear he jumped up again, and he ain't dead at all. He's tending that away so he can get the little boy and eat him up. But the little boy he is too smart to climb clean down the tree, and the old bear he can't climb up the tree no more, 'cause when he fell he broke all of his legs, and then he couldn't climb. But he isn't one to go away and let the little boy come down out of the tree. And the old bear it growls round there, he does. It growls and go rah, rah all the time. And little boy have to stay up there in the tree all night. And thought no supper neither, only there was apples on the tree. And little boys had apples is all night, and cried. That once morning the old bear went rah again and trying to climb up the tree and get the little boy, but he can't climb to save his soul, he can't. And oh, he's mad. He tear up the ground and go rah, and oh yes, pretty soon when morning's come all night so you can see her now, then the old bear finds the little boy's gun, It's on the ground, and it ain't broke at all. I said that. And so the old bear think he'll take the gun and shoot the little boy. But bears they don't know much about shootin' guns, so when he go to shoot the little boy, the old bear got the other end of the gun agin his shoulder, instead of the other end. So when he tried to shoot the little boy, it shot the bear, it did, and killed him dead. And then the little boy clumb down the tree and chopped his old woolly head off. Yes, and killed the other bear agent, he did, and killed all buff the bears, he did, and took 'em home and cooked 'em too and ate 'em. And that's all. End of the bear story that Alec is made up on my own self by James Whitcomb Riley. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 17th of October 2011. Section 7 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Colonel Carter's Story of the Postmaster by F. Hopkinson Smith. Take, for instance, the town of Cartersville. Look at that peaceful village which for more than 100 years has enjoyed the privileges of free government, and not only Cartersville, but all our section of the state. "Well, what's the matter with Cartersville?" asked Fitz, lighting his cigar. "Matter, sir? Just look at the degradation it fell into hardly 10 years ago. A Yankee judge jurisdictional laws, a Yankee sheriff enforcing 'em, and a Yankee postmaster distributing letters and selling postage stamps." "But they were elected all right, Colonel, and represented the will of the people." "What people? Your people, not mine. No, my dear Fitz, the administration succeeding the war treated us shamefully, and will go down to posterity as infamous." The colonel here left his chair and began pacing the floor, his indignation rising at every step. "To give you an idea, sir," he continued, "of what we Southern people suffered immediately after the fall of the Confederacy, let me state a case that came under my own observation. Colonel Temple Talcott of Fauquier County, Virginia, came into Talcottville one morning, sir, a town settled by his ancestors, riding upon his horse, or rather a mule belonging to his overseer. Colonel Talcott, sir, belonged to one of the very first families in Virginia. He was the son of Judge Saxon Talcott, and grandson of General Snowden Stafford Talcott of the Revolutionary War. Now, sir, let me tell you right here that the Talcott blood is as blue as the sky, and that every gentleman bearing the name is known all over the county as a man whose honor is dearer to him than his life, and whose word is as good as his bond. Well, sir, on this morning Colonel Talcott left his plantation in charge of his overseer. He was working it on shares, and rode through his estate to his ancestral town, some 5 miles distant. It is true, sir, these estates were no longer in his name, but that had no bearing on the events that followed. He ought to have owned them, and would have done so but for some very ungentlemanly foreclosure proceeding which occurred immediately after the war. On arriving at Talcottville, the colonel dismounted, handed the reins to his servant, or perhaps one of the niggers around to do, and entered the post office. Now, sir, let me tell you that 1 month before, the government, contrary to the express wishes of a great many of our leading citizens, had sent a Yankee postmaster to Talcottville to administer the postal affairs of the town. No sooner had this man taken possession than he began to be exclusive, sir, and put on airs. The very first air he put on was to build a fence in his office and compel our people to transact their business through a hole. This in itself was very galling, sir, for up to that time the mail had always been dumped out on the table in the stage office, and every gentleman had helped himself. The next thing was the closing of his mail bags at an hour fixed by himself. This became a great inconvenience to our citizens, who were often late in finishing their correspondence, and who had always found our former postmaster willing either to hold the bag over until the next day, or to send it across to Drummondtown by a boy to catch a later train. Well, sir, Colonel Talcott's mission to the post office was to mail a letter to his factory in Richmond, Virginia, on business of the utmost importance to himself, namely, the raising of a small loan upon his share of the crop. Not the crop that was planted, sir, but the crop that he expected to plant. Colonel Talcott approached the hole, and with that Chesterfieldian manner which has distinguished the Talcotts for more than 2 centuries, asked the postmaster for the loan of a 3-cent postage stamp. To his astonishment, sir, he was refused. Think of a Talcott in his own county town being refused a 3-cent postage stamp by a low-lived Yankee who had never known a gentleman in his life. The colonel's first impulse was to haul the scoundrel through the hole and carve him, but then he remembered that he was a Talcott and could not demean himself, and drawing himself up again with a manner which was grace itself, he requested the loan of a 3-cent postage stamp until he could communicate with his factor in Richmond, Virginia, and again he was refused. Well, sir, what was there left for a high-toned Southern gentleman to do? Colonel Talcott drew his revolver and shot that Yankee scoundrel through the heart, and killed him on the spot. And now, sir, comes the most remarkable part of the story. If it had not been for Major Tom Yancey, Judge Kerfoot, and myself, there would have been a lawsuit." Fitz lay back in his chair and roared. "And they did not hang the colonel?" "Hang a Talcott? No, sir, we don't hang gentlemen down our way. Judge Kerfoot very properly charged the colonel's jury that it was a matter of self-defense, and Colonel Talcott was not detained more than half an hour." The colonel stopped, unlocked a closet in the sideboard, and produced a black bottle labelled in ink, "Old Cherry Bounce, 1848. "You must excuse me, gentlemen, but the discussion of these topics has quite unnerved me. Allow me to share with you a thimbleful." Fitz drained the glass, cast his eyes upward, and said solemnly, "To the repose of the postmaster's soul." End of Colonel Carter's Story of the Postmaster, by F. Hopkinson Smith. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 23rd of October, 2011.
Section 8 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malika Kiran. Love Sonnets of an Office Boy by S.E. Kaiser. Oh, if you only knowed how much I like to stand here when the old man ain't around, and watch your soft white fingers while you pound away at them there keys. Each time you strike, it almost seems to me as though you had found some way, while writing letters, how to play sweet music on that thing, because the sound is something I could listen to all day. You are 25 or 6, and I'm 14, and you hardly ever notice me. But when you do, you call me Willie. Gee, I wish I had bundles of the old long green, and could be 28 or 9 or so, and something happened to your other bureau. When you are typewriting, and that long-legged clerk tips back on his chair and smiles at you, and you look up and get to smiling too, I'd like to go and give his chair a jerk, and send him flying till his head went through the door that goes out to the hall, and when they picked him up, he'd be all black and blue, and you'd be nearly busted laughing then. But if I done it, maybe you would run and hold his head and smooth his hair and say, it made you sad that he got done that way, and I did get histed out what I had done. I wish that he did get fired, and you did stay. And suddenly I did be a man some day. This morning, when that homely long-legged clerk come in, he had a rose he got somewhere. He went and kind of leaned against her chair, instead of going on about his work, and stood around and talked to her a while, because the boss was out, and both took care to watch the door. And when he left her there, he dropped the flower with a sickish smile. I snuck it from the glass of water she had stuck it in, and tore it up, and put it on the floor, and smashed it with my foot, when neither him nor her was watching me. I did like to rub the stem across his nose, and I wish there did never be another rose. Last night I dreamed about her in my sleep. I thought that her and me had went away out on some hill where birds sung around all day, and I had got a job of herding sheep. I thought that she had went along to keep me company, and we did sit around for hours just loving, and I did go and gather flowers, and pile them at her feet, all in a heap. It seemed to me like heaven being there, with only her besides the sheep and birds, and us not saying anything but words about the way we loved. I wouldn't care to ever wake again if I could still dream we was there forever on the hill. It's over now, and the blow has fell at last. It seems as though the sun can't shine no more, and nothing looks the way it did before. The glad thoughts that I used to think are past. Her desk shut up today, the lids locked fast. The keys where she typewrote are still. Her chair looks sad and lonesome standing empty there. I did like to let the tears come if I dashed. This morning when the boss come in, he found a letter that he had got from her, and so he read it over twice and turned around and said, "The little fool's got married." Oh, it seemed as if I did sink down through the ground and never peep no more. I didn't though. End of Love Sonnets of an Office Boy. Recording by Malika Kiran, Texas. www.malikakiran.sulekha.com.
Section 9 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Chris. Mr. Dooley on the Game of Football by Finley Peter Dunn. "When I was a young man," said Mr. Dooley, "and that was a long time ago, but not so long ago as many of me enemies like to believe, if I had any enemies, I played football, but 'twas not the football I see when the Brothers' School and the St. Aloysius Tigers played last week on the prairies. When I was a lad, every Sunday afternoon we get out in the field where the oats had been cut away, and we chose up sides. One captain picked one man and the other another. I chose Dooley, I chose O'Connor, I chose Dempsey, I chose Riordan, and so on till there was 25 or 30 on our side. Then one captain kicked the ball, and all our side run at it and kick it back, and then one of the other side kick it to us, and after a while the game gets so tempestuous that all the lads of both sides be in one pile, kicking away at one or the other, or at the ball, or at the umpire, who was mostly a lad that couldn't play, and that come out less able to play than when he went in. And if anyone else laid hands on the ball, he was kicked by everyone else and be the umpire. We played from noon till dark and kicked the ball all the way home in the moonlight. That was football, and I was a great one to play it. I think nothing of histing about 200 feet in the air, and once I give it such a boost that I stove it in the ribs of the Protestant minister. Bad luck for him. He was a kind man that was looking for my hedge. I was the finest player in the whole county. I was so. But this here game that I've been seeing every time the pagan festival of Thanksgiving comes around sure ain't the game I played. I seen the Dorgan lad coming up the street yesterday in his football clothes, a pair of mattresses on his legs, a pillow behind a mask over his nose, and a bushel measure of hair on his head. He was followed by 3 men with bottles, Dr. Ryan and the Dorgan family. I joined them. There was a big crowd on the prairie, a bigger crowd than you could get to go for to see a prize fight. Both sides had their friends that gave the college cries. Says one crowd, Take an axe to them. Hooroo, hooroo, hellabaloo, Christian brothers. And the other says, hit them, saw them, know them, chaw them, St. Aloysius. Well, after a while, they got down to work. 7, 18, 2, 4, says a lad. I've seen people go mad over figures during the free silver champagne, but I never see figures make a man want fur to go out and kill his fellow men before. But these here figures had the same effect on the lads than a mention of Lord Castlegar have on their fathers. One lad hauled off and give a lad across from him a punch in the stomach. His friend across the way caught him in the ear. The centre rush of the St. Aloysius took a running jump at the left lung of one of the Christian brothers and went to the grass with him. 4 Christian brothers leaped most cruelly at 4 St. Aloysiuses and rolled them. The captain of the St. Aloysius, he took the captain of the Christian brothers by the leg, and he pounded the pile with him as I've seen a section hand tamp the thrack. All this time young Dorgan was standing back, taking no hand in the affray. All of a sudden he gave a cry of rage and jumped feet foremost into the pile. Down, says the Empire. Faith, they are all of that, says I. Will ever they get up? They will, says old man Dorgan. You can't stop them, says he. It took some time for it to pry them off. Near every man of the St. Aloysius was tied in a knot around one of the Christian brothers. Only one of them remained on the field. He was lying face down with his nose in the mud. He's killed, says I. I think he is, says Dorgan, with a merry smile. 'Twas my boy Jimmy done it too, says he. He'll be arrested for murder, says I. He will not, says he. 'Tis only one policeman in town could take him, and he's downtown doing the same for somebody, he says. Well, they carried the corpse to the side and took the ball out of his stomach with a monkey wrench, and the game was resumed. 7, 16, 8, 11, says St. Aloysius, and young Dorgan started to run down the field. There was another young lad running in front of Dorgan, and as fast as one of the Christian brothers come up and got in the way, this here young St. Aloysius grabbed him by the hair of his head and the sole of his foot and threw him over his shoulder. What's that lad a-doing? Says I. Interfering, says he. I should think he was, says I, and most important, I says, 'tis such interference as this, I says, that breaks up families. And I come away. 'Tis a noble sport, and I'm glad to see us Irish are getting into it. When we learn it truly, we'll teach them college jewels from the pie belt a trick or two. We have already, said Mr. Hennessy. There's a team up in Wisconsin with a lad by the name of Jeremiah Riordan for captain, and one named Patsy O'Day behind him. They come down here and bait the lads from Chicago College down the Midway. Of course they did, said Mr. Dooley. Of course they did. And they could bait any collection of Baptists that ever come out of a tank. End of Mr. Dooley on the game of football. Recording by Marty Chris.
Section 10 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deborah Lynn. The Fairport Art Museum by Octave Thanet. After the war was over, the Middle West addressed itself to culture. Perhaps the husbands and brothers and fathers might still be busy making money, but the women of the West, whose energies and emotions had been mightily roused, found life a little tame when there were no more sanitary commissions, no more great fairs or little fairs for the soldiers, no more intense emotions over printed sheets. Then it was that the Woman's Club lifted a modest finger at the passing car of progress and unobtrusively boarded it. Fairport was conservative, as always, but she had no mind to be left behind in the march of feminine fashion. She did not rush to extremes, but she had women's clubs in 1881. The chief of these were the Ladies' Literary Club and the Spinsters' Alliance. Both clubs tackled the same great themes of ethics and art, and allotted a winter to the literature of a nation, except in the case of Greek and Roman literatures, which were not considered able to occupy a whole winter apiece, so they were studied in company. The club possessed a proper complement of officers, and their meetings went from house to house. They were conducted with artless simplicity, in a pleasant, conversational manner, but with due regard to polite forms, and only at a moment of excitement was the chair addressed by her Christian name. Naturally, the women's clubs were deeply stirred by the first great World's Fair in America, but the whole West was moved. It turned to art with a joyous ardor, the excited happiness of a child that finds a new beauty in the world. Why had we not thought of the artistic regeneration of our sordid life before? Never mind, we would make amends for lost time by spending more money. In very truth, the years following the centennial witnessed an extraordinary awakening of worship of beauty, almost religious in its fervor. Passionate pilgrims ransacked Europe and the Orient. A prodigal horde of their captives, objects of luxury and of art, surged into galleries and museums and households. No cold, critical taste weeded out these adorable aliens. The worst and the best conquered together. Our architecture, our furniture, our household surroundings were metamorphosed as by enchantment, and the feature of mark in it all was the unparalleled diffusion of the new faith. Not the great cities only, the towns, the villages, the hamlets caught fire. Of course, Fairport went to Philadelphia, and Fairport was converted. It followed at once that the women's clubs of the place should serve most zealously at the altar, and nothing could be more inevitable than that in course of time there should be a concrete manifestation of zeal. Hence the memorable Art Museum, the fame of which to this day will revive when there is a meeting of the solid and gray-haired matrons who were the light-footed girls of the Alliance, and the talk falls on the old times. The art collection would give its admirers shivers today, but it excited only happy complacency then. The mood of the hour was not critical. The homes of the Fairport gentry held innumerable oiled copies of the great masters of different degrees of merit, which they loaned secure of welcome. With them came family treasures so long held in reverence that their artistic value, coldly considered, had been lost to comparison, and the gems of accomplished amateurs who painted flowers on china cups, or of rising young artists who had not as yet risen beyond the circle of trusting friends in town. In general, the donor's expectation of gratitude was justified, but even so early as 1881 there were limits to artistic credulity, and some offerings drove the club president, Miss Claudia Lorraine, and the club secretary, Miss Emma Hopkins, to the coal hold. This was a wee closet under the stairs, where the coal scuttles were ranged until they should fare forth to replenish the base burners which warmed the museum home. In real life, the name of the museum's lodgings was Harness Block, and Mr. Harness had proffered the cause of art 2 empty stores, formerly a fish market and a grocery. As there was no private office, only a wire cage, when Miss Hopkins felt the need of frank speech, she signaled Claudia to the coal hole. She was closeted with her thus on the morning of the second day. The subject of the conference was the last assault on the nerves of the committee perpetrated by the Miller twins, not in person, but with their china. The china itself had the outward semblance of ordinary blue earthenware of a cheap grade. But the Miller twins were convinced, on the testimony of their dear old minister, who never told a lie in his life, and who had heard the Millers' grandmother say, and everybody knows that she was a saint on earth, and she was 90 years old at the time, and would she be likely to lie almost on her dying bed? You might call it her dying bed, averred Miss Miller, since she was bedridden for 2 years before her death, on that same old 4-poster bedstead which belonged to her mother, and at last died on it. That the blue ware had been the property of George III, had been sold, and was on board the ship with the tea which was rifled in Boston harbor. They had insisted in pasting these royal claims upon the china in the blackest and neatest lettering. The awkward fact that earthenware does not usually grace a royal board, or that the saintly old grandmother mixed up dates and persons in a wonderful way during her latter days, made no difference to her loyal descendants. Each platter with the black chipping betraying plainly its lowly origin, each teacup mended with cement, bore the paper claim pasted securely upon it. "It took up a whole afternoon," said Miss Tina Miller. "But it's so precious, and there might be other blueware, and it might get mixed. You'll insure it, Miss Hopkins? Not that money could replace such things, but at least—" Miss Tina Miller always left her sentences in the air, seemingly too diffident to complete them, once the auditors were assured of their import. The Millers kept a tiny little house on a tiny little income, but gave of all they had to give, themselves, without stint. They were public-spirited women, if Fairport ever held any such. Although they had neither brothers nor cousins to go to the war, they had picked lint and made bandages and trudged with subscription papers and scrimped for weeks to have money to spend at the patriotic fairs. In consequence they were deeply respected, so respected that it was simply impossible to refuse their unselfish offering of their dearest God. "I think it just noble of you," said Miss Tina. "Sister and I felt we must help, so we brought the King George china and a little pencil head our sister Euphrosyne did, the one who died, you know. I'm sorry all your art things aren't in yet. No, I can't come to morrow. I shall be very busy. Sister may come. Thank you." Both the keen young listeners knew why Miss Tina could not come. It was neither more nor less than the admission fee. "But I'll take care of that," said Emma to Claudia in the coal-hold. "Ellie is going to give her and Miss Allie each a season ticket." "Then we're in for the King George china," groaned Claudia softly. "We are," said Emma. "I've put it in a good but not too good a place, and Mr. Winslow is inspecting it now." "And he knows about china. He's sent lovely things," mourned Claudia. "Oh, well, he knows about the Miller girls, too," said Emma, smiling. "I think he'll forgive us." "You'd better go explain," urged Claudia. "And throw in that landscape with the cow that seems to have 5 legs and belongs to Mr. Harness. Perhaps he'll forgive that, too." Emma went. She was an amiable girl. She was not pretty like her sister, Mrs. Raymond, who had married the great railway man and was a power in Chicago society. But there was something in the radiant neatness and good humor of the plain sister which made her pleasant to look upon. Winslow's mouth and eyes relaxed at her greeting, and he smiled over her official quotation of the Millers' claims. "King George's table, hm? Which table, second or third?" His eyes twinkled at Emma, whose own eyes twinkled back. "They're awfully good women," said she, in a kind of compunction. "None better," said he. As he passed on, with his little son at his side, she thought, "He isn't nearly so grim as I used to think." Mrs. Winslow and Mrs. Winter were a few paces behind. They halted before the china, which Mrs. Winter examined, but Mrs. Winslow's weary eyes lingered hardly a moment before they found some other object on which to rest and leave as briefly. "It is to be hoped this priceless relic won't be damaged in any way," said Mrs. Winter. "Still," she bent confidentially toward Emma, "if such a calamity should occur, I know a shop in Chicago where you can get plenty for $3.99. "I hope nothing will happen to it," said Emma with stolid reticence. Mrs. Winslow had not listened. Her listless face had been transformed. It was illumined now by the loveliest of smiles. She half put out her hand as a little boy snuggled up to her silken skirts with a laugh. "Papa letted me come," he said gaily. "And Peggy's here, too, there." Peggy was attired with great care. Her long red curls were shining and her eyes sparkled. Immediately both children were immersed in the beauties of a collection of rejected models which had been obtained from the Patent Office, and which, surely, were the most diverting toys imaginable. "Poor things! To them they are most valuable," sighed Mrs. Winslow. She was making conversation about the Miller china, but Johnny Ivan and Peggy not unreasonably conceived that she spoke of the beautiful churns and hay-raking wagons and cars and wheeled chairs and the like marvels which Miss Hopkins was amiably explaining for them. "The least chip would be irreparable, I suppose," continued Mrs. Winter. "Thousands couldn't pay if one were broken." "Imagine the feelings of the custodian," said Emma. "I'm in a tremble all the time." "I pity you," said Mrs. Winter. as the two ladies passed on to Mrs. Winter's great-grandmother's blue and white embroidered bedspread. "Oh, Peggy, do be careful," whispered Johnny Ivan. Peggy was sending a velocipede in dizzy circles round the counter. Now fate had ordered that at this critical instant the children should be unguarded. Miss Hopkins had stepped aside at the call of an agitated lady who had lost one of her art treasures in carriage. For the moment there was no one near save a freckled boy in shabby overalls, who eyed the toys wistfully from afar. He was the same little boy whom Johnny Ivan had bribed with a jackknife to close the gate a few weeks before. And he was in the museum to help his mother, the scrub woman of the store. Peggy grew more pleased with her play. The velocipede described wider and wider gyrations with accelerating speed. Its keen buzz swelled on the air. "It'll hit somepin'," warned Johnny Ivan in an access of fear. But Peggy's soul was dauntless to recklessness. "No, it won't," she flung back. Her shining head was between Johnny and the whirling wheels. He thought a most particularly beautiful little swinging gate in peril, and tried to swerve the flying thing. How it happened neither of the children knew. There was a smash, a crash, and gate and velocipede lay in splinters under a bronze bust. The glass of the showcase was etched with a sinister gray line. "Now look what you've done!" exclaimed Peggy, with the natural irritation of disaster. "Oh, my!" squeaked the shabby little boy. "Won't you catch it!" Peggy's anger was swallowed up in fright and sympathy. She pushed Johnny Ivan ahead of her. "That Miss Hopkins is looking!" cried she. "Get behind these folks down the aisle." She propelled the little boy out of the immediate neighborhood of the calamity. She forced a wicked, deceitful smile (alas, guile comes easy to her sex), and pointed out things to him, whispering, "Look pleasant. Don't be so scared. They'll never know we did it." Already she was shouldering her share in crime with a woman's willingness. She said "we" quite unconsciously. But she added, and this was of direct volition, "I did it more'n you. You were just trying to keep the nasty things straight. I was a heap more to blame. Anyhow, I guess it ain't so awful bad. Just those wooden things." Johnny Ivan shook a tragic head. Even his lips had gone bluish white. "She said thousands wouldn't repair the damage," moaned he. "You can't make me believe those mean little wooden tricks are worth any $1,000," volleyed Peggy. Nevertheless, her heart beat faster. Grown people are so queer. "Are you sure she meant them? Maybe it was those things in the next glass case. They're her own things. They're some kind of Chinese china and cost a heap." Peggy's sturdy womanly wits were rising from the shock. "And the showcase is broked," sniffed Johnny Ivan, gulping down a sob. "It ain't broke. It's only cracked. 'Sides, it was cracked a right smart befo'. But this was a new place. I know, 'cause I cut my finger on the other scraping it over." "Well, anyhow, I reckon it didn't be much value," Peggy insisted. "I saw that young lady come back." Johnny Ivan had switched on to a new track, leading to grisly possibilities. "Maybe she'll find it." "Well, we're gone, all right." Peggy gave an unprincipled giggle. "Maybe she'll think it was him." "Then we got to tell," moaned Johnny. "No, we ain't. He'll run off, and so she won't ask him questions." "But she'll think it's him. It'll be mean." "No, it won't." "It's mean to have somebody else take your blame or your punishment. Mamma said so." The small casuist was too discreet to attack Johnny's oracle. She only pouted her pretty lips and quibbled. "'Tain't mean if the people who get blamed are mean themselves, like him. I don't care how blamed he gets. I wouldn't care if he got licked." But Johnny's conscience was not so elastic. "I don't care either," he protested. I wouldn't care if he was deaded," anxious to propitiate. "But it would be mean just the same. I got to tell Papa, Peggy. I truly have." Peggy grew very cross. "You're just the foolest, obsternatest little boy I ever did see," she grumbled. "You're a plumb idiot. I'd like to slap you. Your papa'll be awful mad." Johnny Ivan essayed an indifferent mien, but his eyes were miserable. "Say, John Ivan," her voice sank to a whisper that curdled his blood, "were you ever spanked?" Only Hilma, sorter kinder, not really spanking, you know," confessed Johnny, with a toss of his head. "I just made faces at her. I didn't cry," he bragged. "Never your mamma or your papa?" "Course not," said Johnny, with a haughty air. "But, Peggy," he said, very low, "were you did oh, my, yes. Mammy did when I was little. I'm too big now." "I'm too big, too, now, ain't I?" "I don't know," said Peggy. "Wolf Griner was licked by teacher, and he's 13. It's whether it's mighty bad, you know." Johnny Ivan caught his breath, and his legs shook under him. The horror of his father's licking him came over him cold. It was not the pain. He had never minded Hilma's sturdy blows, and he had let Michael cut a splinter out of his thumb with a pocket knife and never whimpered. It was the ignominy, the unknown terror of his father's wrath that looked awful to him. As he looked down the crowded room and suddenly beheld Winslow's face bent gravely over Miss Hopkins, who was talking earnestly, he could hardly move his feet. Yet he had no thought of wavering. "I got to tell," he said, and walked as fast as he could, with his white face, straight to the group. Winslow looked down and saw the two children, and one could discover the signals of calamity in their faces, Peggy's a fine scarlet, and Johnny Ivan's grayish white. "What's the matter, Johnny?" asked Winslow. Johnny's eyelids were glued tight, just as they were when he pulled Peggy's tooth. He blurted everything out breathlessly. "I've done something awful, papa. It'll cost thousands of dollars." Emma Hopkins had considered Winslow an unattractive man, of a harsh visage, but now, as he looked at his little son, she changed her mind. "What did you do, son?" said he quietly. His hand found Johnny's brown curls and lay on them a second. "He didn't do it, really. It was me," Peggy broke in, too agitated for grammar. "I was playing with the little tricks on the table, the models, sah, and I was making the v'losipid run round, and he was 'fraid I'd break it. But I did it, really, sah." "And the model fell onto something valuable. I see." "But he wasn't playing with it. He was only trying to keep me from breaking—" "Well, young lady, you two are evidently in the same boat. But you aren't a bit sneaky, either of you. Let's see the wreckage. I suppose you got into trouble because you wanted to see how things worked, and Johnny, as usual, couldn't keep out of other folks' hot water. Where's the ruin?" "The showcases broke, too," said Johnny Ivan in a woeful small voice. "But it was cracked before," interjected Peggy. Winslow looked at her with a little twist. "That's a comfort," said he. "And you have horse sense, my little Southerner. I guess you didn't either of you mean any harm." "Indeed, no, sah. And Johnny was just as good. Never touched a thing." "But you see, your intentions didn't protect you. Distrust good intentions, my dears. Look out for the possible consequences. However, I think there is one person to blame you haven't mentioned, and that is one Josiah C. Winslow, who let two such giddy young persons explore by themselves. Contributory negligence is proved, and said Winslow will pay the bill and not kick." So saying, he took Peggy's warm, chubby little fingers in one of his big white hands, and Johnny Ivan's cold little palm in the other, and nodded a farewell to Emma. End of the Fairport Art Museum.
Section 11 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derlin Bryan. The Ballad of Grizzly Gulch by Wallace Irwin. The rocks are rough, the trail is tough, the forest lies before, as madly, madly to the hunt rides good King Theodore. With woodsmen, plainsmen, journalists, and Kodaks 34, the bobcats howl, the panthers growl, he sure is after us. As by his side lopes Bill, the guide, a wicked-looking cuss. Chee, chee, the little birds exclaim, ain't Teddy strenuous? Though dour the climb with slip and slime, King Ted he doesn't care, till, cracking peanuts on a rock, behold a grizzly bear. King Theodore he shows his teeth, but he never turns a hair. Come hither, court photographer, the genial monarch saith, be quick to snap your picture trap, as I do yon bear to death. "Delighted!" cries the smiling bear as he waits and holds his breath. Then speaks the court biographer, and a handy guy is he. "First let me wind my biograph, that the deed recorded be." "A square deal," saith the patient bear, with ready repartee. And now doth mighty Theodore for slaughter raise his gun. A flash, a bang, an ursine roar, the dready deed is done. And now the Kodaks 34 in chorus click as one. The big brown Bruin stricken falls, and in his juices lies. His blood is spent, yet deep content beams from his limpid eyes. "Congratulations, dear old pal," he murmurs as he dies. From Cripple Creek and Soda Springs, Gun Gulch and Gunnison, afoot, a sock, the people flock to see that deed of gun. And parents bring huge families to show what they have done. In the damp course stands Theodore, and takes a hand of each, as loud and long the happy throng cries "Speech!" again, and "Speech!" which pleaseth well King Theodore, whose practice is to preach. "Good friends," he says, "lead outdoor lives, and fame you may yet see. Just look at Lincoln, Washington, and great Napoleon B. And after that take off your hats, and you may look at me." But as he speaks, a messenger cries, "Sire, a telegraph!" The king takes up the wireless screed, which he opens fore and aft, and reads, "The Venezuelan stew is boiling over. Taft." Then straight the good King Theodore in anger drops his gun, and turns his flashing spectacles towards high-domed Washington. "Oh, tush," he saith beneath his breath, "a man can't have no fun." Then comes a disappointed wail from every rock and tree. "Goodbye, goodbye," the grizzlies cry, and wring their handkerchie. And a sad bobcat exclaims, "Oh, drat, he never shot at me." So backward, backward from the hunt, the monarch lopes once more. The Constitution rides behind, and the big stick rides before, which was a rule of precedent in the reign of Theodore. End of The Ballad of Grizzly Gulch by Wallace Irwin. Recording by Derlin Bryant.
Section 12 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Criss. My Philosophy by James Whitcomb Riley. I ain't, ner don't pretend to be, much posted on philosophy. But thar is times when all alone I work out idees of my own, and of these same thar is a few I'd like just to refer to you. Providing that you don't object to clost and recollect, I allus argy that a man who does about the best he can is plenty good enough to suit this lower mundane institute. No matter if his daily walk is subject for his neighbor's talk, and critic minds of every whim just all get up and go for him. I knowed a feller once that had the yeller janders mighty bad, and each and every friend he'd meet would stop and give him some receipt for curing of them, but he'd say he kinda thought they'd go away without no medicine, and boast that he'd get well without one dose. He kept a yellerin' on, and they predictin' that he'd die some day. Before he knowed it, tucked his bed, the feller did, and lost his head, and wondered in his mind a spell, then rallied, and at last got well. But every friend that said he'd die went back on him eternally. It's natural enough, I guess, when some gets more and some gets less, for then uns on the slimmest side to claim it ain't a fair divide. And I've known some to lay in wait, and get up soon and set up late, to catch some feller they could hate for going at a faster gait. The signs is bad when folks commence a finding fault with Providence, and balkin' cause the earth don't shake at every prancing step they take. No man is grateful till he can see how less than little he would be if stripped to self and stark and bare he hung his sign out anywhere. My doctrine is to lay aside contentions and be satisfied. Just do your best and praise your blame. That follers that counts just the same. I always noticed great success is mixed with troubles more or less, and it's the man who does the best that gets more kicks than all the rest. End of My Philosophy. Reading by Marty Chris. Section 13 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Chris. The Society upon the Stanislaus by Bret Harte. I reside at Table Mountain, and my name is Truthful James. I am not up to small deceit or any sinful games, and I'll tell in simple language what I know about the row that broke up our society upon the Stanislaus. But first I would remark that it is not a proper plan for any scientific man to whale his fellow man, and if a member don't agree with his peculiar whim, to lay for that same member for to put a head on him. Now nothing could be finer or more beautiful to see than the first 6 months' proceedings of that same society, till Brown of Cavaleris brought a lot of fossil bones that he found within a tunnel near the tenement of Jones. Then Brown he read a paper, and he reconstructed there, from those same bones, an animal that was extremely rare. And Jones then asked the chair for a suspension of the rules, till he could prove that those same bones was one of his lost mules. Then Brown he smiled a bitter smile, and said he was at fault. It seemed he had been trespassing on Jones's family vault. He was a most sarcastic man, this quiet Mr. Brown, and on several occasions he had cleaned out the town. Now I hold it is not decent for a scientific gent to say another is an ass, at least to all intent. Nor should the individual who happens to be meant reply by heaving rocks at him to any great extent. Then Abner, Dean of Angels, raised a point of order when a chunk of old red sandstone took him in the abdomen, and he smiled a kind of sickly smile and curled up on the floor, and the subsequent proceedings interested him no more, for in less time than I write it every member did engage in a warfare with the remnants of the Paleozoic age, and the way they heaved those fossils in their anger was a sin, till the skull of an old mammoth caved the head of Thompson in. And this is all I have to say of these improper games, for I live at Table Mountain, and my name is Truthful James, and I've told in simple language what I know about the row that broke up our society upon the Stanislaus. End of The Society upon the Stanislaus. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 14 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brenton Alker. Lost Chords by Eugene Field. One autumn eve, when soft the breeze came sweeping through the lattice wide, I sat me down at organ side and poured my soul upon the keys. It was, perhaps by heaven's design, that from my half unconscious touch there swept a passing chord of such sweet harmony, it seemed divine. In one soft tone it seemed to say the sweetest words I ever heard. Then, like a truant forest bird, it soared from me to heaven away. Last eve I sat at window whence I sought the spot where erst had stood a cord of hickory wood, piled up against the backyard fence. $4 cost it me that day, $4 earned by sweat of brow, Where was the cord of hickory now? The thieves had gobbled it away. Ah, who can ever count the cost of treasures which were once our own, yet now, like childhood dreams, are flown, these cords that are for ever lost. End of Lost Chords.
Section 15 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Criss. Thoughts for the Discouraged Farmer by James Whitcomb Riley. The summer winds is sniffing round the bloomin' locust trees, and the clover in the pasture is a big day fer the bees, and they been a swiggin' honey above board and on the sly, till they stutter in their buzzin' and stagger as they fly. The flicker on the fence rail 'pears to just spit on his wings, and roll up his feathers by the sassy way he sings, and the horsefly is a wettin' up his forelegs fer biz, and the off mare is a switchin' all of her tail they is. You can hear the blackbirds jawin' as they foller up the plow. Oh, they're bound to get their breakfast, and they're not a carin' how. So they quarrel in the flurries, and they quarrel on their wing, but they're peaceabler in pot pies than any other thing. And it's when I git my shotgun drawed up in stiddy rest, she's as full of tribulation as a yeller jacket's nest. And a few shots before dinner, when the sun's a shinin' right, seems to kinda sorta sharpen up a feller's appetite. There's been a heap o' rain, but the sun's out today, and the clouds of the wet spell is all cleared away, and the woods is all the greener, and the grass is greener still. It may rain again tomorry, but I don't think it will. Some says the crops is ruined and the corn's drowned out, and prophesy the wheat will be a failure without doubt. But the kind Providence that has never failed us yet will be on hands once more at the 11th hour, I bet. Does the meadowlark complain as he swims high and dry through the waves of the wind and the blue of the sky? Does the quail set up and whistle in a disappointed way, or hang his head in silence and sorrow all the day? Is the chipmunk's health a failin'? Does he walk or does he run? Don't the buzzards ooze around up there just like they always done? Is there anything the matter with the rooster's lungs or voice? Or't a mortal be complainin' when dumb animals rejoice? Then let us one and all be contented with our lot. The June is here this morning, and the sun is shinin' hot. Oh, let us fill our hearts up with the glory of the day, and banish every doubt and care and sorrow fur away. Whatever be our station with Providence for guide, sich fine circumstances ought to make us satisfied, for the world is full of roses, and the roses full of dew, and the dew is full of heavenly love that drips for me and you. End of Thoughts for a Discouraged Farmer. Reading by Marty Criss. Section 16 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Criss. The Modern Farmer by Jack Appleton. Observe the modern farmer in the shade. He works his crops by letters patent now. Steam drives the reaper, which is union made, as in the spring it pushed the auto plow. A patent milker manages each cow. Electric currents guide the garden spade, and cattle, poultry, pigs, through process wade. To quick perfection, science shows them how. But while machinery plants and reaps, he rests upon his porch and listens to the quail that pipe far off in yonder handmade vale, with muscles flabby and with strength gone stale, until in desperation he invests in muscle-building motions taught by male. End of The Modern Farmer. Reading by Marty Chris. Section 17 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Chris. The Apostasy of William Dodge by Stanley Waterloo. Billy Dodge rose from a seat near the door and gave the two ladies chairs. Kate looked at him and smiled. The voice of the speaker seemed far away as she thought of the boy and his enthusiasms, of all the earnest and sincere converts in the lakeside house. None could compare with Master William Dodge, the only son of the mistress of the place. He might be only 11 years old. He might be the most freckled boy in the block. But he had received new light, and he had his convictions. He had listened, and he had learned. He had learned that if you hold a thought and carry it around with you on a piece of paper and read it from time to time throughout the day, it will bring you strength and give you victory in all the affairs of life. He thought the matter over much, for he had great need. He wanted help. Of Master William Dodge, known as Billy, it may be said that in school he had ordinarily more fights on his hands than any other boy of his age and size, and it may be said also that as a rule, where the chances were anywhere near even, he came out on top. But doggedly brave as the little freckled villain was, he had down in the bottom of his heart an appreciation that some day Jim McMasters might lick him. Jim McMasters was a boy only some 6 months older than Billy, of North of Ireland blood, than which there is none better. A lank, scrawny, reddish-haired youngster, freckled almost as profusely as Billy. 3 times had they met in noble battle, and 3 times had Billy been the conqueror, but somehow the spirit of young McMasters did not seem particularly broken, nor did he become a serf. Billy felt that the air was full of portent, and he didn't like it. It was just at this time that to Billy came the conviction that by holding the thought he would have what he called the bulge on Jim, and having the energy of his convictions, he promptly set to the work of getting up texts, which he would carry around in his pocket, and which would make him just invincible. He talked cautiously with Mandy Make as to good watchwords, in no way revealing his designs, and from her secured certain texts which she had herself unconsciously memorized from many hearings of jowler preachers. They were, "Fight the good fight. Never give up. He never fails who dies in a good cause. Never say die." For a time, Billy was content with these quotations, written in a schoolboy hand upon brown paper and carried in his left-hand trousers pocket. But later he discovered that most of the scientists in the house who held a thought themselves prepared their own little bit of manuscript to be carried and read during the day, and that the text was made to apply to their special needs. Billy, after much meditation, concluded this was the thing for him, and with great travail he composed and wrote out the new texts, which he should carry constantly, and which should be his bulwark. Here they are. Catch hold, prompt, and hang on. Strike from the shoulder. A kick for a blow, always bestow. When you get a good thing, keep it. Keep it. When you get a black cat, skin it to the tail. Only a week later, one William Dodge and one Jim McMasters again met in more or less mortal combat, and one William Dodge, repeating the shorter of his texts as he fought, was again the victor. "Give me Christian Science," he said to himself as he put on his coat after the fray was over. Billy Dodge was fast drifting, although unconsciously, toward a crisis in his religious and worldly experiences. At school during the last term, and so far in the summer vacation, his scheme of fortifying his physical powers with mental stimulants in the form of warlike thoughts had worked well. His chief rival for the honors of war, an energetic youngster whose name, Jim McMasters, proclaimed his Irish ancestry, he had soundly thrashed more than once since adopting his new tactics. So far, Billy had found that to hold the thought, catch hold prompt and hang on while he acted vigorously upon that stirring sentiment, meant victory, and he had more than once tried the efficacy of strike from the shoulder under adverse conditions, and with success. It was during this summer of anxiety to more important personages of this story that Billy Dodge was called upon to prove the practical value of his belief in the supremacy of mind over matter, and although Billy emerged from the trial none the worse for his experience, it effected a radical change in his views. Jim McMasters returned one summer's day from a short camping excursion in the Michigan woods. He had been the only boy in a party of young men, and during their spare hours, as the members of the fishing party were lying around camp, they had instructed Jim in a few of the principles of the noble science of self-defense. This unselfish action on the part of his elders was brought about by Jim's bitter complaints of Billy's treatment of himself in a fair fight, and by his dire thirst for vengeance. And so Jim McMasters came back to the city a dangerous opponent, and he looked it. Even Billy, secure in the prestige of former victories, and armed with hidden weapons, namely the thoughts he so tenaciously held, felt some misgivings when he saw Jim and noted his easy, swaggering mien. "I've got to lick him again," thought Billy, "and I've got to be good and ready for him this time. I must get a set of thoughts well learned and hold 'em, or I'll be lammed out for life." The youngsters met one day, each with his following of admirers, in a vacant lot not far from the lakeside house. There was a queer look in Jim's eye when he hailed Billy, and there was instant response in language of a violent character from the young disciple of Christian Science. As the two stood in a ring of boys, each watching the other and alert to catch some advantage of beginning, Billy was certainly the most unconcerned, and he appeared to advantage. He was occupied throughout every nerve and vein of his being. First, in holding the thought he had fixed upon for this special occasion, and second, by his plan of attack, for Billy made it a point always to take the initiative in a fight. As for Jim, that active descendant of the Celts failed to exhibit that alarm and apprehension which should appertain to a young gentleman of his age when facing an antagonist who had whaled him repeatedly. His face was neither sallow with long dread, nor white with present fear before his former conqueror. In fact, it must be said of him that he capered about in a fashion not particularly graceful. He rose upon the ends of his toes and made wild feints which Billy did not understand. It was hard under such disquieting circumstances to hold a thought, and Billy found himself struggling in mind for equilibrium while he stood forward to the attack. He aimed a wild blow at his capering opponent, and drove into soundless air only, and before he could recover himself, the capering opponent had landed on Billy's cheek in a most surprising but altogether unrefreshing manner. The concussion made the cheek the color of an old-fashioned peony, and the jar caused the nose to bleed a little as the astonished Billy staggered back under the impact of a clenched fist. Then the real fight began, but Billy, though he made a strong effort to rally, was beaten, and he knew, or thought he knew, why he was beaten. "It was holding the thought that done it," he faltered, as he fell after a quick stroke from Jim. He lay quiet on the grass, and his one wish was to die. He fixed his mind resolutely upon this wish, but failed to die at once. Indeed, he felt every moment the reviving forces of life throbbing through his tough young body. How could he look up and face his victorious foe? He decided rather to continue his efforts to die, and forthwith stiffened out into such rigidity as can be observed only in the bodies of those who have been dead 48 hours. This maneuver frightened the lads around him. "See here," said Johnny Flynn, "Billy's hurt bad, and we ought to do something." "He looks dead," whimpered little Davy Runyon, the smallest boy present, and he ran off to tell Jim McMasters, who stood at ease at a short distance, arranging his disordered dress. The victor faltered as he looked upon Billy's stiffened limbs. "We must take him home," he said ruefully. 4 boys lifted Billy, 2 at his shoulders, 2 at his feet. In the center he sagged slightly, despite his silent efforts to be rigidity itself. The small procession was preceded by a rabble of white-faced small boys, while the rear was guarded by Jim McMasters, meditating on the reflection that victory might be too dearly bought. Just as they reached the front steps of Mrs. Dodge's house, and were beginning the tug up toward the door, Jim burst into a loud bawl, and this so much disconcerted the youngsters who were carrying Billy that they almost dropped him on the white door stone. Johnny Flynn gave a mighty ring at the doorbell, and then fled down the steps and ran to the street corner, where he stood 1 foot in the air, ready to run when the door opened. The neat maid who answered the bell gave a little shriek when she saw Billy's inanimate form. The boys pushed by her, dumped their burden upon the big hall sofa, and rushed out before any questions could be asked. It was plain enough, however, that Billy had got the worst of the fight. "And sure enough, he deserves it," mentally pronounced the servant maid as she ran to call her mistress. Mrs. Dodge gave a dismal shriek when she saw Billy. She sent the maid for Dr. Gordon, and sat down on the sofa with Billy's head in her lap. This was ignominious, and Billy decided to live. He opened his eyes, and in a faint voice asked for water. When the man of medicine arrived, he ordered the vanquished to bed. In the goodness of his heart, pitying the household of women, he even carried Billy upstairs and assisted in undressing him. The doctor noticed during this process various small folded papers flying out of Billy's pockets, but he did not know their meaning. It was left for Cora and Pearl later in the day to pick them up and examine them. Alas for Billy's faith! In his own boyish handwriting were his inspiring thoughts. "Never say die," "catch hold prompt," etc. Billy turned his face to the wall with a groan as the twins laid the slips of paper on his pillow. That evening, after Billy held a long session of sweet, silent thought, for he could not sleep, and had eaten a remarkably good supper, he opened his mind to his mother. "No more of these for me," he began, brushing the text from his bed onto the floor. "Of what, Willie?" questioned Mrs. Dodge. "No more holding the thought and all that," said Billy. "I'm through. Had too much. That's what did me up. If I hadn't been trying to think that blamed thought, I'd 'a' seen Jim a-comin'." "But, Willie," expostulated Mrs. Dodge, "you must hold fast." "Hold nothing," said Billy. He rose and sat up very straight in bed. "I tell you, I'm going to have no more nonsense. gimme quinine. Hell, a gold basis and capital punishment. That's my platform from this on. I'm going to look up a good Sunday school tomorrow in a church with a steeple on it and a strict regular minister and all the fixins. Remember, Mother, after this, I travel on my muscle weekdays and keep Sunday like a clock. The twins picked up the scattered thoughts from the floor. Billy was lying in his mother's room, and their eyes were big with wonder. "Burn 'em," commanded Billy. Then, on second thought, he relented slightly. "Keep 'em yourself if you want to," he said to the twins. "Holding the thought may be all right for girls, but with boys it don't work." End of The Apostasy of William Dodge. Reading by Marty Criss.
Section 18 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Carson. So Wags the World by Anne Warner. In parentheses, with apologies to Samuel Pepys, Esquire. February 1st. My birthday and I exceedingly merry thereat, having in divers friends and much good wine besides 2 pasties, and more of all than we could eat and drink had we been doubled. Afterwards to the playhouse, and a very good play, and hence to a supper, the which most hot and comforting with a butt of brandy and divers cocktails, and they being very full did make great sport and joke me that I had never taken a wife, to which replied, neatly saying that for my part in my 20s did feel myself too young, and in my 30s did never chance upon one comely and to my taste. At which great applause, and pretty to see me bow to right and left, although in mortal fear lest something give way, I being grown heavier of late, and the quality of cloth suffering from the New York Custom House. The applause being over, did continue my speech, and say that in my 40s had had little time to think of aught but my own personal affairs, but that now being come to my 50s was well disposed to share them, and they did all drink to that and smash their glasses with right good cheer, prophesying my marriage and drinking long life to her and me, and Lord, but it did like me to hear speak of her, the which brought tears to mine eyes, considering that they did speak of my wife, and so did weep freely, and they with me. My mind then a blank, but home in some shape, and the maid did get me to my room, and what a head this morning. Misliketh me much to bethink me how I did comport myself, but a man is 50 but once. To mine office, where did buy and sell as usual. February 3rd. Comes H. Neville in a glass coach to take me to drive, and did talk much of his niece, she being fresh from France, and of a good skin and fair voice. Was of a great joy to ride in a glass coach, and pleasant to look constantly out backward, but great rattling, and do think my modest brougham sufficeth me well, but H. Neville very disdainful of the brougham, and saith a man is known by the company he keepeth, the which strange in mine eyes, we being alone together in the coach, but did go with him to a horse dealer's. To mine office as usual, and there did buy and sell. February 8th. To dine with H. Neville and his wife, and she a monstrous pleasant lady, and the dinner good, only the wine poor, and my vest too tight, which vastly misliked me, I being loath to grow stout, and yet all at odds with my belts, the which trying me sadly, for I do pay my tailor as many do not. And the niece, a striking fine girl, modest, and not raising her eyes, the which much to my taste, and drinking only lamb's wool, and at cards knowing not tierce from deuce. H. Neville, making great ado over my new coach, did have it out with pride, and we to the country club for a late supper, the which well cooked, but my vest much tighter, and so home to bed. Railway stocks risen 2 points. February 20th. Did take a box at the play, and ask H. Neville, his wife and niece, and a supper afterwards, and pretty to see how Miss did refuse mine eyes, and hardly speak 2 words, the which greatly to my admiration, and after supper did lead her to the coach, and press her hand with curious effect to mine own hair, the which strange and prickly, and home and much thinking on the merry talk at my birthday before sleep. Stocks falling somewhat. March 19th. Much agitated and all trembling, and of a cold sweat. The Lord have mercy, and me all unwitting, until in some strange way do find myself today betrothed, the which I do heartily pray to be for the good of all concerned, although expensive and worse to come. No heart for stocks, but the same arising. April 16th. Do find the being betrothed more to my taste than anticipated, and tell H. Neville he shall be remembered with pointers when the market turns again. We to the park to drive each afternoon, and many admiring of her beauty, she desiring often to drive, but I firm in refusing, for I will be master in my own house. Comes one Lascelles, and makes a great tale of a mine, and I with no time for him, but do set the office boy to look him up in Brad Street. These be busy days with a corner on parsnips. May 10th. The business of being director in Lascelles' mine ended this day, and to a great dinner that he giveth in my honour, and my portrait on all the cards, the which pleaseth me mightily, and I all complimented and congratulated, and sly hints on my approaching marriage, to the which I all smiles, for Lord, the thing being done, one must be of good courage. Quotations low, beshrew them. June 7th. The mountains. Married this day, and to do in a turmoil, wheat being all a rage, and me forstook a home to dress before noon. Did scarce know where I was, with extras being cried outside the church window, and H. Neville giving the bride away, and on the wrong side of the market by my advice. The bride hystericky in the carriage, and at the station wept so that I was fair beside myself. Did bethink me to kiss her in the train, but small comfort to either. What will become of my affairs I know not, this place being all without stock reports, and I half mad, and with naught to pass the time. Comes my wife, as I write, and will have the key to her largest trunk, the same it doth appear is lost, the which on discovery she layeth at my door, and weepeth afresh. Did strive to cheer her, but with a heavy heart. August 10th. This do be the hottest summer in many years, and lest I forget to set it down, more mad dogs than can well be handled. My wife very hystericky, and forever in a smock, and declareth she would be dead, and married life a delusion. The which opinion I take small issue with, having my hands full of business, and Lascelles forever at my heels, with our affair of the mind, not to speak of H. Neville, which waileth continually over how he was caught short in the month of June. Beshrew me, if I repent not of June in mine own behalf, but am determined to live properly, and so have dispatched a messenger to my cousin Sarah Badminton, asking that she come to keep mine house. August 20th. Comes Sarah Badminton this day, and Lord, but a plain woman, being flat like unto a board, from her heels up unto her head. but curiously shaped in and out in front. Still, she do seem a worthy jade, and good at heart, and ever attentive when I will to converse, and sitteth with me of my breakfast, my wife being ever asleep till 10. Last night to the play, where comes Lascelles, and makes very merry, and telleth jokes, the which of great amusement to my wife, which I find no mirth therein. Later to supper at the coffee-house, and my wife exceedingly witty, and me all of a wonder at the change in her in public, and on reflection do find it passing strange that one ugly like Mistress Badminton will effort her to be gracious at home, while one so handsome as my wife sleeps ever. To my office, where did buy and sell as usual. September 16th. My wife not well, and strangely indisposed towards me, yawning unduly, and complaining that life is dull, yet gay enough for others, and of great joy over riding horseback with Lascelles. Last night did chide her in bed for upwards of an hour, and misliked me greatly when I had done, to find that she slept for some while before. Will have the doctor to her, for there be surely something amiss in a woman who is not happy with me. To my office, and H. Neville all excitement over his margins. October 29th. Returned this day from a trip to the coast, and find my wife no better, although the doctor hath been with her each day. She saith the doctor adviseth quiet until spring. Comes Mrs. Badminton, her face all awry, and will that I go with her to Carlsbad, and my affairs so many as never was, and never any lover of the sea. That which causeth me great vexation, that I have a wife, and say flatly to Mrs. Badminton to ask the doctor if he cannot take her to Carlsbad any money, being wiser than to travel with oats where they be now, and chicken feed going up to beat the band, at which the good woman raiseth her hands aloft, and maketh such a demonstration that I clean out of patience, and basted her with the fire shovel, the same being not courteous, but sadly necessary to all appearance. November 6th. My wife most nervous, and there being no peace with her. Did discuss the same with Lascelles to-day, and although unmarried, yet did sympathize much, and advise for me with a right good will, telling me of a place in southern France where he hath been, and the same beyond all else for the nerves, only lonely, but that not so bad, since he proposeth going there this winter himself, and can see after my wife somewhat, the which greatly to my relief, and so home and did discourse thereon with Mistress Badminton, the which drew a long face, and plain to see was dead against the plan, the which putting me in a fine temper with what a woman hath for brains. Wheat rising, and A, B, and C going down, comes H. Neville short to borrow, the which crowneth my fury, his niece being so far from making me happy, and he being the cause of all. But did endorse 2 notes for him, and so home and to bed with a bad grace, and glad that my wife has taken herself to another room. December 9th. From the dock, and my wife to be gone, and now we may look for some peace, the which sad enough needed. December 10th. Comes H. Neville, all distraught, to say that it is about at the clubs that my wife will have a divorce, and marry the doctor, on the which hearing I much annoyed and summoned Mrs. Badminton, who denieth the doctor, but asserteth Lascelles, whereupon we in a great taking, and much brandy and soda, but at last reflection, and do decide not to sue, but to pity Lascelles, for a verity she be forever out of temper, and flounceth when questioned. To mine office and D&E going up, comes H. Neville to borrow again, the gall of which doth take me greatly. January 17th. am all of a taking for that the papers in my wife's divorce do be filed into me this day, and great to do when I learn that the cause she declareth is Sarah Badminton, a woman as little comely as never was, and mine own cousin. Verily the ways of a wife be past understanding. April 11th. Free this day, and being free comes Mrs. Badminton, weeping, and declareth she be ruined if I marry her not next. The which doth so overcome me that ere I have time to rally, she hath kissed me and called me hers. To my office with a heavy heart, having no assurance of how this second marriage will turn out, and little hope, but seeing H. Neville with a long face did refuse to give him any inside information, the which led to his going under about noon, to my great joy, for it was he who did get me in this marrying habit. February 1st, my birthday, and Lord, what eating and drinking, the which, being good beyond compare, my wife staying in the pantry to keep the whole in trim, and all my friends discoursing on my joy, the which is truly great, she being so plain that a man will never look at her, and so loving that she adoreth me, come smiles, come frowns. But that which doth astonish me much is that H. Neville telleth me that she that was once my wife is of exceeding content with Lascelles, a piece of news which I can scarce credit, comparing him with myself. But so wags the world. End of So Wags the World. Recording by James Carson.
Section 19 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Painter Mine by Kenyon Cox. Its innocence deserves no jibe. Pity the creature, do not mock it. 'Tis type of all the artist tribe. Its trousers haven't any pocket. End of The Painter Mine. Section 20 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Advertiser by Eugene Field. I am an advertiser great. In letters bold the praises of my wares I sound. Prosperity is my estate. The people come, the people go, in one continuous, surging flow. They buy my goods and come again, and I'm the happiest of men. And this the reason I relate, I'm an advertiser great. There is a shop across the way where ne'er is heard a human tread, where trade is paralyzed and dead, with ne'er a customer a day. The people come, the people go, but never there. They do not know there's such a shop beneath the skies, because he does not advertise, while I with pleasure contemplate that I'm an advertiser great. The secret of my fortune lies in one small fact which I may state. Too many tradesmen learn too late, if I have goods I advertise. Then people come and people go in constant streams, for people know that he who has good wares to sell will surely advertise them well, and proudly I reiterate, I am an advertiser great. End of The Advertiser. Read by Trisha G. Section 21 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Famous Mulligan Ball by Frank L. Stanton. Did you ever hear of the Mulligan Ball, the Mulligan Ball so fine, where we formed in ranks, and danced on planks, and swung 'em along the line? Where the first 400 of the town moved at the music's call? There was never a ball in the world at all like the famous Mulligan Ball. Town was a bit of a village then, and never a house or shed, from street to street and beat to beat, was higher than Mulligan's head. And never a theatre troupe came round to liven us spring or fall, and so Mulligan's wife she says she, "Plaise God, I'll have a ball." And she did, God rest her and save her too, I'm liftin' to her my hat. And never a ball at all was half as fine as that. Never no invitations sent, nothin' like that at all. But the whole 400 combed their hair and went to the Mulligan Ball. And "Take your places," says Mulligan, "and dance till you shake the wall." And I led Mrs. Mulligan off as the lady that gave the ball. And we whirled around till we shook the ground with never a stop at all. And I kicked the heels from my boots, please God, at the famous Mulligan Ball. Mulligan jumped till he hit the roof, and the head of him went clean through it. The shingles fell on the floor pell-mell. Says Mulligan, "Faith, I knew it." But we kept right on when the roof was gone, with never a break at all. We danced away till the break o' day at the famous Mulligan Ball. But the best of things must pass away like the flowers that fade and fall. And it's 50 years, as the records say, since we danced at Mulligan's Ball. And the new 400 never dance like the Mulligans danced at all. And I'm longing still, though my hair is gray, for a ball like Mulligan's Ball. And I drift in dreams to the old time town, and I hear the fiddle sing, and Mulligan sashays up and down till the rafters rock and ring. Suppose, if I had a woman's eye, maybe a tear would fall, for the old time fellows who took the prize at the famous Mulligan Ball. End of The Famous Mulligan Ball. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 22 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Most. The Genial Idiot discusses the music cure, by John Kendrick Bangs. "Good morning, Doctor," said the idiot as Capsule M.D. entered the dining room. "I'm mighty glad you've come. I've wanted for a long time to ask you about this music cure that everybody is talking about, and get you, if possible, to write me out a list of musical nostrums for everyday use. I noticed last night before going to bed that my medicine chest was about run out. There's nothing but one quinine pill and a sodament drop in it, and if there's anything in the music cure, I don't think I'll have it filled again. I prefer Wagner to squills, and compared to the delights of Mozart, Haydn, and Offenbach, those of paregoric are nit." "Still rambling, eh?" vouchsafed the doctor. "You ought to submit your tongue to some scientific student of dynamics. I'm inclined to think, from my own observation of its ways, that it contains the germ of perpetual motion." "I will consider your suggestion," replied the idiot. "Meanwhile, let us consult harmoniously together on the original point. Is there anything in this music cure, and is it true that our medical schools are hereafter to have conservatories attached to them in which aspiring young M.D.s are to be taught the materia musica in addition to the materia medica?" "I have heard no such idiotic proposition," returned the doctor. "And as for the music cure, I don't know anything about it. Haven't heard everybody talking about it, and doubt the existence of any such thing outside that mysterious realm which is bounded by the four corners of your own bright particular cerebellum. What do you mean by the music cure?" "Why, all the papers have been full of it lately," explained the idiot. "The claim is made that in music lies the panacea for all human ills. It may not even be able to perform a surgical operation like that which is required for the removal of a leg, and I don't believe even Wagner even composed a measure that could be counted on successfully to eliminate one's vermiform appendix from its chief sphere of usefulness, but for other things like measles and mumps, or the snuffles, the indigestion, it is said to be wonderfully efficacious. What I wanted to find out from you was just what composers were best for which specific troubles." "You'll have to go to somebody else for the information," said the doctor. "I've never heard of the theory, and as I said before, I don't believe anybody else has, borrowing your own sweet self." "I have seen a reference to it somewhere," put in Mr. Whitechoker, coming to the Idiot's rescue. "As I recall the matter, some lady had been cured of a nervous affection by the scientific application of some musical poultice or other, and the general expectation seems to be that some day we shall find in music a cure for all our human ills, as the Idiot suggests." "Thank you, Mr. Whitechoker," said the Idiot gratefully. "I saw that same item and several others besides, and I've only told the truth when I say that a large number of people are considering the possibilities of music as a substitute for drugs. I am surprised that Dr. Capsule has neither heard nor thought about it, for I should think it would prove to be a pleasant and profitable field for speculation. Even I, who am only a dabbler in medicine and know no more about it than the effects of certain remedies upon my own symptoms, have noticed that music of a certain sort is a sure emolument for nervous conditions." "For example?" said the Doctor. "Of course we don't doubt your word, but when a man makes a statement based upon personal observation, it is profitable to ask him what his precise experience has been, merely for the purpose of adding to our own knowledge." "Well," said the Idiot, "the first instance that I can recall is that of a Wagner opera and its effects on me. For a number of years I suffered from a great deal of insomnia. I could not get 2 hours of consecutive sleep, and the effects of my sufferings was to make me nervous and irritable. Suddenly somebody presented me with a couple of tickets for a performance of Parsifal, and I went. It began at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. For 20 minutes all went serenely, and then the music began to work. I fell into a deep and refreshing slumber. The intermission came, and still I slept on. Everybody else went home, dressed for the evening part of the performance, had their dinner, and returned. Still I slept, and continued so to do until midnight, when one of the gentlemanly ushers came and waked me up and told me the performance was over. I rubbed my eyes and looked about me. It was true. The great auditorium was empty and was gradually darkening. I put on my hat and walked out refreshed, having slept from 5:20 until 12, or 6 hours and 40 minutes straight. That was one instance. 2 weeks later I went again, this time to hear Die Gotterdammerung. The results were the same, only the effect was instantaneous. The curtain had hardly risen before I retired to the little anteroom of the box our party occupied, and dozed off into a fathomless sleep. I didn't wake up this time until 9 o'clock the next day, the rest of the party having gone off without awakening me, as a sort of joke. Clearly Wagner, according to my way of thinking, then deserves to rank among the most effective narcotics known to modern science. I've tried all sorts of other things, sulfonal, trinal, bromide powders, and all the rest, and not one of them produced anything like the soporific results that 2 doses of Wagner brought about in one instant. And best of all, there was no reaction. No splitting headache or shaky hand the next day, but just the calm, quiet, contented feeling that goes on with the sense of having got completely rested up." "You run the dreadful risk, however," said the Doctor, with a sarcastic smile. "The Wagner habit is a terrible thing to acquire, Mr. Idiot." "That may be," said the Idiot. "Worse than the sulfonal habit by a great deal, I am told. But I am in no danger of becoming a victim to it while it costs from $5 to $7 a dose. In addition to this experience, I have also the testimony of a friend of mine who was cured of a frightful attack of the colic by Sullivan's lost chord played on a cornet. He had spent the day down at Asbury Park, and had eaten not wisely, but too copiously. Among other things he had turned loose in his inner man were 2 plates of lobster salade, a glass of fresh cider, and a saucerful of pistache ice cream. He was a painter by profession, and the color scheme he thus introduced into his digestive apparatus was too much for his artistic soul. He was not fitted by temperament to assimilate anything quite so strenuously chromatic as that, and as a consequence, shortly after he retired to his studio for the night, the conflicting tints began to get in their deadly work, and within 2 hours he was completely doubled up. The pain he suffered was awful. Agony was bliss alongside of the pangs that now afflicted him, and all the palliatives and painkillers known to man were tried without avail. And then, just as he was about to give himself up for lost, an amateur cornetist who occupied a studio on the floor above began to play the lost chord. A counterpain set in immediately. At the second bar of the lost chord, the awful pain that was gradually gnawing away at his vitals seemed to lose its poignancy in the face of the greatest suffering, and the physical relief was instant. As the musician proceeded, the internal disorder yielded gradually to the external, and finally passed away entirely, leaving him so far from prostrated that by 1 a.m. he was out of bed, and actually girding himself with a shotgun and an Indian club to go upstairs for a physical encounter with the cornetist.
And you reason from this that Sullivan's lost chord is the cure for the cholera morbus, eh?
sneered the doctor.
It would seem so, said the idiot. While the music continued, my friend was a well man ready to go out and fight like a warrior. But when the cornetist stopped, the colic returned, and he had to fight it out in the old way. In these episodes, in my own experience, I find ample justification for my belief, and that of others, that someday the music cure for human ailments will be recognized and developed to the full. Families going off to the country for the summer, instead of taking a medicine chest along with them, will go provided with a music box with cylinders for mumps, measles, summer complaint, whooping cough, chicken pox, chills, and fevers, and all the other ills of flesh is heir to. Scientific experiment will demonstrate before long what composition will cure specific ills. If a baby has whooping cough, an anxious mother, instead of ringing up the doctor, will go to the piano and give the child a dose of Hiawatha. If a small boy goes swimming and catches a cold in his head and is down with a fever, his nurse, an expert on the accordion, can bring him back to health again with 3 bars of Under the Bamboo Tree after each meal. Instead of dosing kids with cod liver oil when they need a tonic, they will be set to work at a mechanical piano and braced up on Narcissus. There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight will become an effective remedy for the sudden chill. People suffering from sleeplessness can dose themselves back to normal conditions again with Wagner the way I did. Tchaikovsky, to be well shaken before taken, will be an effective remedy for a torpid liver, and the man or woman who suffers from lassitude will doubtless find in the lively airs of our two-step composers an effective tonic to bring their vitality up to a high standard of activity. Nothing in it. Why, doctor, there's more in it that's in sight today that is promising and suggestive of great things in the future than there was of the principle of gravitation in the rude act of that historical Pippin that left the parent tree and swatted Sir Isaac Newton on the nose. And the drug stores will be driven out of business, I presume, said the doctor. No, said the idiot. They will substitute music for drugs, that is all. Every man who can afford it will have his own medical phonograph or music box, and the drug stores will sell cylinders and records for them instead of quinine, carbonate of soda, squills, paregoric, and other nasty-tasting things they have now. This alone will serve to popularize sickness, and instead of being driven out of business, their trade will pick up. And the doctor, and the doctor's gig, and all the appurtenances of his profession, what becomes of them? Demanded the doctor. We'll have to go to the doctor just the same to prescribe for us, only he will have to be a musician. But the gig, I'm afraid that will have to go, said the idiot. And why, pray? Asked the doctor. Because there are no more drugs, must the physician walk? Not at all, said the idiot. But he'd better be equipped if he drove about in a piano organ, or if he preferred an auto on a steam calliope.
End of The Genial Idiot Discusses the Music Cure by John Kendrick Bangs. Recorded by Christopher Most. Section 23 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Most. The Octopussy Cat by Kenyon Cox. I love Octopussy, his arms are so long, there's nothing in nature so sweet as his song. 'Tis true I'd not touch him, no, not for a farm. If I keep at a distance, he'll do me no harm. End of The Octopussy Cat. Section 24 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Most. The Book Canvasser by Anonymous. He came into my office with a portfolio under his arm. Placing it upon the table, removing a ruined hat, and wiping his nose upon a ragged handkerchief that had been so long out of the wash that it was positively gloomy, he said, "Mr. Redacted, I'm canvassing for the National Portrait Gallery. Very valuable work. Comes in numbers. 50 cents apiece. Contains pictures of all the great American heroes from the earliest times down to the present day. Everybody's subscribing for it, and I want to see if I can't take your name. Now just cast your eyes over that," he said, opening his book and pointing to an engraving. "Let me see. Yes, that's Columbus. Perhaps you've heard something about him. The publisher was telling me today before I started out that he discovered... No. Was it Columbus that Yes. Columbus, he discovered America. Was the first man here. He came over in a ship, the publisher said, and it took fire, and he stayed on deck because his father told him to, if I remember right, and when the old thing busted to pieces he was killed. Handsome picture, ain't it? Taken from a photograph. All of 'em are, done especially for this work. His clothes are kinder odd, but they say that's the way they dressed in them days. Look at this one. Now isn't that splendid? That's William Penn, one of the early settlers. I was reading the other day about him. When he first arrived, he got a lot of Indians up a tree, and when they shook some apples down, he set one on top of his son's head and shot an arrow plump through it, and never fazed him. They say it struck them Indians cold, he was such a terrific shooter. Fine countenance, hasn't he? Face shaved clean. He didn't wear a mustache, I believe, but he seems to have let himself out on hair. Now, my view is that every man ought to have a picture of that patriarch, so as to see how first settlers looked and what kind of waistcoats they used to wear. See his legs, too. Trousers a little short, maybe, as if he was going to wade in a creek. But he's all there. Got some kind of paper in his hand, I see. Subscription list, I reckon. Now, how does that strike you? There's something nice. That, I think, is that... yes, to be sure, Washington. You recollect him, of course? Some people call him the father of his country, George Washington. Had no middle name, I believe. He lived about 200 years ago, but he was a fighter. I heard a publisher telling a man about him crossing the Delaware River up here at Trenton, and he seems to me, if I recollect right, I've read about it myself. He was courting some girl on the Jersey side, and he used to swim over at nights to see her when the old man was asleep. The girl's family were down on him, I reckon. He looks like a man to do that, don't he? He's got it in his eye. If it'd been me, I'd gone over a bridge, but he probably wanted to show off afore her. Some men are so reckless, you know. Now, if you conclude to take this, I'll get the publisher to write out some more stories and bring 'em round to you, so's you can study up on him. I know he did ever so many other things, but I've forgot 'em. My memory's so awful poor. Let's see, who do you have next? Ah, Franklin. Benjamin Franklin. He was one of the old original pioneers, I think. I disremember exactly what he's celebrated for, but I think it was a flying, oh, yes, flying a kite, that's it. The publisher mentioned it. He was out one day flying a kite, you know, like boys do nowadays, and while she was a-flickerin' up there in the sky, and he was giving her more string, an apple fell off a tree and hit him on the head. Then he discovered the attraction of gravitation, I think they call it. Smart, wasn't it? Now, if you or me'd have been hit, it just made us mad, like as not, and sent us a-ravin'. But men are so different. One man's meat, another man's pison. See what a double chin he's got. No beard on him either, though a goatee would have been becoming to such a round face. He hasn't got on a sword, and I reckoned he was no soldier. Fit some when he was a boy, maybe, or went out with the home guard, but not a regular warrior. I ain't one myself, and I think all the better of him for it. Oh, here we are. Look at that. Smith and Pocahontas. John Smith. Isn't that gorgeous? See how she kneels over him and sticks out her hands while he lays on the ground and that big fellow with a club tries to hammer him up? Talk about a woman's love. There it is for you. Modocs, I believe. Anyway, some Indians out west there, somewheres, and the publisher tells me that Captain Shackanasty, or whatever his name was there, was gonna bang old Smith over the head with the log of wood, and this here girl was sweet on Smith, it appears, and she broke loose, and jumped forward, and says to the man with the stick, "Why don't you let John alone? Me and him are gonna marry, and if you kill him, I'll never speak to you as long as I live," or words like them, and so the man, he give it up. And both of them hunted up a preacher, and were married, and lived happily ever after. Beautiful story, isn't it? A good wife she made him, too, I'll bet, if she was a little copper-colored. And don't she look just lovely in that picture? But Smith appears kind of sick. Evidently thinks his goose is cooked, and I don't wonder, with that Modoc swooping down on him with such a discouraging club. And now we come to Putnam. General Putnam. He fought in the war, too, and one day a lot of 'em caught him when he was off his guard, and they tied him flat on his back to a horse, and then licked the horse like the very mischief. And what does that horse do but go pitching down about 400 stone steps in front of the house, with General Putnam lying there nearly scared to death. Leastways, the publisher said somehow that way, and I once read about it myself. But he came out safe, and I reckon sold the horse and made a pretty good thing of it. What surprises me is he didn't break his neck.
but maybe it was a mule, for they're pretty sure-footed, you know. Surprising what some of these men have gone through, ain't it? Turn over a couple of leaves. That's General Jackson. My father shook hands with him once. He was a fighter. I know. He fit down in New Orleans, broke up the rebel legislature, and then when the Ku Kluxes got after him, he fought 'em behind cotton breastworks and licked 'em till they couldn't stand. They say he was terrific when he got real mad, hit straight from the shoulder, and fetched his man every time. Andrew his first name was, and look how his hair stands up. And then here's John Adams, and Daniel Boone, and 2 or 3 pirates, and a whole lot more pictures, so you see, it's cheap as dirt. Let me have your name, won't you?
End of The Book Canvasser by Anonymous. Read by Christopher Most. Section 25 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Most. Her Valentine by Richard Hovey.
What? Send her a valentine? Never! I see you don't know who she is. I should ruin my chances forever. My hopes would collapse with a fizz. I can't see why she scents such disaster, when I take heart to venture a word. I've no dream of becoming her master. I've no notion of being her lord. All I want is just to be her lover. She's the most up-to-date of her sex, and there's such a multitude of her, no wonder they call her complex. She's a bachelor, even when married. She's a vagabond, even when housed. And if ever her citadel's carried, her suspicions must not be aroused. She's erratic, impulsive, and human, and she blunders as goddesses can. But if she's what they call the new woman, then I'd like to be the new man. I'm glad she makes books and paints pictures, and typewrites and hoes her own row, and it's quite beyond a reach of conjectures how much further she's going to go. When she scorns in the L-road my proffer of a seat and hangs on to a strap, I admire her so much I could offer to let her ride up on my lap. Let her undo the stays of the ages that have cramped and confined her so long. Let her burst through the frail candy cages that fooled her to think they were strong. She may enter life's wide vagabondage. She may do without flutter or frill. She may take off the chains of her bondage, and anything else that she will. She may take me off, for example, and she probably does when I'm gone. I'm aware the occasion is ample. That's why I so often take on. I'm so glad she can win her own dollars, and know all the freedom it brings. I love her in shirt-waists and collars. I love her in dress-reform things. I love her in bicycle skirtlings, especially when there's a breeze. I love her in crinklings and quirklings, and anything else that you please. I dote on her even in bloomers, if Parisian enough in their style. In fact, she may choose her costumers, wherever her fancy beguile. She may box, she may shoot, she may wrestle, she may argue, hold office or vote. She may engineer turret or trestle, and build a few ships that will float. She may lecture all lectures but curtain, make money and naturally spend. If I let her have her way, I'm certain she'll let me have mine in the end.
End of Her Valentine by Richard Hovey. Recording by Christopher Most.
Section 26 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Welsh Rabbitern by Kenyon Cox. This is a very fearsome bird, who sits upon men's chests at night. With horrid stare his eyeballs glare. He flies away at morning's light. End of The Welsh Rabbitern. Recording by John Burnett, West Sandy, Texas.
Section 27 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Comic Miseries by John G. Saxe. 1. My dear young friend, whose shining wit sets all the room ablaze, don't think yourself a happy dog for all your merry ways, but learn to wear a sober phiz, be stupid if you can, it's such a very serious thing to be a funny man. 2. You're at an evening party with a group of pleasant folks. You venture quietly to crack the least of little jokes. A lady doesn't catch the point and begs you to explain. Alas for one who drops a jest and takes it up again. 3. You're taking deep philosophy with very special force, to edify a clergyman with suitable discourse. You think you've got him, when he calls a friend across the way, and begs you'll say that funny thing you said the other day. 4. You drop a pretty jeu de mots into a neighbor's ears, who likes to give you credit for the clever thing he hears, and so he hawks your jest about the old authentic one, just breaking off the point of it and leaving out the pun. 5. By sudden change in politics, or sadder change in Polly, you lose your love, or loaves, and fall a prey to melancholy. While everybody marvels why your mirth is under ban, they think your very grief a joke, you're such a funny man. 6. You follow up a stylish card that bids you come and dine, and bring along your freshest wit to pay for musty wine. You're looking very dismal when my lady bounces in, and wonders what you're thinking of, and why you don't begin. 7. You're telling to a knot of friends a fancy tale of woes that cloud your matrimonial sky, and banish all repose. A solemn lady overhears the story of your strife, and tells the town the pleasant news, you quarrel with your wife. 8. My dear young friend, whose shining wit sets all the room ablaze, don't think yourself a happy dog for all your merry ways, but learn to wear a sober phiz, be stupid if you can, it's such a very serious thing to be a funny man. End of Comic Miseries. Section 28 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Merchant and the Book Agent by Anonymous. A book agent importuned James Watson, a rich merchant living a few miles out of the city, until he bought a book, the Early Christian Martyrs. Mr. Watson didn't want the book, but he bought it to get rid of the agent. Then, taking it under his arm, he started for the train which takes him to his office in the city. Mr. Watson hadn't been gone long before Mrs. Watson came home from a neighbor's. The book agent saw her, and went in and persuaded the wife to buy a copy of the book. She was ignorant of the fact that her husband had bought the same book in the morning. When Mr. Watson came back in the evening, he met his wife with a cheery smile as he said, "Well, my dear, how have you enjoyed yourself to-day? Well, I hope?" "Oh, yes, had an early caller this morning." "Ah, and who was she?" "It wasn't a she at all. It was a gentleman, a book agent." "A what?" "A book agent, and to get rid of his importuning I bought his book, the Early Christian Martyrs. See, here it is," she exclaimed, advancing toward her husband. "I don't want to see it," said Watson, frowning terribly. "Why, husband?" asked his wife. "Because that rascally book agent sold me the same book this morning. Now we've got 2 copies of the same book, 2 copies of the Early Christian Martyrs, and—" "But, husband, we can—" "No, we can't, either," interrupted Mr. Watson. "The man is off on the train before this. Confound it, I could kill the fellow, "Why, there he goes to the depot now," said Mrs. Watson, pointing out of the window at the retreating form of the book agent making for the train. But it's too late to catch him, and I'm not dressed. I've taken off my boots, and—" Just then Mr. Stevens, a neighbor of Mr. Watson, drove by, when Mr. Watson pounded on the window pane in a frantic manner, almost frightening the horse. "Here, Stevens," he shouted, "you're hitched up. Won't you run your horse down to the train and hold that book agent till I come? Run! Catch him now!" "All right," said Mr. Stevens, whipping up his horse and tearing down the road. Mr. Stevens reached the train just as the conductor shouted, "All aboard?" "Book agent!" he yelled, as the book agent stepped on the train. "Book agent, hold on! Mr. Watson wants to see you." "Watson? Watson wants to see me?" repeated the seemingly puzzled book agent. "Oh, I know what he wants. He wants to buy one of my books, but I can't miss the train to sell it to him." "If that is all he wants, I can pay for it and take it back to him. How much is it?" $2 for the early Christian martyrs," said the book agent, as he reached for the money and passed the book out of the car window. Just then Mr. Watson arrived, puffing and blowing in his shirt sleeves. As he saw the train pull out he was too full for utterance. "Well, I got it for you," said Stevens. "Just got it, and that's all." "Got what?" yelled Watson. "Why, I got the book, Early Christian Martyrs, and paid—" "By the great guns!" moaned Watson, as he placed his hands to his brow and swooned right in the middle of the street. End of The Merchant and the Book Agent.
Section 29 of the Humor and Wit of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Coquette, a Portrait, by John G. Sachs. "You're clever at drawing, I own," said my beautiful cousin Lisette, as we sat by the window alone. "But say, can you paint a coquette?" "She's painted already," quoth I. "Nay, nay," said the laughing Lisette, "now none of your joking, but try, and paint me a thorough coquette." "Well, cousin," at once I began, in the ear of the eager Lisette, "I'll paint you as well as I can, that beautiful thing, a coquette. She wears a most beautiful face." "Of course," said the pretty Lisette, "and isn't deficient in grace, or else she were not a coquette. And then she is daintily made," a smile from the dainty Lisette, "by people expert in the trade of forming a proper coquette. She's the winningest ways with the beaux." "Go on," said the winning Lisette, "but there isn't a man of them knows the mind of the fickle coquette. She knows how to weep and to sigh," a sigh from the tender Lisette, "but her weeping is all in her eye, not that of the cunning coquette. In short, she's a creature of art." "Oh, hush," said the frowning Lisette, "with merely the ghost of a heart, enough for a thorough coquette. And yet I could easily prove—" "Now don't," said the angry Lisette. "The lady is always in love with herself, the coquette." "There, do not be angry. You know, my dear little cousin Lisette, you told me a moment ago to paint you a thorough coquette."
End of The Coquette.
Section 30 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Spring Feeling by Bliss Carman. I think it must be spring, I feel All broken up and thawed. I'm sick of everybody's wheel, I'm sick of being jawed. I'm too winter killed to live, cold sour through and through. Oh, heavenly barber, come and give my soul a dry shampoo. I'm sick of all these nincompoops who weep through yards of verse, and all these sonneteering dupes who whine and froth and curse. I'm sick of seeing my own name tagged to some paltry line, while this old corpus without shame sits down to meat and wine. I'm sick of all these yellow books and all these bodly heads. I'm sick of all these freaks and spooks and frights in double leads. When good Napoleon's publisher was dangled from a limb, he should have had an editor on either side of him. I'm sick of all this taking on under a foreign name, for when you call it decadent, it's rotten just the same. I'm sick of all this puling trash and namby-pamby rot, a Pegasus you have to thrash to make him even trot. An age-end art, I would not give, for all their plotless plays, one round Flagstaffian adjective or one Miltonic phrase. I'm sick of all this poppycock in bilious green and blue. I'm tired to death of taking stock of everything that's new. New art, new movements, and new schools, all maimed and blind and halt, and all the fads of the new fools who cannot earn their salt. I'm sick of the new woman, too. Good Lord, she's worst of all. Her rights, her sphere, her point of view, and all that falderall. She makes me wish I were the snake inside of Eden's wall, to give the tree another shake and see another fall. I'm very much of Byron's mind, I like sufficiency, but just the common garden kind is good enough for me. I want to find a warm beech wood, and lie down and keep still, and swear a little, and feel good, then loaf on up the hill, and let the spring house clean my brain, where all this stuff is crammed, and let my heart grow sweet again, and let the age be damned. End of A Spring Feeling.
Section 31 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devin Mitchell. Wasted Opportunities by Roy Farrell Green. The lips I might have tasted, rosy ripe as any cherry, how they pair off by the dozens when my memory goes back across the current of the years, aboard of fancy's ferry, which shuns the shores of what we have and touches what we lack. The girl I took to singin' school one night, who vowed she'd never before walked with a feller 'thout her mother bein' by. I reckon that her temptin' mouth will haunt my dreams forever. The lips I might have tasted if I'd had the nerve to try. I recollect another girl, as chipper as a robin, who rode beside me in a sleigh one night through snow and sleet, and both my hands I kept in use, a guidin' good old Dobbin. One didn't need them any more'n a chicken needs 4 feet. Too scared I was to hold her in or warm her cheeks with kisses. I know now she expected it, for once I heard her sigh. Today I'd like to kick myself for these neglected blisses, the lips I might have tasted if I'd had the nerve to try. I never kissed Rebecca, she was sober as a Quaker. I never kissed Alvira, though I took her home one night. That city cousin of the Smiths, a Miss Myrtilla Baker? Those scores of opportunities slipped by me left and right. It makes me hate myself today when I, on fancy's ferry, have crossed the current of the years to olden days gone by. To think of all the lips I've missed, red ripe as topmost cherry, the lips I might have tasted if I'd had the nerve to try. End of Wasted Opportunities. Recording by Devin Mitchell in Glasgow, Scotland.
Section 32 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linette Geisel. The Wedding by Janie Betts Hartswick. Well, it's all over. It's all over. Being the last to leave, I know that. And I declare I'm that full of all the things we had to eat that John and me won't want any supper for a good hour yet. So I just ran in to tell you about it while it's on top of my mind. It's an everlasting shame you had to miss it. One thing, though, you'll get a tray full of the good things sent in to you, I shouldn't wonder. I know there's loads left, for I happened to slip out to the kitchen for a drink of water. I was that dry after all those salty nuts, and I didn't want to trouble 'em, and I saw just heaps of things standing round. Most likely you'll get a good large plate of cake, not just a pinching little mite of a piece in a box. The boxes is real pretty, though, and they did look real palatial, all stacked up on a table by the front door, with a strange colored man in white gloves like a pallbearer to hand 'em to you. How did I get 2 of 'em? Why, it just happened that way. You see, when I was leaving, I missed my sunshade, and I laid my box down on the hat rack stand while I went upstairs to look for it. I went through all the rooms, and just when I'd about given it up, why, there it was, right in my hand all the time. Wasn't it foolish? And when I came downstairs, I found I'd clean forgot where I'd laid that box of cake. I hunted everywhere, and then I just had to tell the man how 'twas, so he handed me another one. And I was just walking out the front door when, would you believe it, if there wasn't the other one just as innocent on the hat rack stand where I had laid it. So now I have 3 of 'em, counting John's. I just can't seem to realize that Eleanor Jameson is married at last. Can you? She took her time if ever anybody did. They do say she was real taken with that young college professor with the full beard and spectacles that visited there last summer. And then to think that after all she went and married a man with a smooth face. He wears glasses, though. That's one point in common. Eleanor's gone off a good deal lately, don't you think so? You hadn't noticed? But then you never was any great hand at noticing. I've noticed you weren't. Why, the other day when I was there offering to help 'em get ready for the wedding, I noticed that she looked real worn, and there was 2 or 3 little fine lines in her eye corners. Not real wrinkles, of course, but we all know that lines is a forerunner. Her hair's beginning to turn, too. I noticed that coming out of church last Sunday. I dare say her knowing this made her less particular than she'd once had been. And after all, marrying any husband is a good deal like buying a new black silk dress pattern. An awful risk. You may look at it on both sides and hold it up to the light and pull it to see if it'll fray and try if it'll spot, but you can't be sure what it'll do till after you've worn it a spell. There's one advantage to the dress pattern, though. You can make 'em take it back if you mistrust it won't wear. If you haven't cut into it, that is. But when you've got a husband, why, you've got him. To have and to hold, for better and worse and good and all. Yes, I'm coming to the wedding, I declare. When I think how careless Eleanor is about little things, I can't help mistrusting what kind of a housekeeper she'll turn out. Why, when John's and my invitation came, it was only printed to the church. There wasn't any reception card among it. Now, I've supplied Eleanor's folks with butter and eggs and spring chickens for 30 years, and I'd just have gone anyway, for I knew it was a mistake, but John held out that 'twasn't, that they didn't mean to have us to the house part. So to settle it, I went right over and told 'em. I told Eleanor she mustn't feel put out about it. We was all mortal, and if it hadn't been for satisfying John, I'd never have let her know how careless she'd been. Of course I'd made allowance. A wedding is upsetting to the intellect, and so 'twas all right. I had a real good view of the ceremony, but 'twasn't their fault that I had. It just happened that way. When John and me got there, I asked the young man at the door, he was an usher and a stranger to me, to give us a front seat. but he said that all the front places was reserved for the relations of the bride and groom, and then I noticed that they tied off the middle aisle about 7 pews back with white satin ribbons and a big bunch of pink roses. It seemed real impolite to invite folks to a wedding and then take the best seats themselves. Well, just then I happened to feel my shoelacing getting loose, and I stepped to one side to fix it, and when I got up from stooping, and my gloves on and buttoned, I had to take 'em off to tie my shoe, and straighten John's cravat for him, why, there was the families on both sides just going in. Of course, we had to follow right behind him, and when we came up to the ribbons, would you believe it? The big bow just untied itself. Or seemed to. I heard afterward it was done by somebody pulling an invisible wire. And we all walked through and took seats. I made John go into the pew ahead of me so's I could get out without disturbing anybody if I should have a headache or feel faint. When John found he was sitting with the family, he was right up against Eleanor's mother. He was for getting up and moving back, but I just whispered to him, "John Appleby, do sit still. I hear the bridal party coming." Of course, I didn't just hear 'em, but I was sure they'd be along in a minute, and I knew it wouldn't do to move our seats anyway, as if we weren't satisfied with 'em. The church was decorated beautiful. Eleanor's folks must have cleaned out their greenhouses to put into it, besides tons of greens from the city. Pretty near the whole of Renville was there, and I must say the church was a credit to the Renville dressmakers. I could pick out all their different fits without any trouble. There was Arabelle Satterlee's. She shapes her backs like the top of a coffin, or sometimes they remind me more of a kite. And Sally Ann Hodd's, she makes 'em square. And old Mrs. Tucker's, you can always tell hers by the way the armholes draw. She makes the minister's wives. But they'd every one of 'em done their level best, and I was proud of 'em. Well, when the organ, it had been playing low and soft all the time, changed off into the wedding march, and the bridesmaids, 8 of 'em, marched up the aisle behind the 8 ushers, I tell you, Mrs. Holliday, it was a sight. They was all in pink gauzy stuff. I happened to feel one of 'em as she went by, but I couldn't tell what 'twas made of. It seemed dreadful flimsy. The big flat hats all made of roses on their heads, and carrying bunches of long-stemmed roses so big that they had to hold 'em in their arms like young babes. Eleanor came behind all of 'em, walking with her father. He always was a small-built man, and with her long trail and her veil spreading out so, why, I declare you couldn't hardly see 'em. I whispered to John that they looked more as if Eleanor was going to give her paw away than him her. Eleanor's dress was elegant, only awful plain. It was made in New York, at Greenleaf's. I know, because when I went upstairs looking for my sunshade, I told you about that, didn't I? I happened to go into Eleanor's room by mistake, and there was the box it came in right on the bed before my eyes. Well, when they was all past, I kept looking round me for the groom and wondering how I had come to miss him, when all at once John nudged me, and there he was right in front of me, and the minister beginning to marry him. And where he had sprung from, I can't tell you this living minute. Came in from the vestry, did he? Well, now, I never would have thought of that. Well, when they was most married, the most ridiculous thing happened. You see, Eleanor's father, in stepping back after giving her away, had put his foot right down on her trail and never noticed. And when it came time for the prayer, Eleanor pulled and pulled. They was to kneel down on 2 big white satin cushions in front of 'em, but her pa never budged, just stood there with his eyes shut and his head bowed as devout as anything. And before Eleanor could stop him, her husband, he was most her husband anyway, had kneeled right down onto the cushion, with his eyes shut too, I suppose, and the minister had to pray over him that way. I could see Eleanor's shoulders shaking under her veil, and of course it was ridiculous if it hadn't been so solemn. And then they all marched down the aisle with the bride and groom leading the procession. Eleanor's veil was put back, and I noticed that she was half laughing yet, and her cheeks were real pink. and her eyes were sort of bright and moist. She looked real handsome. Good gracious, Miss Halliday, don't ever tell me that's 6 o'clock. And I hadn't told a thing about the presents and who was there and Eleanor's clothes and what they had to eat. Why, they didn't even use their own chinaware. They had a colored caterer from New York, and he brought everything, all the dishes and tablecloths and spoons and forks, besides the refreshments. I know because just after he came, I happened to carry over my 11 best forks. John broke the dozenth trying to pry a cork out of a bottle of raspberry vinegar the year we was married. I never take a fork to pry with, and offered to loan 'em for the wedding, but they didn't need 'em, so I just stayed a minute or two in the butler's pantry and then went home. But I saw the caterer unpacking. There, I knew I'd stayed too long. There's John coming in the gate after me. I must go this blessed minute. End of The Weddin'. Recording by Linette Geisel.
Section 33 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. The Thompson Street Poker Club. Some Curious Points in the Noble Game Unfolded. By Henry Guy Carleton. When Mr. Tooter Williams entered the gilded halls of the Thompson Street Poker Club Saturday evening, it was evident that fortune had smeared him with prosperity. He wore a straw hat with a blue ribbon, an expression of serene content, and a glass amethyst on his third finger whose effulgence irradiated the whole room and made the envious eyes of Mr. Cyanide Whiffles stand out like a crab's. Besides these extraordinary furbishments, Mr. Williams had his mustache waxed to fine points, and his back hair was precious with the lustre and richness which accompany the use of the attar of Third Avenue roses combined with the bear's grease dispensed by basement barbers on that fashionable thoroughfare. In sharp contrast to this scintillating entrance was the coming of the Reverend Mr. Thankful Smith, who had been dishevelled by the heat, discoloured by the dusty evangelical trip to Coney Island, and oppressed by an attack of malaria, which made his eyes bloodshot and enriched his respiration with occasional hiccoughs and that steady aroma which is said to dwell in Weehawken breweries. The game began at 8 o'clock, and by 9, and a series of 2 pair hands and bull luck, Mr. Gus Johnson was $7 and a nickel ahead of the game, and the Reverend Mr. Thankful Smith, who was banking, was 9 stacks of chips and a dollar bill on the wrong side of the ledger. Mr. Cyanide Whiffles was cheerful as a cricket over 4 winnings amounting to 69 cents. Professor Brick was calm, and Mr. Tooter Williams was gorgeous and hopeful, and laying low for the first jackpot, which now came. It was Mr. Whiffles's deal, and feeling that the eyes of the world were upon him, he passed around the cards with a precision and rapidity which were more to his credit than the IOU from Mr. Williams, which was left over from the previous evening. Professor Brick had 9 high and declared his inability to make an opening. Mr. Williams noticed a dangerous light come into the Reverend Mr. Smith's eye and hesitated a moment, but having 2 black jacks and a pair of trays, opened with the limit. "I lifts yo' jest $3, Toot," said the Reverend Mr. Smith, getting out the wallet and shaking out a wad. Mr. Gus Johnson, who had a 4 flush and very little prudence, came in. Mr. Whiffles sighed and fled. Mr. Williams polished the amethyst, thoroughly examining a scratch on one of its facets, adjusted his collar, skinned his cards, stealthily glanced again at the expression of the Reverend Mr. Smith's eye, and said he would "Jes' call." Mr. Whiffles supplied the wants of the gentleman from the pack with the mechanical air of a man who had lost all hope in the hereafter. Mr. Williams wanted 1 card, the Reverend Mr. Smith said he'd take about 3, and Mr. Gus Johnson expressed a desire for a club if it was not too much trouble. Mr. Williams caught another tray, and, being secretly pleased, led out by betting a chip. The Reverend Mr. Smith uproariously slammed down a stack of blue chips and raised him $7. Mr. Gus Johnson had captured the 9 of hearts, and so retired. Mr. Williams had 4 chips and $1 left. "I sees dat 7," he said impressively, "and I humps it 10 mo'." "Where's de c'latteral?" queried the Reverend Mr. Smith calmly, but with aggressiveness in his eye. Mr. Williams sniffed contemptuously, drew off the ring, and deposited it in the pot with such an air as to impress Mr. Whiffles with the idea that the jewel must have been worth at least $4,000,000. Then Mr. Williams leaned back in his chair and smiled. "What yer goin' ter do?" asked the Reverend Mr. Smith, deliberately ignoring Mr. Williams's action. Mr. Williams pointed to the ring and smiled. "Lif yo $10." "On what?" "Dat ring." "Dat ring?" "Yessuh." Mr. Williams was still cool. "Huh!" said the Reverend Mr. Smith. The Reverend Mr. Smith picked the ring up, examined it scientifically with one eye closed, dropped it several times as if to test its soundness, and then walked across and rasped it several times heavily on the window pane. "What you doin' dat fo'?" excitedly asked Mr. Williams. A double rasp with the ring was the Reverend Mr. Smith's only reply. "Gimme dat jewel back," demanded Mr. Williams. The Reverend Mr. Smith was now vigorously rubbing the setting of the stone on the floor. "Leggo dat sparkler," said Mr. Williams again. The Reverend Mr. Smith carefully polished off the scratches by rubbing the ring awhile on the sole of his foot. Then he resumed his seat and put the precious thing back into the pot. Then he looked calmly at Mr. Williams, and leaned back in his chair as if waiting for something. "Is yo' satisfied?" said Mr. Williams, in the tone used by men who have sustained a deep injury. "Dis is polka," said the Reverend Mr. Thankful Smith. "I raised yo' $10," said Mr. Williams, pointing to the ring. "Did yer ever saw 3 balls hangin' over my do'?" said the Reverend Mr. Smith. "Doesn't you know my name hain't Oppenheimer?" "What yo' mean?" asked Mr. Williams excitedly. "Polka am polka, and dere's no 'casion for triflin' wif blue glassin' junk in dis yar club," said the Reverend Mr. Smith. "I lifts yo' $10," said Mr. Williams, ignoring the insult. "Put up de c'latteral," said the Reverend Mr. Smith. "4 chips is 40, and $1's $1.40, and dat's $1.44." "Where's de 4 cents?" smiled Mr. Williams, desperately. The Reverend Mr. Smith pointed to the ring. Mr. Williams rose indignantly, shucked off his coat, hat, vest, suspenders, and scarf pin, heaped them upon the table, and then sat down and glared at the Reverend Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith rolled up his coat, put on the hat, threw his own out of the window, gave the ring to Mr. Whiffles, jammed the suspenders into his pocket, and took in the vest, chips, and money. "Dis yar's burglary!" yelled Mr. Williams. The Reverend Mr. Smith spread out 4 eights and rose impressively. "Toot!" he said. "Don't trifle wif Prov'dence. Because a man wars 10-cent grease and gets his July on de Bowery, hit's no sign dat he kin buck agin cash in a jacker and git a boodle from 4 eights. Yo's now in yo' shirt sleeve and low sperrits, but ye 'speience and wallable. I's willin' to stan' a beer and sassenger and shake and call it squar'. De club'll now adjourn." End of The Thompson Street Poker Club.
Section 34 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bumble Beaver by Kenyon Cox. A cheerful and industrious beast, he's always humming as he goes, to make mud houses with his tail, or gather honey with his nose. Although he flits from flower to flower, he's not at all a gay deceiver. We might take a lesson by the hour from busy, buzzy Bumblebee. End of The Bumblebeaver. Recording by John Burnett, West Sandy, Texas.
Section 35 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After the Funeral by James M. Bailey. It was just after the funeral, the bereaved and the subdued widow, enveloped in melancholy gloom, was seated in sitting room with a few sympathizing friends. There was that constrained look so peculiar to the occasion observable on every countenance. The widow sighed. "How do you feel, my dear?" said her sister. "Oh, I don't know," said the poor woman, with difficulty restraining her tears. "But I hope everything passed off well." "Indeed it did," said all the ladies. "It was as large and respectable a funeral as I have seen this winter," said the sister, looking round upon the others. "Yes, it was," said the lady from the next door. "I was saying to Mrs. Slocum only 10 minutes ago that the attendance couldn't have been better, the bad going considered." "Did you see the Taylors?" asked the widow faintly, looking at her sister. "They go so rarely to funerals that I was surprised to see them here." "Oh yes, the Taylors were all here," said the sympathizing sister. "As you say, they go but little. They are so exclusive." "I thought I saw the Courtesies also," suggested the bereaved woman droopingly. "Oh yes," claimed in several. "They came in their own carriage too," said the sister animatedly. "And then there were the Randalls and the Van Rensselaers. Mrs. Van Rensselaer had her cousin from the city with her, and Mrs. Randall wore a very black heavy silk, which I am sure was quite new. Did you see Colonel Haywood and his daughters, love?" "I thought I saw them, but I wasn't sure. They were here, then, were they?" "Yes, indeed," said they all again, and the lady who lived across the way observed, "The Colonel was very sociable and inquired most kindly about you." "And the sickness of your husband?" The widow smiled faintly. She was gratified by the interest shown by the Colonel. The friends now rose to go, each bidding her good-bye and expressing the hope that she would be calm. Her sister bowed them out. When she returned she said, "You can see, my love, what the neighbors think of it. I wouldn't have had anything unfortunate to happen for a good deal, but nothing did. The arrangements couldn't have been better. I think some of the people in the neighborhood must have been surprised to see many of the uptown people here," suggested the afflicted woman, trying to look hopeful. "You may be quite sure of that," asserted the sister. "I could see that plain enough by the looks." "Well, I am glad there is no occasion for talk," said the widow, smoothing the skirt of her dress. And after that the boys took the chairs home, and the house was put in order. End of After the Funeral. This is a recording by Siddharth.
Chapter 36 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Chris. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thaler. It looked extremely rocky for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-6 with just an inning left to play. And so when Cooney died at first, and Burrows did the same, a pallor wreathed the features of the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go, leaving there the rest, with that hope that springs eternal within the human breast. For they thought if only Casey could get one whack at that, they'd put up even money with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, and so likewise did Blake. But the former was a pudding, and the latter was a fake. So on that stricken multitude a death-like silence sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey's getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and the much-despised Blakey tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and they saw what had occurred, there was Blakey safe on second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from the gladdened multitude went up a joyous yell. It bounded from the mountain top and rattled in the dell. It struck upon the hillside and rebounded on the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing and a smile on Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then, while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance glanced in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted one in the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the spheroid flew. But Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and the echo answered, "Fraud!" But the scornful look from Casey and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold, they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip, his teeth are clenched with hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate, and now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in this favored land the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. End of Casey at the Bat. Recording by Marty Chris. Section 37 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Chris. The Martyrdom of Mr. Stevens by Herbert Quick. Pietro. The offence, it seemeth me, is one that by mercy's extremest stretch might be o'erpassed. Cosimo. Never, Pietro, never. The brotherhood's honor untouchable is touched thereby. We build our labyrinth of sacred words and potent spells, and all the deep involved horrors of our craft. Its entrance hedged about with dreadful oaths, and every step in threading it made dank by dripping terror and outseeping all. Shall it be said that even Ludovico may break our faith and live? Never, say I. Vision of Cosimo. The Bellevale Lodge of the Ancient Order of Christian Martyrs held its meetings in the upper story of a tall building. Mr. Alvord called for Amidon at 8, and took him up, all his boldness in the world of business replaced by wariness in the atmosphere of mystery. As he and his companion went into an anteroom, and were given broad collars from which were suspended metal badges called jewels, he felt a good deal like a spy. They walked into the lodge-room, where 25 or 30 men with similar jewels sat smoking and chatting. All seemed to know him, but, much to his relief, before he could be included in the conversation, the gavel fell. Certain ones with more elaborate jewels and more ornate collars than the rest took the higher backed and more highly upholstered chairs at the four sides of the room. Another stood at the door, and still another in complete uniform with sword and belt began hustling the members to seats. "The deacon militant," said the wielder of the gavel, "will report if all present are known and tested members of our dread and mystic conclave." "All most sovereign pontiff," responded the deacon militant, who proved to be the man in the uniform, "save certain strangers who appear within the confines of our sacred basilica." "Let them be tested," commanded the sovereign pontiff, "and if brethren welcomed, if spies executed." Amidon started and looked about for aid or avenue of escape. Seeing none, he warily watched the deacon militant, that officer walking in the military fashion which, as patristic literature teaches, was adopted by the early Christians, and turning square corners, as was the habit of St. Paul and the apostles, received whispered passwords from the 2 or 3 strangers, and, with a military salute, announced that all present had been put to the test and welcomed. Then, for the first time remembering that he was not among the strangers, so far as known to the lodge, Amidon breathed freely, and rather regretted the absence of executions. "Bring forth the mystic symbols of the order," was the next command. The mystic symbols were placed on a stand in the middle of the room, and turned out to be a gilt fish about the size of a 4-pound bass, a jar of human bones, and a rolled-up scroll said to contain the Gospels. The fish, as explained by the deacon militant, typified a great many things connected with early Christianity, and served always as a reminder of the password of the order. The relics in the jar were bones of martyrs. The scroll was the book of the law. Amidon was becoming impressed. The solemn and ornate ritual and the dreadful symbols sent shivers down his inexperienced and unfraternal spine. Breaking in with uninitiated eyes, as he had done, now seemed more and more a crime. There was an opening ode, which was so badly sung as to mitigate the awe, and an order of business solemnly gone through. Under the head "Good of the Order," the visiting brethren spoke as if it were a class meeting, and they giving testimony, one of them very volubly reminding the assembly of the great principles of the order, and the mighty work it had already accomplished in ameliorating the condition of a lost and wandering world. Amidon felt that he must have been very blind in failing to note this work until it was thus forced on his notice, but he made a mental apology. "By the way, Brassfield," said Mr. Slater during a recess preceding the initiation of candidates, "you want to give Stevens the best you've got in the catacomb scene. Will you make it just straight ritual, or throw in some of those specialities of yours?" "Stevens? Catacombs?" gasped Amidon. "Specialities? I wish you could have been here when I was put through," went on Mr. Slater. "I don't see how anyone but a professional actor, or a person with your dramatic gifts, can do that part at all. It's so sort of ripping and intense, you know. I look forward to your rendition of it with a good deal of pleasurable anticipation." "You don't expect me to do it, do you?" asked Amidon. "Why, who else?" was the counter question. "We can't be expected to play on the bench the best man in Pennsylvania in that part, can we?" "Come, Brassfield," said the sovereign pontiff, "get on your regalia for the catacombs. We are about to begin." "Oh, say now," said Amidon, trying to be off-hand about it, "you must get somebody else." "What's that? Someone else? Very likely we shall, very likely." Thus the sovereign pontiff with fine scorn. "Come, the regalia and no nonsense." I I may be called out at any moment," urged Amidon, amidst an outcry that seemed to indicate a breach with the martyrs then and there. "There are reasons why—" Edgington took him aside. "Is there any truth in this story," said he, "that you have had some trouble with Stevens and discharged him?" "Oh, that Stevens!" gasped Amidon, as if the whole discussion had hinged on picking out the right one among an army of Stevenses. "Yes, it's true, and I can't help confer this." Edgington whispered to the Sovereign Pontiff, and the announcement was made that in the catacomb scene Brother Brassfield would be excused and Brother Bullwinkle substituted. "I know I never in any plane of consciousness saw any of this, or knew of any of these things," thought Florian. "It is incredible." Conviction, however, was forced on him by the fact that he was now made to don a black domino mask, and to march, carrying a tin-headed spear, with a file of similar figures to examine the candidate, who turned out to be the discharged Stevens, sitting in an anteroom, foolish and apprehensive, and looking withal much as he had done in the counting-room. He was now asked by the leader of the file, in a sepulchral tone, several formal questions, among others whether he believed in a supreme being. Stevens gulped, and said, "Yes." He was then asked if he was prepared to endure any ordeal to which he might be subjected, and warned unless he possessed nerves of steel he had better turn back, for which measure there was yet time. Stevens, in a faint voice, indicated that he was ready for the worst, and desired to go on. Then all, except Amidon, in awesome accents intoned, "Be brave and obedient, and all may yet be well," and they passed back into the lodge-room. Amidon was now thoroughly impressed, and wondered whether Stevens would be able to endure the terrible trials hinted at. Clad in a white robe, typifying innocence, and marching to minor music played upon a piano, Stevens was escorted several times around the darkened room, stopping from time to time at the station of some officer to receive highly improving lectures. Every time he was asked if he were willing to do anything or believed anything, he said, "Yes." Finally, with the scroll of the law in one hand, and with the other resting on the bones of martyrs, surrounded by the brethren whose drawn swords and leveled spears threatened death, he repeated an obligation which bound him not to do a great many things, and to keep the secrets of the order. To Amidon it seemed really awful, albeit somewhat florid in style, and when Alvord nudged him at one passage in the obligation, he resented it as an irreverence. Then he noted that it was a pledge to maintain the sanctity of the family circle of brother martyrs, and Alvord's reference of the night before to the obligation as affecting his association with the strawberry blonde took on new and fearful meaning. Stevens seemed to be vibrating between fright and a tendency to laugh as the voice of some well-known fellow-citizen rumbled out from behind a deadly weapon. He was marched out to the same minor music, and the first act was ended. The really esoteric part of it, Amidon felt, was to come, as he could see no reason for making a secret of these very solemn and edifying matters. Stevens felt very much the same way about it, and was full of expectancy when informed that the next degree would test his obedience. He highly resolved to obey to the letter. The next act disclosed Stevens hoodwinked and the room light. He was informed that he was in the catacombs, familiar to the early Christians, and must make his way alone and in darkness, following the clue of faith, which was placed in his hands. This clue was a white cord, similar to the sort used by masons in the building trades. He groped his way along by it to the station of the next officer, who warned him of the deadly consequences of disobedience. Thence he made his way onward, holding on to the clue of faith, until he touched a trigger of some sort, which let down upon him an avalanche of tinware and such light and noisy articles, which frightened him so, that he started to run, and was dexterously tripped by the deacon militant and a spearman, and caught in a net held by two others. A titter ran about the room. "Obey!" thundered the vice pontiff, "and all will be well." Stevens resumed the clue. At the station of the next officer to whom it brought him, the nature of faith was explained to him, and he was given the password "Ich thus," whispered so that all in that part of the room could hear the interdicted syllables, but he was adjured never, never to utter it, unless to the guardian of the portal on entering the lodge, to the deacon militant on the opening thereof, or to a member when he, Stevens, should become sovereign pontiff. Then he was faced toward the vice pontiff, and told to answer loudly and distinctly the questions asked him. "What is the lesson inculcated in this degree?" asked the vice pontiff from the other end of the room. "Obedience," shouted Stevens in reply. "What is the password for this degree?" "Ich thus," responded Stevens. A roll of stage thunder sounded deafeningly over his head. The piano was swept by a storm of bass passion, and deep cries of "Treason! Treason!" echoed from every side. Poor Stevens tottered and fell into a chair placed by the deacon militant. He saw the enormity of the deed of shame he had committed. He had told the password. "You have all heard this treason," said the sovereign pontiff in the deepest of chest tones. "A treason unknown in all the centuries of the past. What is the will of the conclave?" "I would imprecate on the traitor's head," said a voice from one of the high-backed chairs, "the ancient doom of the law." "Doom! Doom!" said all in unison, holding the oo in a most blood-curdling way. "Pronounce doom!" "One fate, and one alone," pronounced the sovereign pontiff, "can be yours. Brethren, let him forthwith be encased in the chest of the clanking chains, and hurled from the Tarpeian rock, to be dashed in fragments at its stony base." Amidon's horror was modified by the evidences of repressed glee with which this sentence was received. Yet he felt a good deal of concern as they brought out a great chest, threw the struggling Stevens into it, slammed down the ponderous lid, and locked it. Stevens kicked at the lid, but said nothing. The members leaped with joy. A great chain was brought and wrapped clankingly about the chest. "Let me out!" now yelled the Christian martyr. "Let me out, damn you!" "Doom! Doom!" roared the voices, and said the sovereign pontiff in impressive tones, "Proceed with the execution." Now the chest was slung up to a hook in the ceiling, and gradually drawn back by a pulley until it was far above the heads of the men, the chains meanwhile clanking continually against the receptacle, from which came forth a stream of smothered profanity. "Hurl him down to the traitor's death!" shouted the sovereign pontiff. The chest was loosed, and swung like a pendulum lengthwise of the room, down almost to the floor, and up nearly to the ceiling. The profanity now turned into a yell of terror. The martyrs slapped one another's backs and grew blue in the face with laughter. At a signal, a light box was placed where the chest would crush it. which it did with a sound like a small railway collision. The chest was stopped, and the lid raised. "Let the body receive Christian burial," said the Sovereign Pontiff. "Our vengeance ceases with death." This truly Christian sentiment was received with universal approval. Death seemed to all a good place at which to stop. "Brethren," said the deacon militant, as he struggled with the resurgent Stevens, "there seems to be some life here. Methinks the heart beats and—" The remainder of the passage from the ritual was lost to Amidon, by reason of the fact that Stevens had placed one foot against the deacon's stomach and hurled that august officer violently to the floor. "Let every test of life be applied," said the Sovereign Pontiff. "Perchance some higher will than ours decrees his preservation. Take the body hence for a time. If possible, restore him to life, and we will consider his fate." The recess which followed was clearly necessary to afford an opportunity for the calming of the risibilities of the martyrs. The stage, too, had to be reset. Amidon's ethnological studies had not equaled his reading in belles lettres, and he was unable to see the deep significance of these rites from an historical standpoint, and that here was a survival of those orgies to which our painted and skin-clad ancestors devoted themselves in spasms of religious frenzy, gazed at by Cave Bear and the Mammoth. The uninstructed Amidon regarded them as inconceivable horseplay. While thus he mused, Stevens, who was still hoodwinked and being greatly belectured on the virtue of faith and the duty of obedience, re-entered on his ordeal. He was now informed by the officer at the other end of the room that every man must ascend into the mountains of temptation and be tested, before he could be pronounced fit for companionship with martyrs. Therefore a weary climb heavenward was before him, and a great trial of his fidelity. On his patience, daring, and fortitude depended all his future in the order. He was marched to a ladder and bidden to ascend. "I," said the deacon militant, "upon this companion stair will accompany you." But there was no other ladder, and the deacon militant had to stand upon a chair. Up the ladder labored Stevens, but though he climbed manfully, he remained less than a foot above the floor. The ladder went down like a treadmill. As Stevens climbed it, it was an endless ladder rolled down on Stevens' side and up on the other. The deacon militant, from his perch on the chair, encouraged Stevens to climb faster, so as not to be outstripped. With labored breath and straining muscles he climbed, the martyrs rolling on the floor in merriment all the more violent because silent Amidon himself laughed to see this strenuous climb, so strikingly like human endeavor, which puts the climber out of breath and raises him not a whit, except in temperature. At the end of perhaps 5 minutes, when Stevens might well have believed himself 100 feet above the roof, he had achieved a dizzy height of perhaps 6 feet on the summit of a stage property mountain, where he stood beside the deacon militant, his view of the surrounding plain cut off by papier-mâché clouds, and facing a foul fiend, to whom the deacon militant confided that here was a candidate to be tested and qualified, whereupon the foul fiend remarked, "Ha, ha!" and bade them bind him to the plutonium thunderbolt and hurl him down to the netherworld. The thunderbolt was a sort of toboggan on rollers, for which there was a slide running down presumably to the netherworld above mentioned. The hoodwink was removed, and Stevens looked about him, treading warily like one on the top of a tower. The great height of the mountain made him giddy. Obediently he lay face downward on the thunderbolt, and yielded up his wrists and ankles to fastenings provided for them. "They're not going to lower him with those cords, are they?" It was a stage whisper from the darkness which spake this. "Oh, I guess it's safe enough," said another, in the same sort of agitated whisper. "Safe!" was the reply. "I tell you, it's sure to break. Someone stop 'em." To the heart of the martyred Stevens these words struck panic. But as he opened his mouth to protest, the catastrophe occurred. There was a snap, and the toboggan shot downward. Bound as he was, the victim could see below him a brick wall right across the path of his descent. He was helpless to move. It was useless to cry out. For all that, as he felt in imagination the crushing shock of his head driven like a battering ram against this wall, he uttered a roar such as from Achilles might have roused armed nations to battle. And even as he did so, his head touched the wall. There was a crash, and Stevens lay safe on a mattress after his 10-foot slide, surrounded by fragments of red and white paper, which had lately been a wall. He was pale and agitated, and generally done for, but tremendously relieved when he had assured himself of the integrity of his cranium. This he did by repeatedly feeling of his head, and looking at his fingers for sanguinary results. As Amidon looked at him, he repented of what he had done to this thoroughly maltreated fellow man. After the catacomb scene, which was supposed to be impressive, and some more of the secret work, everybody crowded about Stevens, now invested with the collar and jewel of martyrhood, and laughed and congratulated him as on some great achievement, while he looked half pleased and half bored. Amidon with the rest greeted him, and told him that after his vacation was over, he hoped to see him back at the office. "That was a fine exemplification of the principles of the order," said Alvord as they went home. "What was?" said Amidon. "Hiring old Stevens back," answered Alvord. "You've got to live your principles, or they don't amount to much." "Suppose some fellows should get into a lodge?" asked Amidon. "Well," said Alvord, "there isn't much chance of that, I shouldn't dare to say. You can't tell what the fellows would do when such sacred things were profaned, you know. You couldn't tell what they might do." End of The Martyrdom of Mr. Stevens. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 38 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Boarder by Kenyon Cox. His figure is not noted for grace. You may not much care for his face, but a 20-yard dash when he hears the word hash, he can take at a wonderful pace. End of The Wild Boarder. Recording by John Burnett, West Sandy, Texas.
Section 39 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marty Chris. De Gradual Comments by Wallace Bruce Amsbury. Oui, oui, monsieur, I'm most happy. My chest with proud expand. I feel the best I ever feel on all over this land. There's none so up so much as me, you know when I am say, my little daughter Madeline is gradual today. She is the very most smartest gal that I am ever know. I am find this out. The teacher, he is told me that is so. She is so smart that she say things I am no understand. She is no more than anyone that live on old St. Anne. The gradual commences hall down at the grand big hall, where plenty people can get seat for them to see it all. The school board with their president, they sit up on front row. They look so stiff and dignified. For what? I am not know. The class that make the graduate, they're on the stage, you see. In semi-cirque that face de peep, some scares they can be. Then one of them they all make spec, after another's true. This take 'em 'bout 3 hours and a half, the whole thing for to do. My Madeline, she is all fix up, most beautiful to see. In nice white dress my wife she buy over to Kankakee. And when she rise to make the spec, how smart she look on face. They all expect something they hear, there's hush fall on the place. She tell us how to make the leave, how raise big family. She tell it all so smooth and plain that you can't help but see. And how she learn her all of that is more than I can say. But she is know it, for she talk in smartest kind of way. When all is true, the president, the sheepskin he give way. They all nice print upon them, and this is what they say. To them that is concerned with these presents, you understand? The honor these is gradual at high school on St. Anne. And now that she is gradual, she is know all about the world and how to make it run from inside to the out. For this is one the premier things what she has learned, you see. That long big word I can pronounce. It's called philosophy. And you can blame me if I am very proud and puff up so. To have a daughter like this one, that's everything she knows. No wonder that I get big head. My hat's too small, they say. My little daughter Madeline is gradual today. End of The Gradual Commence. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 40 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abu Ben Butler by John Paul. Abu Ben Butler, may his stripe be less, awoke one night from a deep-bottled nest, and saw by the rich radiance of the moon, which shone and shimmered like a silver spoon, a stranger writing on his golden slate, exceeding store had been of spoons and plate. And to the stranger and his tent he said, "Your little game." The stranger turned his head, and with a look made of all innocence replied, "I write the name of precedence." And his mind won. "Not if this court doth know itself," replied the stranger. Ben said, "Oh," and "ah," but spoke again. "Just name your price to write me up as one that may be wise." The stranger up and vanished. The next night he came again, and showed a wondrous sight of names that haply yet might fill the chair. But lo, the name of Butler was not there. End of Abu Ben Butler. This is a recording by Siddharth.
Section 41 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Latter-day Warnings by Oliver Wendell Holmes. When legislators keep the law, when banks dispense with bolts and locks, when berries, whortle, rasp, and straw grow bigger downwards through the box, when he that selleth house or land shows leaks in roof or flaw in right, when haberdashers choose the stand whose window hath the broadest light, when preachers tell us all they think, and party leaders all they mean, when what we pay for, that we drink, from real grape and coffee bean, when lawyers take what they would give, and doctors give what they would take, when city fathers eat to live, save when they fast for conscience' sake, When one that hath a horse on sale shall bring his merit to the proof, without a lie for every nail that holds the iron on the hoof. When in the usual place for rips our gloves are stitched with special care, and guarded well the whalebone tips where first umbrellas need repair. When Cuba's weeds have quite forgot the power of suction to resist, and claret bottles harbor not such dimples as would hold your fist. When publishers no longer steal, and pay for what they stole before. When the first locomotive's wheel rolls through the Hoosac tunnels bore. Till then let Cumming blaze away, and Miller's saints blow up the globe. But when you see that blessed day, then order your ascension robe. End of Latter-day Warnings. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Section 42 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It Pays to Be Happy by Tom Mason. She is so gay, so very gay, and not by fits and starts, but ever through each livelong day, she's sunshine to all hearts. A tonic is her merry laugh, so wondrous is her power, that listening grief would stop and chaff with her from hour to hour. Disease before that cheery smile grows dim, begins to fade. A Christian Scientist, meanwhile, is this delightful maid. And who would not throw off dull care, and be like unto her, when happiness brings as her share $100 per. End of It Pays to Be Happy. Recording by John Burnett, West Sandy, Texas.
Section 43 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. James and Reginald by Eugene Field. Once upon a time there was a bad boy whose name was Reginald, and there was a good boy whose name was James. Reginald would go fishing when his mamma told him not to, and he cut off the cat's tail with a bread knife one day, and then told mamma the baby had driven it in with the rolling pin, which was a lie. James was always obedient, and when his mamma told him not to help an old blind man across the street, or go into a dark room where the boogies were, he always did what she said. That is why they called him Good James. Well, by and by, along came Christmas. Mamma said, "You have been so bad, my son Reginald, you will not get any presents from Santa Claus this year. But you, my son James, will get oodles of presents, because you have been good." Will you believe it, children? That bad boy Reginald said he didn't care a darn, and he kicked 3 feet of veneering off the piano just for meanness. Poor James was so sorry for Reginald that he cried for half an hour after he went to bed that night. Reginald lay wide awake until he saw James was asleep. And then he said, "If these people think they can fool me, they are mistaken." Just then Santa Claus came down the chimney. He had lots of pretty toys in a sack on his back. Reginald shut his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Then Santa Claus said, "Reginald is bad, and I will not put any nice things in his stocking. But as for you, James, I will fill your stocking plumb full of toys, because you are good." So Santa Claus went to work and put, heaps and heaps of goodies in James' stocking. but not a sign of a thing in Reginald's stocking. And then he laughed to himself and said, "I guess Reginald will be sorry tomorrow because he was so bad." As he said this he crawled up the chimney and rode off in his sleigh. Now you can bet your boots Reginald was no spring chicken. He just got right straight out of bed and changed all those toys and trucks from James' stocking into his own. "Santa Claus will have to sit up all night," said he, "when he expects to get away with my baggage." The next morning James got out of bed, and when he had said his prayers he limped over to his stocking, licking his chops and carrying his head as high as a bull going through a brush fence. But when he found there was nothing in his stocking, and that Reginald's stocking was as full as Papa is when he comes home late from the office, he sat down on the floor and began to wonder why on earth he had been such a good boy. Reginald spent a happy Christmas, and James was very miserable. After all, children, it pays to be bad, so long as you combine intellect with crime. End of James and Reginald. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 44 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Banty Tim. Remarks of Sergeant Tillman Joy to the White Man's Committee of Spunky Point, Illinois. By John Hay. I reckon I get your drift, gents. You 'low the boy shan't stay. This is a white man's country. You're Democrats, you say. And whereas, and seein', and wherefore, the times bein' all out of joint, the nigger has got to mosey from the limits of Spunky Point. Le's reason the thing a minute. I'm an old-fashioned Democrat, too, though I laid my politics out of the way for to keep till the war was through. But I come back here allowin' to vote as I used to do, though it gravels me like the devil to train along o' such fools as you. Now dog my cats if I can see, in all the light of the day, what you've got to do with the question if Tim shall go or stay. And furder than that I give notice, if one of you tetches the boy, he can check his trunks to a warmer clime than he'll find in Illinois. Why, blame your hearts, just hear me. You know that ungodly day when our left struck Vicksburg Heights, how ripped and torn and tattered we lay? When the rest retreated I stayed behind, for reasons sufficient to me. With a rib caved in and a leg on a strike, I sprawled on that cursed glacis. Lord, how the hot sun went for us, and broiled and blistered and burned! How the rebel bullets whizzed round us, when a cuss in his death grip turned! Till along toward dusk I seen a thing I couldn't believe for a spell. That nigger, that Tim, was crawlin' to me through that fireproof, gilt-edged hell. The rebels seen him quick as me, and the bullets buzzed like bees. But he jumped for me, and he shouldered me, though a shot brought him once to his knees. But he staggered up and packed me off, with a dozen stumbles and falls, till safe in our lines he drapped us both, his black hide riddled with balls. So, my gentle gazelles, there's my answer, and here stays Banty Tim. He trumped death's ace for me that day, and I'm not goin' back on him. You may resolute till the cows come home, but if one of you tetches the boy, he'll wrastle his hash tonight in hell, or my name's not Tillman Joy. End of Banty Tim, by John Hay. Recording by Patty Cunningham.
Section 45 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Day. Evening by Oliver Wendell Holmes. Day hath put on his jacket, and around his burning bosom buttoned it with stars. Here will I lay me on the velvet grass that is like padding to earth's meagre ribs, and hold communion with the things about me. Ah me, how lovely is the golden braid that binds the skirt of night's descending robe! The thin leaves, quivering on their silken threads, do make a music like to rustling satin, as the light breezes smooth their downy nap. Ah, what is this that rises to my touch, so like a cushion? Can it be a cabbage? It is that deeply injured flower, which boys do flout us with. But yet I love thee, thou giant rose, wrapped in a green surtout. Doubtless in Eden thou didst blush as bright as these thy puny brethren, and thy breath sweetened the fragrance of her spicy air. But now thou seemst like a bankrupt beau, stripped of his gaudy hues and essences, and growing portly in his sober garments. Is that a swan that rides upon the water? Oh no, it is that other gentle bird, which is the patron of our noble calling. I well remember in my early years, when these young hands first closed upon a goose. I have a scar upon my thimble finger, which chronicles the hour of young ambition. My father was a tailor, and his father, and my sire's grandsire, all of them were tailors. They had an ancient goose. It was an heirloom from some remoter tailor of our race. It happened I did see it on a time, when none was near, and I did deal with it, and it did burn me, oh most fearfully. It is a joy to straighten out one's limbs, and leap elastic from the level counter, leaving the petty grievances of earth, the breaking thread, the din of clashing shears, and all the needles that do wound the spirit, for such a pensive hour of soothing silence. Kind nature, shuffling in her loose undress, lays bare her shady bosom. I can feel with all around me, I can hail the flowers that sprig earth's mantle, and yon quiet bird that rides the stream is to me as a brother. The vulgar know not all the hidden pockets where nature stows away her loveliness, but this unnatural posture of the legs cramps my extended calves, and I must go where I can coil them in their wonted fashion. End of evening. Recording by Peter Day, London, England.
Section 46 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ron Altman. The Old Settler by Ed Mott. "I see by the papers, Squire," said the old settler, "that they're a-finding signs of coal oil and natural gas like 60 here and thar in districts not so terrible fur from here, and that consequently land they used to beg folks to come and take off in their hands at any price at all is wuth $1 now jest for a peep over the stone wall at it. The minute a feller finds signs of oil or natural gas on his plantation, he needn't lug home his supplies in a quart jug no more, but can roll 'em in by the barrel, for signs o' them kind is wuth more an inch than a sartin per sure grass and tater farm is wuth an acre." "Guess you're hugging the truth pretty close for onct, Major," replied the squire. "But there hain't none o' them signs as likely to strike anywhar in our bailiwick as lightnin' is to kill a crow roostin' on the North Pole. There's one thing I've allus wanted to see," continued the squire, "but nater has been agin me, and I hain't never seen it, and that thing is the h'istin' of a balloon. There can't be no balloons h'isted nowhar, I'm told, unless there's gas to h'ist it with. I s'pose if we'd had gas here, a good many fellers with balloons had a come round this way and showed us a balloon raisin' every now and then. Them must be lucky districts that's got gas, and I'd like to have somebody strike it round here summers, just for the sake o' havin' the chance to see a balloon h'istin' 'fore I turn my toes up. But that's 'bout as liable to happen as it is for to go out and find the silver dollar rollin' uphill and my name gouged in it. "Don't ye be so consarned sure o' that, Squire," said the old settler mysteriously, and with a knowing shake of his head. "I've been a-thinkin' a leetle since readin' 'bout them signs o' gas, b'gosh. I hain't been only thinkin', but I've been a-recollectin'. And the chances is that me and you'll see wonders yet afore we paddle over Jordan. I'm a-going ter tell ye for why, but I hadn't orter, Squire, and if it wa'n't for makin' ye ashamed o' yourself and showin' that truth squashed in the mud is bound to get up agin if you give her time, I wouldn't do it. Ye mout remember that jest 10 years ago this month I kim in from a leetle b'ar hunt. I didn't bring in no b'ar, but I fotched back an up-and-up account o' how I had shot one, and how there were somethin' fearful and queer and amazin' in the performances o' that b'ar arter bein' shot. Mebbe ye remember me a-tellin' you that story, Squire, and you a-tellin' me right in my teeth that ye knowed that some o' your friends had took to lyin', but that ye didn't think any of 'em had had it so bad as that. But I hain't a-holdin' no grudge, and now I'll tell you somethin' that's goin' to s'prise ye. As I told you at the time, Squire, I got the tip 10 year ago this month that unless somebody went up to Steve Groner's hill place and poured a pound or two of lead into a big b'ar that had squatted on the farm, that Steve wouldn't have no livestock left to provide pork and beef for his winterin' over, even if he managed to keep hisself and family theirselves from linin' the b'ar's innards. I shouldered my gun and went up to Steve's to have some fun with Bruin, and to save Steve's stock and rescue him and his folks from the rampagin' b'ar. "He's a rip snorter," Steve says to me when I got thar. "He don't think nothin' of luggin' off a cow," he says, "and you don't wanter have your weather eyes shet when you and him comes together," he says. "B'ars," I says to Steve, "b'ars is nuts for me, and the bigger and sassier they be," I says, "the more I enjoy 'em," I says. And with that, I climb into the woods to show Bruin that there wa'n't room enough here below for him and me both. 'Tain't necessary for me to tell of the half-dozen or more lively scrimmages me and that b'ar had as we follered and chased one another round and round them woods, how he'd hide behind some big tree or stumps, and as I went by, climb onto me with all 4 o' his feet, and yank and bite and claw and dig meat and clothes offen me, till I slung him off and made him skin away to save his bacon, and how I'd lay the same way for him, and when he come sneakin' along arter me agin, pitch arter him like a mad painter, and swat and pound and choke and wrastle him till his tongue hung out, till I were sorry for him, and let him git away into the brush again to recuperate for the next round. 'Tain't wuth while for me to say anything about them little scrimmages, 'cept the last un, and that'n wa'n't a scrimmage, but somethin' that'd a skeert some folks dead in their tracks. Arter havin' a half-dozen or so o' wrastles with this big b'ar jest for fun, I made up my mind as 'twere gettin' late, and as Steve Groner's folks was mebbe feelin' anxious to hear what was going to run the farm, them or the b'ar, that the next heat with Bruin would be for keeps. I guess the old feller'd made up his mind the same way, for when I run agin him the last time, he were riz up on his hind legs right on the edge o' Deep Rock Gully, and were waitin' for me with his jaws wide open. I unslung my gun, and takin' aim at one o' the b'ar's forepaws, thought I'd wing him and make him come away from the edge o' the gully 'fore I tackled him. The ball hit the paw, and the b'ar throwed 'em both up, but he throwed 'em up too fur, and he fell over back'ard and went head foremost into the gully. Deep Rock Gully ain't an inch less'n 50 foot from top to bottom, and the walls is as steep as the side of a house. I went up to the edge and looked over. There were the b'ar lyin' on his face at the bottom, where them queer cracks is in the ground, and he were a-howlin' like a hurricane and kickin' like a mule. There he laid, and he wa'n't able to rise up. There wa'n't no way o' gettin' down to him 'cept by tumblin' down as he had, and if ever anybody were poppin' mad, I were, as I see my meat a-layin' at the bottom of that gully, and the crows a-getherin' to have a picnic with it. The more I kept my eyes on that bar, the madder I got, and I were just about to roll and tumble and slide down the side of that gully, rather than go back home and say that I'd let the crows steal a bar away from me, when I see a funny change comin' over the bar. He didn't howl so much, and his kicks wa'n't so vicious. Then his hind parts began to lift themselves up offen the ground in a curious sort of way, and swung and bobbed in the air. They kept raisin' higher and higher, till the bar were actually standin' on his head, and swayin' to and fro as if a wind were blowin', and he couldn't help it. The sight was so uncommon out of the reg'lar way bars has o' actin' that it seemed skeery, and I felt as if I'd rather be home diggin' my taters. But I kep' on gazin' at the bar a-circusin' at the bottom of the gully, and 'twa'n't long 'fore the hull big carcass begun to rise right up offen the ground and come a-floatin' up out'n the gully, for all the world as if 'twa'n't more'n a feather. The bar come up'ards tail foremost, and I noticed that he looked considerable puffed out like, makin' him seem like a bar'l sailin' in the air. As the bar kim a-floatin' out of the depths, I could feel my eyes begin to bulge, and my knees to shake like a jumpin' jacks. But I couldn't move no more'n a stun wall kin, and thar I stood on the edge of the gully, starin' at the bar as it sailed on up toward me. The bar were makin' a desperate effort to get hisself back to its natural position on all fours, but there wa'n't no use, and up he sailed tail foremost, and lookin' as if he were going to bust the next minute, he were swelled out so. As the bar bobbed up and passed by me, I could ha' reached out and grabbed him by the paw, and I think he wanted me to, the way he acted, but I couldn't ha' made a move to stop him, not if he'd ha' been my grandmother. The bar sailed on above me, and there were a look in his eyes that I won't never forget. It was a skeert look, and a look that seemed to say that it were all my fault, and that I'd be sorry for it sometime. The bar squirmed and struggled agin comin' to setchin' unheard on end, but up'ard he went, tail foremost, toward the clouds. I stood thar paralyzed while the bar went up'ard. The crows that'd been settlin' round in the trees, 'spectin' to have a bully meal, went to flyin' and scootin' around the unfort'nate bar, and yelled till I were dern nigh deef. It wa'n't until the bar had floated up nigh onto 100 yards in the air and begun lookin' like a flyin' cub that my senses kim back to me. Quick as a flash I rammed a load into my rifle, wrappin' the ball with a big piece o' dry linen, not havin' time to tear it to the right size. Then I took aim and let her go. Fast as the ball went, I could see that the linen round it had been sot on fire by the powder. The ball overtook the bar and bored a hole in his side. Then the funniest thing of all happened. A streak of fire a yard long shot out of the bar's side where the bullet had gone in. And as long as that poor bewitched bar were in sight, for of course I thought at the time that the bar were bewitched, I could see that streak of fire sailin' along in the sky till it went out at last like a shootin' star. I never knowed what become o' the bar, and the whole thing were a startlin' mystery to me, but I come home, Squire, and told ye the story just as I've told ye now, and ye were so dern polite that ye said I were a liar. But since, I've been a-thinkin' and recollectin'. Squire, I don't hold no grudge. The mystery's plain as day now. We don't want no better signs o' gas than that, do we, Squire? Then what? Said the Squire. Then what? Exclaimed the old settler. Then that bar, o' course. That's what ailed him. It's plain enough that there's natural gas on the Groner place, and that it leaks out in the ground in Deep Rock Gully. When that bar tumbled to the bottom that day, he fell on his face. He were hurt so that he couldn't get up, Of course, the gas didn't shut itself off, but kept on a-leaking and shot up into the b'ar's mouth and down his throat. The unfortunate b'ar couldn't help hisself, and by he were filled with gas like a balloon, till he had to float, and away he sailed, up and up and up. When I fired at the b'ar, as he was floating toward the clouds, the linen on the bullet carried fire with it, and when the bullet tapped the b'ar's side, the burning linen sot it on fire, showing that there can't be no doubt about it being gas that the b'ar swallered in Deep Rock Gully. So you see, Squire, I want no liar, and the chances is all in favor of your seeing a balloon hoisted from gas right in your own bailiwick afore you turn up your toes." The squire gazed at the old settler in silent amazement for a minute or more. Then he threw up his hands and said, "Well, I'll be darned." End of The Old Settler. Recording by Ron Altman.
Section 47 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mrs. B. Ver definite by Wallace Bruce Amsbury. It's ver long time, my friend. I'm leave on Bourbonnais. I'm keep the general merchandise. I'm prominent man, they say. I'm sell most everything there is, from sulky plow to sock. I don't care what you ask me for, you'll find it in my stock. Last week there was the petite fille of my friend Goss. He come into my shop to get stocking. She want to buy her some. She was herself not very old, near 12 year, I suppose. She come to me and say, "Monsieur, I want to buy some hose." I always make the custom rule, no matter who it is, to be polite and eloquent and transact of my bees. I say to her, "For who you want these stockings to be wear?" She say she need one pair herself, also for a small brooder. She say her brooder is 8 years old, and coming almost 9, and I am 12, most near 13, that size will do for mine. And mother, she will take big pair, she weigh about half a ton. She want the size of 40 year, going on 41. End of Ver definite. Recording by Mrs. B.
Section 48 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Criss. The Talking Horse by John T. McIntyre. Up upon a fence across the way was posted a 24-sheet block stand, and along the top in big red letters it read, "H. Wellington Sheldon Presents." Then followed the names of a half a dozen famous operatic stars. Bat Scranton sat regarding it silently for a long time, but after he had placed himself behind his third big cigar, he joined in the talk. "In 15 years dubbing about this great and glorious," said he, "I never run across a smoother piece of goods than old Cap Sheldon. To see him now in his plug hat, frock coat, and white English whiskers, you'd spot him as the main squeeze in a prosperous bank. He's doing the Frohman stunt, too." And Bat nodded toward the poster. "And he handles it with exceeding grace. When I see him after the curtain falls upon a bunch of Verdi or Wagner stuff, come out and bow his thanks to a house full of the town's swellest, and throw out a little spiel with an aristocratic accent, I always think of the time when I first met him. Were any of you ever in Langtree, Ohio? Well, never take a chance on it if there's anywhere else to go. It's a tank town with a community of 700 of the tightest wads that ever sunk a dollar into the toe of a sock. There was a fair going on in the place, and I blew in there one September day. My turn just then was taking orders for crayon portraits of rural gentlemen with horny hands and plenty of chin fringe. I figure it out that about 60% of the parlors in the Middle West are adorned with one or more of these works of art, but Langtree, Ohio would not listen to the proposition for a moment. As soon as they discovered that I wasn't giving the stuff away, they sort of lost interest in me and mine. So I began to study the timetable and kick off the preliminary dust of the burg, preparatory to seeking a new base of operations. As I made my way to the station, I caught my first glimpse of Cap Sheldon. He had a satchel hanging from around his neck and was winsomely wrapping $10 notes up with small cylinders of soap and offering to sell them at $1 a throw. "How are they going?" says I. "Not at all," says he. "There's nothing to it that I can see. The breed and seed of Solomon himself must have camped down in this section. They are the wisest lot I ever saw herd together. Instead of chewing straws and leaning over fences after the customary and natural manner of ruminates, they pike around with a calm, cold-blooded sagacity that is truly awesome. It's me to pull out as soon as I can draw expenses." The next time Cap dawned upon my vision was a year afterward, down in Georgia. He was doing the ballyhoo oration in front of a sidewall circus in a mellifluous style that was just dragging the Tar Heels up to the entrance. "It's a little better than the Ohio gig," says he, "but I've seen better at that. I had a good paying faro outfit in Cincinnati since I met you, but the police got sore because I wouldn't cut the takings in what they considered the right place, so they closed me up. During the next 5 years, I met Cap in every section of the country and handling various propositions. In San Francisco, I caught him in the act of selling toy balloons on a street corner. In Chicago, he was disposing of old line life insurance with considerable effect. At a county fair somewhere in Iowa, I ran across him as he gracefully manipulated the shells. But Cap did not break permanently into the show business until he coupled up with the McClintock in Milwaukee. Mac was an Irish Presbyterian and was proud of it. He came out of the Black North and was the most acute harp mentally that I had ever had anything to do with. The chosen people are not noted for commercial density, but a Jew could enter Mac's presence attired in the height of fashion and leave it with only his shoestrings and a hazy recollection as to how the thing was done. Now, when a team like Cap and Mac took to pulling together, there just naturally had to be something doing. They began with a small show under canvas, and their main card was a 20-foot boa constrictor, which they billed as Mighty Mardo. Then they had a boy with 3 legs, one of which they neglected to state was made of wood. Also, a blushing damsel with excess embonpoint to the extent of 400 pounds. With this outfit, they campaigned for 1 season. In the fall, they bought a museum in St. Louis and settled themselves as impresarios. Now, in my numerous meetings with Cap, I had never thought to ask his name. So when I saw an ad in the Clippers stating that Sheldon and McClintock was in need of a good full-toned lecturer that doubled in brass, I just sat me down in my ignorance and dropped them a line. They sent me a ticket to where I was sidetracked up in Michigan, and I hurried down. "Oh, it's you, is it?" says Cap, as I piked into the 10 by 12 office and announced myself. "Well, I've heard you throw a spiel and think you'll do, but I didn't know that you played brass. What's your instrument?" Now, I had a faint sentiment from the beginning that this clause in their bill of requirements would get me into trouble, for I knew no more about band music than a he-goat knows about the Book of Common Prayer. "I do the cymbals," says I. "What?" snorts Cap, rearing up. "I thought you wrote that you played brass." "Well," says I, "ain't cymbals brass?" It must have been my cold nerve that won Cap's regard, for he placed me as curio hall lecturer and advertising man at 20 a week. The museum of Sheldon and McClintock proved to be a great notch. More fake freaks were thought out, worked up, and exhibited during the course of that winter season than I would care to count. Then there was a small theater attached in which they put on very bad specialties, and where painful-voiced young men and women warbled sentimental ballads about their childhood homes and stuff of that character. These got about $10 a week and had to do about 30 turns a day. They lived in their makeup and got so accustomed to grease paint before the end of their engagements that they felt only half dressed without it. The trick made money, and in about a year McClintock cut loose and went into a patent promoting scheme. Shortly afterward, the first continuous house was opened in St. Louis, and the novelty of the thing was a body blow to Cap. He made a good fight, but lost money every day, and at last he imparted to me in confidence that if business did not improve he could see himself getting out of the shells and limbering up on them preparatory to going out and facing the world once more. "The bank will stand for $300,000 worth more of my checks," says he, "and after they're used up, I'm done." He began to cut down expenses with the reckless energy of a man who saw the poorhouse looming ahead for him. The result was that his bad shows grew worse, and the attendance wasn't enough to dust off the seats. The biggest item of expense about the place was Mighty Mardo, the boa constrictor. His diet was live rabbits, and a 20-foot snake with a body as thick as a 4-inch pipe can dispose of good and plenty of them when he takes the notion. Cap began to feed him live rats, and the mighty one soon began to show the effects of it. "He'll die on you," says I to Cap one day. "Let 'em," says he. "The rabbits stay cut out." One day a fellow came along with a high-schooled horse that he wanted to sell. He had more use for ready money just then than he had for the nag, so he offered to put it in cheap. But Cap waved him away. "I'll need the money to buy meals with before long," says he to the fellow, "so tempt me not to my going hungry." This little incident seemed to make the old man feel bad. He locked himself up in the office for 4 hours or so, communing with his inner self. But when he came out, he was looking bright and gay. "Say," says he, "I've changed my mind and just bought that horse." "I didn't see the man come back," says I. "I made the deal over the phone," says Cap. Then he pushes a thick wad of penciled stuff at me. "Here's some truck I want you to take over to the printing house," he goes on. "When it's out and up and the brute will be well known." I takes a look over the copy, and my hat was lifted 2 inches straight off my head. The first one read something like this: Admiral, the talking horse. Looks like a human being, vocal organs developed like those of a man. Hear him sing the bass solo down in the depths. $10,000 to anyone proving these claims fake in the slightest degree. Reads good, don't it? Asked Cap, sort of beaming through his nose pinces. But give a look at the others. The next one was as bad as the first. Admiral, the horse who recites the Declaration of Independence in a deep bass voice and with perfect enunciation. "I didn't hear the fellow say the skate could do that kind of stuff," says I, just a bit dazed after looking over a lot more of it. "He only handed it to me as a sort of last card," says Cap, "and that's what made me change my mind about buying him. Get 5,012 sheets in yellow and red, 10,003 sheets, 15,000 block 1 sheets with cut of the horse, and you can place an order for as many black and white Dodgers as they can turn out between this and the end of the week. It's a big card, and we're going into it up to our eyebrows." If I had had time to consider anything but hustling, I might have thought the thing was a fake. But it was the old man's game, and I left him to do the worrying. I threw rush orders into the printers, and soon had the presses banging away on the stuff desired. Next day Cap started a 4-inch double-column notice in every paper in town. I hired an army of distributors and began to put out the Dodgers as they came hot off the bat. Then I got a couple of guinea bands, put them in open wagons, done up with painted muslin announcements, and sent them forth to tear off the melody and otherwise delight the eye and ear of the town. As the big stuff came off the press, it was slapped up on every blank wall and fence in the city that wasn't under guard, and when the job was finished, St. Louis fairly glared with it. If there was a person who hadn't heard of the talking horse by the end of the week, they must have been deaf, dead, or in jail. The nag was to make his first appearance on Monday, and the last sheet of paper had been put up and the last handbill disposed of by Saturday afternoon. "How does she look?" says Cap to me when I came in. "Great," says I. "If they ain't tearing the place down to get in on Monday, why, my bump of prophecy has a dent in it." "Let 'em come," says Cap, looking very much tickled. "We need the money, and we ain't turning nobody away. The horse has reached town and will be brought around tomorrow morning, so you make it a point to be on hand to let it and the handler in." I was around bright and early on Sunday morning, and along comes the horse. He was got up in the swellest horse stuff I ever saw. Beaded blankets of plush and silk, with his name embroidered on them, and all kinds of goods. The handler was a husky with one lamp and a bad one at that. "Where do I put him?" says he. "On the top floor," says I. "We've got planks on the stairs and a rigging fixed to haul him up by." When we got him safely landed and the glad coverings off, I looked him over. "His intellect must sort of tell on him, don't it?" asks I. "Why, he is under some weight," says the fellow in charge. "He don't look over bright to me," I goes on. "He never does on Sundays," the husky comes back. "It's sort of an off day with him." Then I went out to lunch and stayed about 2 hours. When I got back, I found a gang of cops and things buzzing all over the place. Cap was in the office, his plug hat on the back of his head and a cigar in his mouth. "What's the trouble?" says I. "Had a hell of a time around here," says he. "I was called up on the phone and got down as soon as I could. Just take an observation of that fellow over there." The fellow referred to was the handler of the talking horse. His left arm was done up in splints and bandaged from fingertips to shoulder, and he had a clump of reporters around him about 6 feet thick. "What hit him?" asks I. "About everything on the top floor," says Cap solemnly. "The talking horse is dead. Mighty Mardo broke out of his showcase about an hour ago, took a couple of half hitches around the admiral, and crushed him to death." "Go way," says I. "Sure thing," says Cap. "Come upstairs and have a look." We went up and did so. The place was a wreck. The horse was the deadest I ever saw, and the constrictor was still twined about him. "Why, the snake's passed out too," says I. Cap folds his hands meekly across his breast in a resigned sort of way. "Yes," he says, "he too was killed in the dreadful struggle. He must have went straight for the admiral as soon as he got loose. The handler was down in the office alone when the uproar started. He came jumping upstairs 6 steps to the jump, and when he sees Mardo putting in that bunch of body holds on his intelligent charge, why, he took a hand. The result was a dead snake for me and a crippled wing for him. When I got here, Doc Forbes was tying him up." Cap goes on rather sorrowful like, "And when I sees what happened, I know that I'm a ruined man. So I phones for the police and reporters to come down and view my finish." From the way he talked, I expected to see him carted home before the hour was up, but he wasn't. As soon as the newspaper fellows cleared out with all the facts of the case in their notebooks, Cap sends for a fellow to put him right to work fixing up the horse and snake so's they'll keep, and then lays them out. Next morning the newspapers slopped over with scare headlines telling of the battle. According to their way of looking at it, the struggles in the arena of old Rome were scared to death in comparison, and modern times did not come anywhere near showing the parallel of the combat between the terrible constrictor and the horse with the human voice. The result of this was that when the time came to open the doors at noon, we had to have a squad of police to keep the mob from blocking traffic for squares around. Cap had changed and doubled the size of his ads overnight. The horse was done up in a big black coffin covered with flowers, and the lid with his name, age, and wonderful accomplishment engraved upon a plate stood beside him. The remains of mighty Mardo, stuffed with baled hay and excelsior, were embracing the dead admiral with monster coils, and the crowd came, gazed, and marveled. Then they went forth to tell their friends that they might come and do likewise. For weeks the coin came into the box like a spring freshet in the hill country, and Cap must have kept the bank working after hours. At any rate, he sat around and smoked with a smile so angelic that, to look at him, one wondered how he could wear it and not drift away into the ethereal blue. It was a good month before the thing lost its pulling power, and when it stopped, Cap had planted the stake that boosted him into the company he now keeps and set him to handling voices that cost thousands of simoleons an hour. When all was over, I found time to take the husky with the damaged fin out and throw a few drinks into him. Then he told me the whole story. The old man didn't think you could do the thing justice if you were wise, says he, so he kept you out. This ain't the horse the fellow offered to sell him at all. He bought it at a bazaar for $10 the day before I brought it around. When you went out for lunch, Cap, he comes in. We done for the plug in a minute, and as Mighty Mardo was all but gone on account of his rat diet, we finished him too. Then we wrecked the place up some, took a couple of turns about the horse with Mardo, called in Doc Forbes, who stood in to fix up the fictitious fracture, and then rung in the show. Yes, observed Bat thoughtfully after a pause, I've made up my mind that H. Wellington Sheldon is a wise plug. End of The Talking Horse. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 49 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Owl Critic by James T. Fields. Who stuffed that white owl? No one spoke in the shop. The barber was busy and he couldn't stop. The customers, waiting their turns, were all reading the Daily, the Herald, the Post, little heeding the young man who blurted out such a blunt question. No one raised a head or even made a suggestion. And the barber kept on shaving. "Don't you see, Mr. Brown?" cried the youth with a frown, "how wrong the whole thing is, how preposterous each wing is, how flattened the head is, how jammed down the neck is? In short, the whole owl, what an ignorant wreck 'tis! I've learned owl eology. I've passed days and nights in 100 collections, and cannot be blinded to any deflections arising from unskilful fingers that fail to stuff a bird right, from his beak to his tail. Mr. Brown, Mr. Brown, do take that bird down, or you'll soon be the laughing stock all over town." And the barber kept on shaving. I've studied owls and other night fowls, and I tell you what I know to be true: an owl cannot roost with his limbs so unloosed. No owl in this world ever had his claws curled, ever had his legs slanted, ever had his bill canted, ever had his neck screwed into that attitude. He can't do it, because 'tis against all bird laws. Anatomy teaches, ornithology preaches, an owl has a toe that can't turn out so. I've made the white owl my study for years, and to see such a job almost moves me to tears. Mr. Brown, I'm amazed you should be so gone crazed as to put up a bird in that posture absurd. To look at that owl really brings on a dizziness. The man who stuffed him don't half know his business. And the barber kept on shaving. Examine those eyes. I'm filled with surprise taxidermists should pass off on you such poor glass. So unnatural they seem they'd make Audubon scream, and John Burroughs laugh to encounter such chaff. Do take that bird down, have him stuffed again, Brown. And the barber kept on shaving. With some sawdust and bark I could stuff in the dark an owl better than that. I could make an old hat look more like an owl than that horrid fowl, stuck up there so stiff like a side of coarse leather. In fact, about him there's not one natural feather. Just then, with a wink and a sly normal lurch, the owl very gravely got down from his perch, walked round and regarded his fault-finding critic, who thought he was stuffed, with a glance analytic, and then fairly hooted as if he should say, "Your learning's at fault this time, anyway. Don't waste it again on a live bird, I pray. I'm an owl, you're another. Sir Critic, good day." And the barber kept on shaving. End of The Owl Critic. Recording by Pamela Krantz. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Mosquito by William Cullen Bryant. Fair insect, that with thread-like legs spread out, and blood-extracting bill and filmy wing, dost murmur as thou slowly sail'st about, and pitiless ears fall many a plaintive thing, and tell how little our large veins should bleed, would we but yield them to thy bitter need. Unwillingly, I own, and what is worse, full angrily men listen to thy plaint. Thou gettest many a brush and many a curse, for saying thou art gaunt and starved and faint. Even the old beggar, while he asked for food, would kill thee, hapless stranger, if he could. I call thee stranger, for the town, I ween, has not the honor of so proud a birth. Thou comest from Jersey meadows fresh and green, the offspring of the gods, though born on earth. For Titan was thy sire, and fair was she, the ocean nymph that nursed thy infancy. Beneath the rushes was thy cradle swung, and when at length thy gauzy wings grew strong, abroad to gentle airs their folds were flung, rose in the sky, and bore thee soft along. The south wind breathed to waft thee on thy way, and danced and shone beneath the billowy bay. Calm rose afar the city spires, and thence came the deep murmur of its throng of men, and as its grateful odors met thy sense, they seemed the perfumes of thy native fen. Fair lay its crowded streets, and at the sight, the tiny song grew shriller with delight. At length thy pinion fluttered in Broadway. Ah, there were fairy steps and white-kissed necks, by wanton airs and eyes whose killing ray shone through the snowy veils like stars through the mist. And fresh as morn, on many a cheek and chin, bloomed the bright blood through the transparent skin. Sure these were sights to tempt an anchorite. What? Do I hear thy slender voice complain? Thou wailest when I talk of beauty's light, as if it brought the memory of pain. Thou art a wayward being, well, come near, and pour thy tale of sorrow in mine ear. What sayest thou, slanderer? Rouge makes thee sick, and China bloom at best is sorry food, and Roland's Calidore, if laid on thick, poisons the thirsty wretch that bores for blood? Go! 'Twas a just reward that met thy crime, but shun the sacrilege another time. That bloom was made to look at, not to touch, to worship, not approach, thy radiant white, and well might sudden vengeance light on such as dared like thee most impiously to bite. Thou shouldst have gazed at distance and admired, murmured thy admiration, and retired. Thou art welcome to the town, but why come here to bleed a brother poet, gaunt like thee? Alas! The little blood I have is dear, and thin will be the banquet drawn from me. Look round, the pale-eyed sisters in my cell, thy old acquaintance, Song and Famine, dwell. Try some plump alderman, and suck the blood, enriched by generous wine and costly meat. On well-filled skins, sleek as thy native mud, fix thy light plump and press thy freckled feet. Go to the men for whom, in ocean halls, the oyster breeds and the green turtle sprawls. Their corks are drawn, and the red vintage flows, to fill the swelling veins for thee, and now the ruddy cheek, and now the ruddier nose, shall tempt thee, as thou flittest round the brow. And when the hour of sleep its quiet brings, no angry hand shall rise to brush thy wings. End of The Mosquito. Recording by Ginger Kukalo, Washington, D.C.
Section 51 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mrs. B. Tiddle little 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 bum bum by Wilbur D. Nesbitt. When our town band gets on the square on concert night, you'll find me there. I'm right beside Elijah Plum, who plays the cymbals and bass drum. And next to him is Henry Dunn, who taps the little tenor one. I like to hear our town band play, but best it does, I want to say, is when they tell a tune to come with tiddle little 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 bum bum. Of course, there's some that likes the tunes like Lily Dale and Ragtime Coons. Some likes a solo or duet by Charlie Green, B-flat cornet, and Ernest Brown, the trombone man, and they can play, or no one can. But it's the best when Henry Dunn lets them there sticks just cut and run, and 'Lijah says to let her hum with tiddle little 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 bum bum. I don't know why, nor what's the use of having that to introduce a tune, but I know as for me, I'd 10 times over ruther see Elijah Plum chaw with his chin, a-gettin' ready to begin, while Henry plays that roll of his and makes them drumsticks fairly sizz, announcing music on the drum with tiddle little 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 bum bum. End of Tiddle little 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 bum bum. Recording by Mrs. B.
Section 52 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. My First Cigar by Robert J. Burdett. 'Twas just behind the woodshed, one glorious summer day, far o'er the hills the sinking sun pursued his westward way. And in my safe seclusion, removed from all the jar and din of earth's confusion, I smoked my first cigar. It was my first cigar, it was the worst cigar, raw green and dank, hide-bound and rank, it was my first cigar. Ah, bright the boyish fancies wrapped in the smoke wreaths blue. My eyes grew dim, my head was light, the woodshed round me flew. Dark night closed in around me, black night without a star. Grim death methought had found me, and spoiled my first cigar. It was my first cigar, a 6 for 5 cigar, no viler torch the air could scorch. It was my first cigar. All pallid was my beaded brow, the reeling night was late. My startled mother cried in fear, "My child, what have you ate?" I heard my father's smothered laugh, it seemed so strange and far. I knew he knew, I knew he knew I'd smoked my first cigar. It was my first cigar, a give-away cigar. I could not die, I knew not why, it was my first cigar. Since then I've stood in reckless ways, I've dared what men can dare, I've mocked at danger, walked with death, I've laughed at pain and care. I do not dread what may befall 'neath my malignant star. No frowning fate again can make me smoke my first cigar. I've smoked my first cigar, my first and worst cigar. Fate has no terrors for the man who smoked his first cigar. End of My First Cigar.
Section 53 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mrs. B. Johnny Sports by Charles Follen Adams. Have you seen my little Johnny, Johnny Sports, mit his hair so soft and yellow, and his face so plump and mellow? Such a funny little fellow, Johnny Sports. Every morning that young Johnny, Johnny Sports, rises mit der break of day, and does his chores right away, for he can work so well as play. Johnny Sports. Mein Katrina says to Johnny, Johnny Sports, help your parents all you can, for this life was but a span. By and by you'll be a man.
Johnny Swartz. How I loves to see that Johnny Swartz. When he scampers off to school, where he always minds their rule, for was he nobody's fool, Johnny Swartz. How I wish that little Johnny Swartz, could remain one little boy, always full of life and joy, and that time would not annoy Johnny Swartz. Never mind, my little Johnny Swartz. Every day brings something new. Always keep their height in view, and better than your own canoe, Johnny Swartz. Keep her in their channel, Johnny Swartz. Life's voyage will be quickly o'er, and then upon that better shore we'll meet again to part no more, Johnny Swartz. End of Johnny Swartz. Recording by Mrs. B.
Section 54 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty Chen. A Bully Boat and a Brag Captain, A Story of Steamboat Life on the Mississippi, by Sol Smith. Does anyone remember the Caravan? She was what would now be called a slow boat, and then in 1827 she was regularly advertised as the fast-running etc. Her regular trips from New Orleans to Natchez were usually made in from 6 to 8 days. A trip made by her in 5 days was considered remarkable. A voyage from New Orleans to Vicksburg and back, including stoppages, generally entitled the officers and crew to a month's wages. Whether the Caravan ever achieved the feat of a voyage to the Falls in Louisville I have never learned. If she did, she must have had a time of it. It was my fate to take passage in this boat. The captain was a good-natured, easy-going man, careful of the comfort of his passengers and exceedingly fond of the game of brag. We had been put out a little more than 5 days, and we were in hopes of seeing the bluffs of Natchez on the next day. Our wood was getting low, and night coming on. The pilot on duty above, the other pilot held 3 aces at the time, and was just calling out the captain, who went it strong on 3 kings, sent down word that the mate had reported a stock of wood reduced to half a cord. The worthy captain excused himself to the pilot, whose watch was below, and the 2 passengers who made up the party, and hurried to the deck, where he soon discovered by landmarks that we were about half a mile from a woodyard, which he said was situated right round yonder point. But, muttered the captain, I don't much like to take wood of the yellow-faced old scoundrel who owns it. He always charges $0.25 more than anyone else. However, there's no chance. The boat was pushed to her utmost. In a little less than an hour, when our fuel was about giving out, we made the point, and our cables were out and fastened to trees along a good-sized wood pole. "Hallo, Colonel, how do you sell your wood this time?" A yellow-faced old gentleman, with a 2 weeks' beard, strings over his shoulders rolling up to his armpits, a pair of copperas-coloured linsey-woolsey pants, the legs of which reached a very little below the knee, shoes without stockings, a faded, broad-brimmed hat, which had once been black, and a pipe in his mouth, casting a glance at the empty guards of our boat, and uttering a grunt as he rose from fastening our spring line, answered, "Why, captain, we must charge you 3 1/4 this time." "The dole," replied the captain. Captains did swear a little in those days. "What's the odd quarter for, I should like to know? You only charged me 3 as I went down." "Why, captain," drawled out the wood merchant with a sort of leer on his yellow countenance, which clearly indicated that his wood was as good as sold, "wood's rid since you went down 2 weeks ago. Besides, you are aware that you very seldom stop going down, and when you're going up, you're sometimes obliged to give me a call because the current's against you, and there's no other woodyard for 9 miles ahead. And if you happen to be nearly out of fuel, why—" "Well, well," interrupted the captain, "we'll take a few quarts under the circumstances," and returned to his game of brag. In about half an hour we felt the Caravan commence paddling again. Supper was over, and I retired to my upper berth, situated alongside and overlooking the brag table, where the captain was deeply engaged, having now the other pilot as his principal opponent. We jogged on quietly, and seemed to be going at a good rate. "How does that wood burn?" inquired the captain of the mate, who was looking on at the game. "'Tisn't of much account, I reckon," answered the mate. "It's cottonwood, and most of it green at that." "Well, Thompson, 3 aces again, stranger. I'll take that excellent small change, if you please. It's your deal." "Thompson, I'd say we'd better take 3 or 4 quarts at the next woodyard. Can't be more than 6 miles from here. 2 aces in the bragger with the H. Hand over those V's." The game went on, and the paddles kept moving. At 11 o'clock, it was reported to the captain that we were nearing the woodyard, and the light being distinctly seen by the pilot on duty. Had her inshore then and taken 6 quarts if it's good. See to it, Thompson, I can't very well leave the game now. It's getting right warm. This pilot's beating us all to smash. The wooding completed, we paddled on again. The captain seemed somewhat vexed when the mate informed him that the price was the same as the last woodyard, 3 1/4, but soon again became interested in the game. From my upper berth, there were no staterooms then, I could observe the movements of the players. All the contention seemed to be between the captain and the pilots. The latter person just took a turn and turn about, steering and playing brag, one of them almost invariably winning, while the 2 passengers merely went through the ceremony of dealing, cutting, and playing up their antes. They were anxious to learn the game, and they did learn it. Once in a while, indeed, seeing they had 2 aces and a bragger, they would venture a bet of $5 or $10, but they were always compelled to back out before the tremendous bragging of the captain or pilot, and if they did venture to call out on 2 bullets and a bragger, they had the mortification to find one of the officers with the same kind of hand, and were more venerable. Still, with all these disadvantages, they continued playing. They wanted to learn the game. At 2 o'clock, the captain asked the mate how we were getting on. "Oh, pretty glibly, sir," replied the mate. "We can scarcely tell what headway we are making, for we are obliged to keep the middle of the river, and there is the shadow of a fog rising. This wind seems rather better than that we took in at Yellowface's, but we're nearly out again, and must be looking out for more. I saw a light just ahead on the right. Shall we hail?" "Yes, yes," replied the captain. "Ring the bell and ask him what's the price of wood up here. I've got you in here as double kings." I heard the bell and the pilot's hail. "What's your price for wood?" A youthful voice on the shore replied, 3 1/4. "Did," ejaculated the captain, who had just lost the price of 2 quarts to the pilot, the strangers suffering some at the same time. 3 1/4 again? Are we never to get to a cheaper country? Deal, sir, if you please. Better luck next time. The other pilot's voice was again heard on deck. "How much have you?" "Only about 10 quarts, sir," was the reply of the youthful salesman. The captain here told Thompson to take 6 quarts, which would last till daylight, and again turned his attention to the game. The pilots here changed places. When did they sleep? Wood taken in, the caravan again took her place in the middle of the stream, paddling on as usual. Day at length dawned. The brag party broke up and settlements were being made, during which operation the captain's bragging propensities were exercised in cracking up the speed of his boat, which, by his reckoning, must have made at least 60 miles, and would have made many more if he could have procured good wood. It seems the 2 passengers, in their first lesson, had incidentally lost $120. The captain, as he rose to see about taking in some good wood, which he felt sure of obtaining now that he had got above the level country, winked at his opponent, the pilot, with whom he had been on very bad terms during the progress of the game, and said in an undertone, 40 apiece for you and I and James, the other pilot, is not bad for one night. I had risen and went out with the captain to enjoy a view of the bluffs. There was just fog enough to prevent the vision from taking in more than 60 yards. So as disappointed in my expectation. We were nearing the shore for the purposes of looking for wood, the banks being invisible from the middle of the river. "There it is!" exclaimed the captain. "Stop her!" Ding, ding, ding went the big... "There it is!" exclaimed the captain. "Stop her!" Ding, ding, ding went the big bell, and the captain hailed, "Allo, the woodyard!" "Allo yourself," answered a squeaking female voice, which came from a woman with a petticoat over her shoulders in place of a shawl. "What's the price of wood?" "I think you ought to know the price by this time," answered the old lady in the petticoat. "It's 3 1/4, and now you know it. 3 broke in the captain. "What, have you raised on your wood too? I'll give you 3, and not a cent more." "Well," replied the petticoat, "here comes the old man. He'll talk to you." And sure enough, out crept from the cottage the veritable faded cat, copperas-coloured pants, yellow countenance, and 2 weeks' beard we had seen the night before, and the same voice we had heard regulating the price of cottonwood squeaked out the following sentence, accompanied by the same leer of the same yellow countenance. "Why, darn it all, Captain, there's but 3 or 4 quarts left, and since it's you, I don't care if I do let you have it for 3, as you're a good customer." After a quick glance at the landmarks around, the captain bolted and turned in to take some rest. The fact became apparent, the reader will probably have discovered it some time since, that we had been wooding all night at the same woodyard. End of A Bully Boat and a Brag Captain, a story of steamboat life on the Mississippi.
Section 55 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty Chen. When the Allgash Drive Goes Through, by Holman F. Day. We're spurred with the spikes in our soles, there is water a swash in our boots.
Our hands are hard calloused by peavies and poles, and we're drenched with the spume of the chutes. We gather our herds at the head, where the axes have toppled them loose, and down the hills where the rivers are fed we harry the hemlock and spruce. We haroop them with the peavies from their sullen beds of snow. With the pig-pole for a goat-stick down the brimming streams we go. They are hitching, they are halting, and they lurk and hide and dodge. They sneak for skulking eddies, they bunt the bank and lodge. And we almost can imagine that they hear the yell of saws, and the grunting of the grinders in the paper mills, because they loiter in the shadows and they caw pile at the falls, and they buck like ugly cattle where the broad dead water caws. But we wallow in and welt them with the water to our waist, for the driving pitch is dropping and the drought is gasping haste. Here a dam and there a gem that is grabbed by grinning rocks, gnawed by the teeth of the ravening ledge that slavers at our flocks. 20 a month for daring death, for fighting from dawn to dark. 20 in grub and a place to sleep in God's great public park. We roofless go with the cook's bateau to follow our hungry crew. A billion of spruce and hell turned loose when the Allgas drive goes through. My lad with the spurs at his heel has a cattle ranch bronco to bust, 1,000 of Texans to wheedle and wheel to market through smother and dust. But I with a peavy and pole am driving the herds of the pine. Grant to my brother what suits his soul, but no bellowing brutes to mine. He would wince to wade and wallow, and I hate a horse or steer, but we stand the kings of herders, he for there and I for here. Though he rides with death behind him when he rounds the wild stampede, I will chop the jamming king log and I'll match him deed for deed. And for me the greenwood savor and the lash across my face of the spitting spume that belches from the backwash of the race, the glory of the tumult where the tumbling torrent rolls, with 100 drivers riding through with lunging poles. Here's huzzah for reckless chances, here's hurrah for those who ride through the jaws of boiling sluices yeasty white from side to side. Our brawny fists are calloused and we're mostly holes in hair, but if grit were gold and bullion we'd have coin to spend and spare. Here's some rips and there the lips of a whirlpool's bellowing mouth. Death we clench and time we fight, for behind us gasps the drouth. 20 a month, that too for a home, and only a peep at town, for our money is gone in the brace of nights after the drive is down. But with peavies and poles and carefree souls, our ragged and roofless crew swims gaily along with a whooping song when the Allgas drive goes through. End of When the Allgas Drive Goes Through. End of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 6, edited by Marshall Pinckney Wilder.